Chapter 17. The windows of the Forrester home were all ablaze, throwing oblique patches of gold across the snow of early evening. Each of the front columns was festooned with an enormous arrangement of Indian corn, scarlet leaves, and bearded wheat with nutmeg-colored ribbons trailing streamers that drifted in a meek breeze. Snow settled softly upon the scene, and Catherine gave a soft exclamation of surprise at the liveried attendant who was sweeping the cobbled walk. She could see that Angela's expert hand had done its work and wondered what other surprises awaited her inside. Catherine fought against the overwhelming sensation of coming home. She fought, too, against the both terrible and wonderful sense of expectation. Surely this incredible day was not happening. Yet the scent of gardenia was real, and the diamond on her hand was so large she couldn't draw her glove over it. Summoning common sense did little good. The flutter of excitement persisted, disquieting, reducing Catherine to nervous jitters. Then the attendant was smiling, opening the door, while Catherine fought the crazy sensation that she was debarking from a coach and four. The foyer door opened upon yet another dreamlike setting, bronze and yellow flower bursts threaded with ribbons, cascading from the spooled stair rail at evenly spaced intervals. Angela appeared, with Ada in tow, sweeping Catherine into a hurried hug, whispering conspiratorially, "Hurry on up. We don't want you to be seen here." "But Steve—" Catherine strained to glance over her shoulder, dismayed at being whisked through the tantalizing foyer without being able to dote upon it. Angela's laughter tinkled into the soft, glowing space as she understood Catherine's reluctance to be swept through so hastily. "Don't worry about Steve. He knows what to do." The floral impressions had to be left behind momentarily. Yet a last look behind her gave Catherine the sight of two white-capped maids peeking over the banister for one forbidden glimpse of the bride. Insanity continued as Catherine was ushered into a stunningly appropriate bedroom, trimmed in pink flounced ruffles and floor-length Priscillas. It was carpeted, too, in palest pink, and furnished with a glorious brass bed and freestanding cheval mirror, ruffled pillows, and a girlish look that seemed the counterpart to Angela's giddiness. When the door closed behind them, Angela immediately captured both of Catherine's hands. "Forgive an old-fashioned mother her whims, my dear, but I didn't want to run the risk of your meeting Clay somewhere in the hall." Angela squeezed the damp palms. "You look lovely, Catherine, so lovely. Are you excited?" Yes, it... She glanced at the door. "All those flowers down there, and a doorman. Isn't it exciting? I can't think of another affair I've had more fun arranging. I believe I'm a little breathless as well. Can I tell you a secret?" She smiled conspiratorially again, then turned to include Ada in the secret. "So is Clay." The idea seemed preposterous, yet Catherine asked, "He is?" He's been driving us crazy all day, worrying if there was enough champagne, and if the flowers would arrive on time, and if we'd forgotten Aunt Gertie's family on the guest list. He's been the typical bridegroom, which pleases me immensely." Then Angela breezily commandeered Ada. "Now, we'll leave you alone for a minute. I want to show your mother the cake and gifts. You will find everything you need in the bath there, and if you don't find it, let one of the maids know. Come on, Ada. I think we deserve a little glass of sherry to calm our mother's nerves." But before they could leave, a maid opened the door and ushered in a breathless Bobby with a plastic clothing carrier over her arm. There followed a flurry of kisses and greetings and hanging up of gowns and exclamations over all the subdued activity going on downstairs. "We'll see you later, Catherine." Angela waved two fingers and took Ada away, but not before warning, "Now remember, you're not to leave this room until I come for you." "Don't worry," Bobby promised. "I'll see that she doesn't." Left alone, Catherine and Bobby had only to look at each other to burst into matching grins and hug each other again before Bobby exclaimed, "Have you seen what's going on down there?" Catherine, panicked afresh, placed a hand on her hammering heart and pleaded, "Don't tell me. I'm giddy enough as it is. This is all so unbelievable." Whatever Catherine had expected this evening to be, she had not in her wildest dreams believed it could turn out like the make-believe weddings she and Bobby had conjured up during childhood. Yet it seemed to be. Each of the girls realized it as they stood in the feminine bedroom, exchanging inanities, occasionally giggling. A maid knocked to ask if their dresses needed any last-minute pressing. They sent her away and went into the bathroom to check each other's hair, giving a last swish of hairspray, then laughing into each other's eyes in the huge mirror. Another knock sounded and produced a maid with 2 large boxes containing their bouquets. They laid them on the bed and looked at the unopened white containers. "You first," Catherine said, clasping her hands beneath her chin. "Oh, no, not this time. We're not 8-year-olds pretending anymore. You first." "Let's open them together, then." They did. Bobby's held a quaint basket of bronze mums and apricot roses, with streamers of pale ribbon falling from its handle. Catherine stood back, quite unable to reach for the stunning spray of white gardenia, baby's breath, and apricot roses nestled in their transparent bag with dewy beads of moisture clinging inside. Bobby watched her press her hands to her cheeks, then close her eyes momentarily, open them once again to remain stock-still, staring at the blossoms. So Bobby leaned down, removed the pearl-headed pin, and lifted the huge spray from its wrapper, releasing the heady fragrance of gardenia and roses into the room. She pinned one of the gardenias into Catherine's hair. Still, Catherine seemed unable to move. "Oh, Cath, they're beautiful." Bobby lifted the bouquet, and at last Catherine moved, wordlessly plunging her face into the nosegay. Looking up again across the flowers, she stammered, I don't deserve all this." Bobby's voice was soft with emotion. "Of course you do. It's exactly what we dreamed about, Cath. One of us has made it, and everything turned out to be better than make-believe. Don't say that." "Don't dissect it, Cath. Just enjoy every precious minute of it." "But you don't know." "I know. Believe me, I do. I know that you have doubts about the way you and Clay got started, but don't think about them tonight. Think of the good side, okay?" "You wanted me to marry Clay all along, didn't you, Bobby?" "I wanted something good for you, and if it's Clay Forrester, then yes, I wanted it." "I think you've always been a little soft on him yourself." "Maybe I have. Maybe not, I don't know. I only know if it were me standing there holding that bouquet, I'd be ecstatic instead of depressed." "I'm not depressed. Really, I'm not. It's just more than I bargained for, and it's all so sudden." "And so you doubt and question? Catherine, for once, just once in your God-forsaken life, will you accept a little manna from heaven? You're so used to living in hell that a little heaven scares you. Come on now, smile, and tell yourself that he asked you to marry him because he wanted to. It's going to work. Clay is one of the nicest men I know, but if you tell Stu I said so, I'll kill you." At last Catherine smiled, but she was affected more than she cared to admit by Bobby's opinion of Clay. "Now come on, let's get your dress on." They stripped off its protective plastic, looking at each other meaningfully once again, recalling all those childhood games, all of that make-believe. But the luxurious velvet was real. Bobby lifted it high while Catherine raised her arms. When she was halfway into it, a sound, suspiciously like a harp, came from below. "What's that?" Bobby cocked an ear. "I can't hear it in here," came the muffled voice from inside the dress. "Oh, here, get your ears out here." When Catherine emerged, they posed like robins listening for worms. They looked at each other in disbelief. "It sounds like a harp." "A harp?" "Well, doesn't it?" They both listened again. "My God, it really does. Could there be a harp in this house?" "Apparently so." "Leave it to Angela." Then they both burst into laughter and finished drawing the dress over Catherine's arms. By now she was shaking visibly. Her palms were damp, but she dared not wipe them on the velvet. "Bobby, I'm scared stiff." "Why? You're the main attraction, and you look it. Be proud." Bobby zipped and buttoned busily, then walked around behind Catherine and extended the miniature train onto the pink carpet. Catherine caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror, pressed her hands to her tummy, and asked, "Do I show a lot?" Bobby slapped her cousin's hands down, scolding. "Oh, for heaven's sakes, will you please?" Then she had an inspiration. She handed over the bouquet. "If you must worry about it, hide behind this." Catherine struck a prim pose that made them both laugh again. But now the sounds from downstairs were definitely steadier, the hum of voices intermingling with the mellow tones of the music. The door opened, and this time it was Inella who stood there with a tiny foil-wrapped box. "Why, don't you look lovely, Miss Catherine?" the maid said with a wide smile. "Your groom gave me the honor of delivering this." She extended the box. Catherine only gaped, then reached out a tentative hand, withdrew it, then finally took the gift. "What is it?" "Why, I'm sure I don't know, miss. Why don't you open it and see?" Catherine turned wide eyes to Bobby. "Inella's right. Open it. I'm dying to see." "But what if it's something—" She stopped just short of saying expensive. The box was too small to be anything but jewelry. It lay in her hand accusingly, while she wondered with a sinking feeling why Clay had done this to her. Again her eyes sought Bobby's, then Inella's. Quickly she stripped away the foil and found a small velveteen ring box. Her heart was hammering. Her throat went suddenly dry. She lifted the lid. Inside, no jewels glittered, no rings twinkled. Instead, couched in the velvet slot was a brass key. No message, no clues. Catherine breathed again. "What's it for?" "Why, I'm afraid I couldn't guess, Miss Catherine." "But—" A knock sounded, and Angela came in. As the door opened, the gentle swell of voices told that the crowd was growing below. "It's nearly time," announced Angela. "Look." Catherine held up the key. "It's from Clay. Do you know what it's for?" "I'm afraid I haven't any idea. You'll have to wait until after the ceremony and ask him." Catherine tucked the key away in her garter, where it seemed to burn warmly against her leg. "Is Mother okay?" "Yes, dear, don't worry. She's already in her place." Inella ventured a tidy kiss on Catherine's cheek, then said, "You do look radiant, Miss Catherine." Then she was gone to attend to her duties below. Again Bobby picked up Catherine's bouquet, handed it to her, and gave a last caress on the cheek, and stood awaiting her signal. The door swung open, and Catherine watched Angela meet Claiborne in the upstairs hall. There was a brief smile from him, a last hovering look from her, before they left Catherine's range of vision. Next came Stu, in a lush tuxedo of rich spice brown, with an abundance of starched apricot-colored ruffles springing from his chest below a high, stiff collar and bow tie. Stu grinned in at Catherine, and she attempted a quavering smile in return before Bobby moved out into the hall and headed down the stairs. And then came Steve, her beloved Steve, looking so handsome in a tuxedo of his own, holding out both hands to her as if inviting her to a minuet. He wore a smile that melted her heart, that washed away their earlier disagreement. Catherine knew she must move forward, but her feet refused. Steve, sensing her thoughts, stepped gallantly to the bedroom doorway, bowed from the waist, and extended an elbow. Suddenly she realized that people below were awaiting them and were more than likely gazing up the steps. She felt the tug of the train upon the carpet, Steve's firm arm beneath her hand, and the pressure of her heart thudding high against her ribcage. From below came a collective, "Oh," as she stepped to the head of the stairs. A sudden intimidation gripped her as the raised sea of faces swam into view. But Steve, sensing her hesitation, closed his free hand over hers, urging her down the first step. She was dimly aware of candles washing everything with a mellow glow. They were everywhere, in wall sconces, upon shelves and tables, gleaming and twinkling from the floral sprays attached to the railing and from within the study where an overflow of guests watched. A path emerged as she and Steve rounded the newel post and glided toward the living room. Catherine had a fleeting memory of the first time she'd been in this foyer, sitting on the velvet bench, now hidden behind the multitude of guests. How apprehensive she'd been then. Yet this was not really so different. Her stomach was in knots. She moved in hypnotic fashion toward the living room doorway, toward Clay. From somewhere, an electronic keyboard had joined the harp in a simple Chopin prelude, and everywhere there was the aura of candle glow, all gold and amber and warm and serene. The smell of flowers mingled with the waxen scent of candle smoke, while Catherine drifted through the throng of guests, quite unaware of their great number, of their admiring gazes, or of how, for many of them, the sight of her brought back quicksilver memories of their own breathless walk down the aisle. The living room doorway captured her every thought. The idea of Clay waiting on the other side of it sent her heart flitting and her stomach shaking. She had a dim impression of her mother waiting in a semicircle of countenances that faced her from the bay window, of space emerging as people rustled back to clear the way. But then all others were forgotten as Catherine's eyes fell upon Clay. He stood in the classic groom's pose, hands clasped before him, feet spraddled, face unsmiling and a bit tense. She had thought to avoid his eyes, but hers had a will of their own. As if he had materialized at the whim of some talented spinner of fairy tales, both he and the setting were too perfect. "Lord help me," thought Catherine as their eyes met. "Lord help me." He waited, his hair like ripe wheat, with the sun setting over it. A tall sconce of countless candles turned his skin to amber, reflecting from the deep apricot ruffles that only added to his masculinity. He wore a vested tuxedo of rich cinnamon, a sternly tied bow tie which suddenly bobbed up, then settled back in place at his first sight of her. His eyes, in that flawless face, widened, and she caught the nearly imperceptible movement as he began locking and unlocking his left knee. Then, just before she lost his glance, his hands dropped to his sides and he wet his lips. Blessedly, he then became only an impression at her side. But she knew he turned to gaze once more at her flushed cheek, while the organ and harp faded into only a murmurous background. "Dearly beloved." The charade began. Things became surrealistic to Catherine. She was a child again, playing wedding with Bobby, walking across a lawn dressed in dish towels and curtains, carrying a bouquet of dandelions. Pretending she was back there took away the sting of guilt at what she was doing. "Who gives this woman?" "I do. Her brother." Reality returned, and with it Clay's arm, taking the place of Steve's. It was solid, but surprising, for minute tremors scuttled there, felt, but not seen. "This time I want to be the bride." "No, you're always the bride." "No, I ain't. You were the bride last time." "Oh, come on, don't cry." "Okay, but next time I get to wear the curtain on my head." From her left, Bobby smiled, while sweet, naive memories came whirling back. The minister spoke. He had a mellifluous voice and could manage to sound as if what he said were being spoken solely to her and Clay. Catherine trained her eyes on the minister's lips, concentrating hard on the words, as he reminded those about to be joined of the importance of patience, love, and faithfulness. Some muscle tensed into a knot beneath Catherine's hand, was forcibly relaxed, then twitched again. She realized that the minister had asked all the married couples present to join their hands and renew their wedding vows silently, along with the bride and groom. Silently, Catherine pleaded, "No, no, what you're witnessing is a sham. Don't base your reaffirmation of love on something that is meaningless." She escaped once again into the play days of yesteryear. "When you get married, what kind of man are you going to marry?" "Rich." "Oh, Bobby, honestly, is that all you think about?" "Well, what kind are you going to marry?" "One who likes to be with me so much. He comes straight home instead of stopping at the bars. And he's always going to be nice to me." The minister asked them to turn and face each other and hold hands. The profusion of gardenias and roses was given into Bobby's hands. During the exchange, their childhood fantasies were reflected within a glance the two exchanged. Then Catherine's hands were clasped firmly in Clay's brown, strong fingers, and she felt dampness on his palms and on her own. The minister's voice droned on, far away, and Catherine was suddenly afraid to look Clay full in the face. "I'm going to marry a man who looks just like Rock Hudson. Not me. I like blonde hair and stormy eyes." My God, thought Catherine now. Did I really say that? She raised her eyes to blonde hair, to gray, sober eyes that wore an expression of sincerity as they probed hers for the benefit of their guests. His face was limned by flickering candlelight, which accented the straight nose, long cheeks, and sensitive lips, which were parted slightly, but somber. An errant pulse beat showed just above his high, tight, apricot-colored collar and the stern bow tie. His manner was faultless, convincing. It created havoc within Catherine. A man who was nice to me. Blonde hair and stormy eyes. One who was rich. Phrases from the past resounded through the chambers of Catherine's heart, filling it with remorse unlike any she'd suffered before. But those who looked on couldn't guess the turmoil within her, for she paralleled Clay's superb act, searching his eyes as he searched hers, while the pressure on her knuckles grew to sweet agony. "What are we doing?" she wanted to cry. "Do you know what you do to me with those eyes of yours? What do I do to myself by clenching your too strong fingers this way, by pretending to idolize your too perfect face? Don't you recognize the pain of a girl whose youthful dreams painted this very illusion time and time again, who escaped into scenes just such as this when reality threatened? Don't you understand that I honestly believed those dreams would come true one day? If you do, release my hands, release my eyes. But above all, keep my heart free of you. You are too flawless, and this is too close to the real thing. And I've suffered long enough for the lack of love. Please, Clay, turn away before it's too late. You are a temporary illusion, and I must not get lost in it." But she was trapped in a farce of her own making, for Clay did not turn away, nor release her eyes, nor her hands. Her palms felt seared, her heart felt blistered, and for a moment she knew the cruel bite of wishfulness. At last she dragged her eyes downward. Then Stu stepped forward, drawing a ring from his pocket. She extended her trembling fingers, and Clay slid a diamond-studded band halfway on and held it hovering there. "I, Clay, take thee, Catherine." While his deep voice spoke the words, Catherine's cheated heart wanted suddenly for this to mean something, but this was only a fantasy. Her thoughts tumbled on, while Clay completed the ring's journey to its nesting place beside the heirloom already there. She was startled then to find a ring placed in her palm. Angela had thought of everything, and her eyes fled once more to Clay's. Another prop for the play, hers asked. But perhaps he had chosen it himself, not Angela. Obediently she dropped her gaze and adorned his finger with the wide gold, unstudded Florentine band. "I, Catherine, take thee, Clay." Her unsteady voice was threatened by shredded nerves, lost dreams, and the awful need to cry. But still there was more to be endured as they turned once again full-faced to the blurred minister's garb. Hazily, Catherine heard him pronounce them man and wife. Then the cleric smiled benevolently and sealed Catherine's and Clay's joined hands with both of his own. "May your lives together be long and happy," he wished simply, never suspecting what the words did to Catherine's already strained emotions. She stared at the wavering sight of all their hands together, quite numb now. Then the minister's hands disappeared, and his voice poured out softly for the final time. "And now you may seal your vows with your first kiss as Mr. and Mrs. Clay Forrester." Shattered already, Catherine didn't know what to do. She felt as if she'd aged years in the mere moment while Clay took the lead, turning toward her with every misty eye in the house upon them. She lifted her face, the breath caught in her throat. She expected no more than a faint brush of lips, but instead his face loomed near. Those gray eyes were lost in closeness, and she found herself enfolded in Clay's arms, gently forced against the starched ruffles of his elegant shirt front, besieged by soft, slightly opened lips, which were far, far too compelling. Haunting memories came flooding back. "No, Clay, don't," she longed to cry, but he did. He kissed her fully, and in that moment of first contact she sensed his apology, but found herself unable to forgive him for the convincing job he was doing. He released her then, to the accompaniment of a collective murmur, and his breath touched her nose as he stepped back and looked into her startled eyes. There followed the kind of smile she'd been waiting for since childhood, sweeping Clay's face as if the moment were genuine, and she was forced to return one equally as bright. Then Clay tucked her hand possessively within his arm and turned her to face their guests. She wore the pasted-on smile until it held its own. She was beleaguered by hugs, kisses, and congratulations, starting with Stu, who unabashedly kissed her hard on the mouth. Next came Steve, holding her a little too long, a little too protectively, rocking a little while he squeezed her and whispered, "Chin up," in her ear. "Oh, Steve," she allowed herself to say, knowing that he alone understood. "Shh, babe, you're both doing fine. I wish you could see how you look together." Clay's father appeared, held her by the upper arms, and welcomed her to the family with a generous hug and a direct kiss, the first kiss from him ever. Over his shoulder she saw Clay with his arms wrapped around Ada. Grandma and Grandpa Elgin gave her elfin pats and smiles, and Elizabeth Forrester bestowed upon her a regal kiss for each cheek and a tap of her cane upon the right shoulder, as if she were being knighted. "You're a beautiful young woman. I shall expect beautiful children from you," the old eagle stated sagaciously, before turning away as if the matter were settled. Then Catherine was passed around like a dish of divinity, tasted by many mouths, until she was actually quite grateful to be returned at last to Clay, until he pleased every guest there by voluntarily giving them what they waited for. He swooped down, smiling boldly, and grasped Catherine firmly around her ribs, then picked her neatly up off the floor until she hung suspended like a marionette. Indeed, she had no more choice than a marionette whose strings were controlled by the puppeteer. She could only submit to Clay's lips, while the gardenias were wrapped so far around his neck that her nose was buried in them. She closed her eyes, spinning like a leaf in a whirlwind, intoxicated by the overpowering fragrance of the waxy flowers, by the awful sense that this was real, pretending momentarily that it was. The instant he touched her lips, Catherine felt the almost automatic reach of Clay's tongue toward her own, then her own surprised tongue arching in hesitation, not quite knowing what to do with itself, then Clay's withdrawing politely again. She was faintly aware that the crowd had burst into applause, but allowed herself to become mesmerized by the sensation that the world was twirling crazily. With her eyes closed and her arms around her husband's neck, she endured an endless kiss while he slowly turned them both in a circle. But the kiss had grown long. Difficult to find a place for a tongue in the midst of such a kiss if it does not take its natural course, until at its end his tongue again touched hers, then, elusive as quicksilver, was gone. But the crowd saw nothing more than a groom turning his bride in a slow circle in the middle of a candlelit room, kissing, rejoicing in the accepted fashion. They knew nothing of the elusive tongue dance which accompanied the embrace. Catherine came down from behind her gardenias with scarlet cheeks, which added to everyone's delight except her own. But then she was grateful to Clay for the convincing ploy, for when she turned from his arms it was to find a string of familiar faces with sparkling eyes that had just witnessed the entire scenario with awestruck rapture. For the first time, Catherine didn't need to act. Her elation was genuine as she flew to greet Marie, then Francie, and Grover and Vicky too. Having them there made it nearly perfect. Catherine was touched by the sight of the usually unkempt Grover, with her hair all shining and curled like Catherine had never seen it before, and Vicky, who had miraculously managed to let her nails grow beyond the tips of her finger and had polished them the most horrendous shade of blood red, and Francie, smelling of Charlie perfume, Marie, tiny and petite in spite of how close she was to her due date, Marie, the sprite, the matchmaker, who had first taught Catherine to accept the contact of a caring hand. How many times had they touched hands since? Clay arrived at Catherine's side again, encircling her waist loosely, then pulling her against his hip with a smiling expression she knew was for the girls. Isn't she something? Francie demanded, and obligingly Clay tightened his grip, spread his hand upon Catherine's ribs, and dropped a loving kiss on the corner of her eye. Yep, she's something, my bride. Catherine refused to look up at Clay. His fingers rode perilously close to her breast. What do you think of our dress? Marie asked. Again he moved the hand, caressing the velvet appreciatively, answering, gorgeous. Then continuing to play their game by asking, who's going to wear it next? Well, that depends on which of us can snag a guy like you. Hey, why don't you let go of her and let us have our turns? Deftly, Marie divided Clay from his bride while he gave Catherine the required, help, what can I do? Look, then threw his all into a tremendous kiss for the tiny Marie. Now it was Clay's turn to be passed around like a sweet. Catherine could only look on, smiling in spite of herself. He kissed them all, giving them a taste of what they wished was theirs. He returned to his bride only when they'd tasted their fill, some of them for a little too long, some with too rapt expressions as their kiss ended. But for his understanding, Catherine was again grateful to Clay. They moved through the crowd again, Catherine at last realizing it was far, far larger than Angela had hinted it would be. Not only the girls from Horizons, but business associates, family friends, and numerous relatives had been impetuously added to the invitation list. Angela's intimate little affair had blossomed into a full-blown social event. Chapter 18. She and Clay were ensconced in the study to sign the marriage certificate under the gaze of the minister. They gave away no more than shaky fingers. Then the photographer was there, popping his bulbs at their hands posed upon the document, then upon Catherine's bouquet, then herding them back into the living room to pose in the bay window with the other members of the wedding party. Throughout all this, Catherine succeeded in being spontaneous and gay, as brides are expected to be. Bright repartee fell from her lips, and from Clay's while they touched again and again, until it became automatic, this reaching for each other's waists, and somehow Catherine found herself beginning to enjoy it. Upon the dining-room table, a fountain of champagne cascaded. Clay and Catherine were buffeted there to catch their glasses full and sip around each other's love-knotted arms, while the cameras again recorded the moment for posterity. The gentlemen guests posed around Catherine's gartered leg. She caught Clay's eye. Was it twinkling? Above the glass of champagne he sipped. Next, she posed on the stairway, where she tossed her bouquet over the banister. It was caught by a young girl Catherine didn't recognize. Small tables appeared, set up with smooth efficiency by a host of hired waiters. Angela managed to oversee the dinner arrangements with silent skill, while giving the impression that she never left her guests' sides, nor swayed her attentions away from them. Angela's know-how brought off this masterpiece of coordination. By the time Catherine was seated beside Clay at the head table, her admiration for his mother had grown immensely. It took more than money, Catherine realized, to achieve what Angela had here tonight. The guests were served elegant plates of chicken breast stuffed with Minnesota's rare and delectable wild rice, garnished by crisp broccoli and spiced peach halves. The plates were as delightful to look at as they were to dip into. But what was most appreciated was the almost slick transition from reception rooms to dining hall. The entire festivity was proving to be a stunning success. Gratified, Catherine leaned around Clay to tell Angela so, but she only waved a nonchalant hand and assured Catherine the joy had been hers. She'd have felt cheated to do less, and every minute had been worth it. Then she squeezed Catherine's hand. It was in the middle of the meal that Catherine remembered the key. "Clay, I got your gift. Inella brought it upstairs before the ceremony, but I don't know what it's for." "Guess." She was afraid to. The whole evening was already overwhelming. "The townhouse?" she ventured, but there was too much noise. Clay leaned down, his ear directly in front of her lips. "What?" "The townhouse," I said. He straightened, smiled teasingly, and only shook his head. She saw his lips move, but there was such a tinkling clangor going on that she couldn't hear him either. Now she lowered her ear to his lips, but while she was thus posed, straining to hear his reply, she became aware that all voices in the room had stopped, and only the demanding sound of spoons striking wine glasses filled the air. Startled, she looked up to find every eye waiting. Then she realized Clay's hand rested on the back of her neck. It slid away, and he smilingly began getting to his feet. Realization dawned, but still she hesitated, linen napkin forgotten in one hand, fork in the other, unprepared for yet another assault on her senses. Clay stepped behind her chair, leaned near her ear. Apparently, they're not going to let us off with a couple of quick kisses that half of them didn't see. Quick kiss, she thought. Was that last what he calls a quick kiss? It was an old custom, one on which Catherine hadn't reckoned. The first kiss had been part of the ceremony. The second had taken her by surprise. But this one was something altogether different. This was the one where plenty of schmaltz was expected. From behind her came the innocent invitation, "Mrs. Forrester?" But Catherine suspected that could she see his face, she'd find one eyebrow cocked up saucily along with the corners of his mouth. She had no choice, so she gave the expected nervous laugh and got to her feet. There was no evading the issue this time, as Clay gave her a regular Valentino job. Oh, he laid it on with aplomb. He pinned both of her arms at her sides, bent his head sideways and her slightly backward until she thought they'd both land on the floor. Her hands spread wide, finding nothing to hold on to but the taut fabric across his back. And while his tongue plundered the inside of her mouth in no uncertain terms, everyone in the room whistled and hooted and tapped their glasses all the more noisily until Catherine thought she would die of agony, or ecstasy, or a combination of the two. She died of neither. Instead, she found some welcome reserve of humor. He released her, straightened, and laughed into her eyes for the benefit of their guests, holding her loosely now about the waist with his hips resting against her own. "Ah, Valentino, I'm sure," she said with a smile. "They love it," he rejoined above the burst of applause. If anyone cared to read lips, Catherine was sure it would appear that Clay had said, "I love it." He held her a moment longer in that relaxed and familiar slackness. From the far reaches of the room, it appeared they were the typically star-struck nuptial pair. He even rocked her sideways once, then plunged forward again to whisper in her ear, "Sorry." Catherine's stomach felt at that moment like she'd eaten too much of Inella's salmon again. But before she could dwell on it, the photographer was there, demanding that they pose, feeding each other from filled forks. It was disconcerting, watching Clay's mouth open to receive food, holding the pose like a statuette, watching the glistening tip of his tongue, which had only a moment ago unabashedly invaded her own. The meal progressed, but Catherine couldn't eat another bite. Clay poured more champagne into her glass, and she dove into it like a sailor from a burning ship. It made her head light and fuzzy, and she warned herself to be careful. It was confusing stuff. But before the bubbles cleared from her eyes, the glasses were ringing out again, and Clay was standing up, taking her by the upper arm. This time it was easier, better, the wine having gone to her head somewhat, and her inhibitions sagged shamelessly, while Clay gave her a kiss, the likes of which turned her spine to aspic. What the heck, the bride thought, give them what they want and forget it. And so she threw a little more of her heart into it, to say nothing of her tongue, which found a readily receptive mate within Clay's mouth. She even emoted a little, plopping her hand on top of her head as if holding it on, quite tickled by her own ingenuity. The kiss ended. Clay laughed into her eyes. "Good job, Mrs. Forrester." "Not bad yourself, Mr. Forrester." But she was all too aware of the way his hips again nudged her own through the velvet gown, and the way her slightly bubbled tummy intruded upon the spot where his crisp tuxedo jacket hung open. "But I think you'd better stop filling my glass." "Now why would I want to do a thing like that?" He smirked cutely, raising an eyebrow suggestively. His hand skimmed lightly downward to rest upon her hips. She wondered if it were her imagination, or had he pressed himself momentarily closer. But then she decided it was her imagination. After all, he was performing, just as she was, for the benefit of all the tinkling glass tappers out there. The cake was wheeled in on a glass cart. It was a towering creation of fluted columns and doves with ribbons threaded through their confectionery beaks, and it raised a chorus of ahs that gratified Angela. Clay's and Catherine's hands were trained upon the knife handle with its voluminous white satin bow. Flashbulbs exploded. The knife sliced through the cake, and the bride was instructed to feed her groom, this time from her fingertips. But he not only took the cake, he lipped the frosting from her knuckle, while, above it, his gray eyes crinkled at the corners. Naughty sensations tingled their way down to Catherine's toes, and her eyes swerved swiftly aside. Sweet stuff, he said this time. Bad for your teeth, she smiled up at him, and rumored to cause hyperactivity. He reared back and laughed wholeheartedly, and once again they sat down. Let's have one of the groom feeding the bride, the photographer suggested, zooming in on his quarry. How many more must we take? Catherine asked, flustered now, but not entirely disliking the game. I'll be neat, Clay promised in an aside, but that same devilish crinkle tugged at the corners of his mouth and eyes. He lifted a morsel of cake, and she took it, tasted sugar, swallowed, then found him still standing there with an index finger frosted and waiting. With a smile as sweet as any confection, she said, "This is getting bawdy." But all she could do was suck the end of his finger, finding it slightly salty too. Our guests find it amusing. You, Mr. Forrester, are unforgivably salty. But at that moment she caught Elizabeth Forrester's bright, knowing gaze snapping down the table at them, and she wondered what the old girl suspected. The moment turned serious when Claiborne rose to give Catherine his official welcome. He came around the table and gave her a hug and a kiss and his approval for all to see. She sensed sobriety returning to Clay as he leaned an elbow on the table's edge and absently brushed an index finger along his lip, watching. Then he rose and shook hands with his father. Applause followed as Clay sat back down. The whole thing had been appallingly earnest on Claiborne's part, and as their eyes met, both Catherine and Clay realized it. On second thought, you'd better pour me another glass, she said, and smile. Your grandmother Forrester is watching every move we make. Then this is for her, and for Mother and Father, Clay said, and reached a finger to tip her chin up and placed the lightest kiss upon her lips. Then he reached for the champagne bottle, but his smile and gay mood did not return. The meal ended, and dancing began. Catherine met more of Clay's relatives and spent the appropriate amount of time with each. Then she found time to move off by herself and seek out her mother and Uncle Frank and Aunt Ella. The evening was moving inexorably toward its close, and with each passing minute, Catherine's apprehension grew. Standing with Bobby in the living room, Catherine caught sight of Clay out in the foyer. He stood with a remarkably beautiful girl, whose auburn hair trailed down to the middle of her back. She cradled a champagne glass as if she were born with it in her hand. She smiled up at Clay, gyrated her head as if to toss her hair back, but it fell alluringly across her cheek. Then the girl circled Clay's neck with the arm bearing the stem glass, raising her lips to his and kissing him differently than any of the starry-eyed girls from Horizons had. Catherine observed the somber look upon Clay's face as he spoke to the girl, dropping his eyes to the floor, then raising them to her face again with a look of apology etching his every feature. Catherine would have been lying to herself had she not admitted that the touch he gave the girl's upper arm was a caress. He spoke into her eyes, rubbed that arm, then gave it a lingering squeeze before he bent to drop an unhurried kiss upon the crest of one flawless, high-boned cheek. Quickly Catherine turned her back, but the picture rankled until something pinched at her throat and made it difficult to swallow the champagne she lifted to her lips. "Who's that girl out there with Clay?" Bobby glanced toward the foyer, and her smile immediately faded. "It's her, isn't it?" Catherine questioned. "It's Jill Magnuson." Bobby turned her back on the couple too quickly. "Yes, it is. So what?" "Nothing." But try as she might, Catherine could not resist looking their way again, to find Clay now relaxed, one hand in his trouser pocket, while Jill threaded her arm through his and rested her breast leisurely against his biceps. She was the kind of girl who could get by with a touch like that. Her sophistication made it look chic instead of shabby. An older man had joined them now, and Jill Magnuson laughed, leaned sideways without relinquishing her claim on Clay, and gave the older man a swift kiss on the side of his mouth. "And who's he?" Catherine asked, carefully keeping the ice from her tone. "That's Jill's father." There was a sick and empty feeling settling in the pit of Catherine's stomach. She wished she hadn't witnessed Jill leaning casually against Clay in the presence of her own father, nor her obvious lack of unease at kissing Clay with an arm looped around his neck. But Catherine was in for a further surprise, for even as she looked on, Elizabeth Forrester approached the group, and it was immediately apparent that Jill Magnuson was as comfortable with the old eagle as she was with the champagne glass and Catherine's new husband. The unapproachable old woman didn't daunt Jill one bit. The brunette actually linked her remaining arm through Elizabeth's, laughing gracefully at whatever Clay's grandmother said, and, unbelievably, the old eagle laughed too. And Catherine finally turned away. At that moment, Clay's eyes drifted up, found Bobby observing the quartet, and immediately he withdrew his hand from his pocket, excused himself, and crossed toward her and Catherine. "Jill and her parents were just leaving," he explained. It became apparent as soon as the words left his mouth that explanations should not have been necessary. They had not been for the other guests who'd already departed. "Somehow, it seems that Catherine was not introduced to the Magnusons." "Oh, I'm sorry, Catherine. I should have seen to it." He glanced uncertainly from Catherine to the front door, but it was opening. Angela and Mrs. Magnuson were touching cheeks fondly, while the two men shook hands, and Jill gave a long last look across the expanse that separated her from Clay. Then they were gone. "Catherine," Clay began, but realizing Bobby was still there, said, "Excuse us, will you, Bobby?" He took Catherine's elbow and moved her beyond earshot. "I think it's time we left." "Certainly, now that Jill Magnuson is gone," thought Catherine. "But shouldn't we thank your parents first?" "I've done that already. Now we're expected to simply slip away unnoticed." "But what about the gifts?" She was grasping at straws, and she knew it. "They'll be left here. We're not expected to thank anyone for them tonight. We're only supposed to disappear while they're busy." "Mom will be wondering," she began lamely, looking around. "Will she?" Clay could see how nervous Catherine had suddenly become. "Steve is with her. He'll see that she gets home okay." Catherine saw Ada in happy conversation with Bobby's parents and Steve. Catherine raised her glass to her lips, but found it empty. Then Clay removed it from her lifeless fingers, saying, "Slip upstairs and get your coat, and I'll meet you by the side door. And don't forget the key." Once more in the pink bedroom, Catherine at last allowed her shoulders to sag. She plopped down on the edge of the gay little bed, then leaned back and let her eyelids close wearily. She wished this were her own room, that she could snuggle in and awaken in the morning to find that no wedding had taken place after all. Absently, she picked up a small pillow, toyed with a ruffled edge, staring until the design on it seemed to wriggle. She blinked, tossed the pillow aside, and went to stand before the cheval mirror. She pressed her dress against her lower abdomen, visually measuring. She raised her eyes and stared at the reflected face, wondering how it could be so pink when she felt so bloodless. From the depths of the silvered glass, blue eyes watched her fingertips touch one cheek, then flutter down uncertainly to her lips. Her brow wore a troubled look as she assessed her own reflection and found countless imperfections in it. "Jill Magnuson," she whispered. Then she turned and flung her coat loosely about her shoulders. Outside, the world wore that semi-dark glow of the first snow of the season, glittering almost as if from within. The night sky looked as though someone had spilled milk across it, obscuring the moon behind a film of white. But as if a droplet slipped off now and then, an occasional snowflake drifted down. The lights from the windows twinkled playfully upon the white frosting, and the leafless limbs of the trees looked warm now beneath their blankets. The air was brittle, though, brittle enough to freeze the tender petals of the gardenia forgotten in Catherine's hair. Catherine clutched her coat beneath her chin, raised her face, and sucked in the taste of the cold. Revitalized, she hurried through the shadows to the end of the house near the garages. It was quiet. Not even the hum of distant traffic intruded, and she savored it, trying to make it calm her. "Sorry it took so long." She jumped at the sound of Clay's voice and clutched her coat tighter. He materialized out of the darkness, a tall shadow with its coat collar turned up. "I got caught by a few well-wishers and couldn't get away." "It's okay." But she drew her mouth down within the protective folds of her coat. "Here, you're freezing." He touched her back, steered her toward a strange dark car that waited there. Even in the blackness, she could see that it had streamers trailing from it. He opened the driver's side door. "Have you got the key?" he asked. "The key?" she asked dumbly. "Yes, the key." He smiled with only one side of his mouth. "I'll drive tonight, but after this, it's yours." "Mine?" she stammered, uncertain of which to look to for verification, the car or his face. "Happy wedding day, Catherine," he said simply. "The key was for this?" "I thought you'd like a wagon, for groceries and things like that." "But Clay—" She was shivering worse now, the tremors quite pronounced, in spite of the way she hugged herself into the coat. "Have you got the key?" "Clay, this isn't fair," she pleaded. "All's fair in love and war." "But this is not love or war. How can I just say, 'Thank you, Mr. Forrester,' and drive off in a brand-new car as if I had every right to it? Don't you?" "No. It's too much, and you know it." "The Corvette isn't exactly a family car," he reasoned. "We'd have trouble getting even the wedding gifts to the townhouse in it." "Well, fine, then. Trade it in or borrow the Bronco again. But don't hand me the world on a platter that I feel guilty to eat from." His hand dropped from the car door. His voice sounded slightly piqued. "It's a gift. Why do you have to make so much of it? I can afford it, and it will make our lives infinitely easier if we have 2 cars. Besides, Tom Magnuson owns an auto dealership, and we get great deals from him on all the cars we buy." Common sense returned with a cold swipe. "Well, in that case, thank you." Catherine got in and slid across to the passenger side. He got behind the wheel to find her leg angled across the transmission hump, her skirt pulled up. She produced the key from within her garter and handed it to him. It was warm in his palm. He seemed a little ill at ease as he started the engine, but let it idle. He adjusted the heater, cleared his throat. "Catherine, I don't know how to say this, but it seems we each got a key tonight. I got one, too." "From whom?" "From Mother and Father." She waited, trembling inside. "It's for the honeymoon suite at the Regency." She made a sound like air going out of a balloon, then moaned, "Oh, God." "Yes, oh, God," he agreed, then laughed nervously. "What are we going to do?" she asked. "What do you want to do?" "I want to go to the townhouse." "And let the Regency phone tomorrow and ask why the bride and groom didn't show up?" She sat silent, shaking. "Catherine?" "Well, couldn't we just—" She swallowed. "Check in and leave again and go to the townhouse, maybe leave the key for them to find in the morning?" "Do you want me to go back into the house and pick up a load of gifts and hope we find some sheets and blankets when we open them?" He was right. They were trapped. "Catherine, this is adolescent. We've just gotten married, and we've agreed to spend the next several months living together. You realize that we're going to bump into each other now and then during that time, don't you?" "Yes, but not in any honeymoon suite at the Regency." Still, she knew that before the night was out, they'd have put the lie to her words. "Catherine, what the hell did you expect me to do? Stuff the keys back into my father's hand and say, 'Use them yourselves'?" There was no point in arguing. They sat there thinking until finally Clay put the car in reverse and backed away from the shadow of the garage. "Clay, I don't have my suitcase," she gulped. "It's in the back with mine," he said, while the doorman grew small behind them, his arms folded and his collar turned up. They drove along in silence, Catherine still gripping her coat, although the car had long since grown warm. The smell of new hot oil mingled with that of new vinyl. With each mile, Catherine grew tighter. Finally, she said, "Why does it seem like everything important that happens between us happens in one of your cars?" "It's one of the few places we've ever been alone." "Well, your parents sure took care of that, didn't they?" With an abrupt swerve, he pulled to the side of the road, skidded to a halt, and craned to look back over his shoulder. She perked alert. Now what? He was already turning around. "You want to go to the townhouse? Okay, we'll go to the townhouse," he snapped. She clutched his arm. "Don't," she pleaded. "Don't. Not tonight." He brooded silently, tense now, too. "I was wrong, okay?" she conceded. "Just don't drive crazy. Not tonight. I know they meant well to get the room for us. And you're right. What difference does it make where we sleep?" She dropped her hand from his arm. "Please try to understand, though. It's been a nerve-wracking night. I'm not used to lavishness." "Maybe you better get used to it, because they never do anything halfway." He drove on more sensibly now. "How much do you imagine it cost them to arrange all that?" "Don't let it bother you. Mother loved it all. I've told you before, she's in her element planning things like that." "Couldn't you tell how she was enjoying her success?" "Is that supposed to ease my conscience?" she asked. "Catherine, are we going to go through this every time we get something from them? Why do you constantly berate yourself? Had it occurred to you that maybe you're not the only one benefiting from our arrangement? It may surprise you to learn that I'm actually quite happy to be moving away from home. I should have done it years ago, but it was easier to stay where I was. It's not exactly a hardship being coddled and taken care of, but I'm tired of living with them. I'm glad to be getting out. I wonder if they aren't equally relieved to have me leave at last. And as for my parents, don't think they didn't get something out of that production number. Did you see my father's face when he was brandishing his champagne glass? Did you see Mother when she was directing waiters around, watching while everything slipped into place like greased gears? They get high off social success, so just think of it as another autumn gala thrown by the Forresters. They throw one quite like it several times a year anyway. What I'm trying to say is, that's their style. Giving us the night at the Regency is what their friends expect them to do, plus... Plus what? She shot him a look. Plus, giving us the right start gives them a false sense of security. It helps them believe everything will turn out right between us. And you don't feel guilty to accept any of that? Yes, damn it, he burst out. But I'm not going to go out and buy a hair shirt over it, all right? His belligerence surprised her, for he'd been mellow for days. They arrived at the Regency in strained silence. Catherine made a move toward her door handle, and Clay ordered, "Wait here till I get the suitcases out." He walked around the car, yanking the crepe paper streamers off. His breath formed a pale pink cloud, refracting the glow from the colorful hotel sign and the lights at the entry. He opened the tailgate, and she heard the muffled swish as he tossed the streamers in. When he opened her door and she'd stepped out, he reached for her arm. "Catherine, I'm sorry I yelled. I'm nervous, too." She studied his odd-colored visage in the neon night, but she could find nothing to reply. Chapter 19. The porter flourished his hand toward the room, and Catherine followed it with her eyes. It felt as though she were couched in a Wedgwood teacup. The room was elegant and tasteful, decorated exclusively in oyster white and Wedgwood blue. The cool blue walls were trimmed with pearly moldings done in beadwork, arranged in rectangles with a carved acanthus centered in each. The design was repeated on 2 sets of double doors which led to closet and bath. Elegant white draperies were crowned by an ornate swagged valance, while alabaster French provincial furniture contrasted soothingly with the room's plush blue carpeting. Besides the enormous bed, there was a pleasant grouping of furniture. A pair of chairs and coffee table of Louis XVI persuasion, with graceful cabriole legs and oval marble tops. On the table sat a profuse bouquet of white roses whose scent was thick in the air. When the door closed, leaving them alone, Catherine approached the flowers, found the tiny green envelope, and turned questioningly to Clay. "I don't know. Open it," he said. The card read simply, "All our love, Mother and Dad." "It's from your parents." She extended the card, then sidled a safe distance away while he read it. "Nice," he murmured, and stuck the card back into the roses. He pushed back his jacket and scanned the room with hands akimbo. "Nice," he repeated. "More than nice," she seconded. "More like smashing." Upon the triple dresser was a basket of fruit and a silver loving cup bearing a green glass bottle. Clay walked over, lifted the bottle, read the label, set it back down, then turned, tugging the knot from his bow tie and unfastening a single button of his shirt. Her eyes flew off in another direction. She walked over and gave a careful peek into the depths of the darkened bathroom. "Can I hang up your coat for you?" he asked. She looked surprised to find it still crumpled between her wrist and hip. Oh, sure." He came to reach for her garment, and again she retreated a step. "Don't be skittish," he said laconically. "I'm only going to hang up your coat." "I'm not skittish. I just don't know what to do with myself, that's all." He opened the closet doors, spoke at the tinging hangers inside. "I'd call that skittish. Maybe a glass of champagne would help? Do you want one?" He hung up his tux jacket, too. "I don't think so." But she wandered back to the dresser anyway and looked over the bottle and the basket. "Who is the fruit from?" "The management. You want some? How about a last pear of the season?" A tan hand reached around her and hefted one. No pears either. I'm not hungry." As she drifted away, he tossed the fruit in the air once, twice, then forgot it in his hand, studying her. No champagne, no fruit. "So what would you like to do to pass the time away?" She looked up blankly, standing there in the middle of the room, as if afraid to come into contact with any article in it. He sighed, dropped the pair back into the basket, and moved to carry their suitcases across to the bed. "Well, we're here, so we might as well make the best of it." He stalked to the bathroom door, flicked on the light, then turned, gesturing toward it. "Would you like to be the first?" And the next thing Catherine knew, she was laughing. It started as a silent flutter in her throat, and before she could control it, it erupted, and she had both hands over her mouth before she flung them wide and continued laughing to the ceiling. At last, she looked across to find Clay, the corners of his eyes crinkled now, still waiting just outside the bathroom doorway. "Come on, hey, wife! I'm trying to be gallant, and it's getting tougher by the minute." And suddenly the tension was relieved. "Oh, Clay, if your father could see us, I think he'd demand his money back. Are we really in the honeymoon suite of the Regency?" "I think so." Gamely, he looked around, checking. "And did you just sign our names in the register as Mr. and Mrs. Clay Forrester?" "I think so." She looked up as if appealing to the heavens. "Help! I'm floundering." "You should do that more often, you know." He smiled her way. "Do what? Flounder?" She chuckled and made a hapless motion. "No, laugh, or even smile. I was beginning to think you were going to wear that stiff face all night long." "Do I have a stiff face?" It looked mobile and amazed as she laughed. "Stiff might not be the right word. Deadpan is probably more accurate. Yes, deadpan. You put it on like armor at times." "I do?" "Mostly when we're alone." "So you'd like it if I smiled more?" He shrugged. "Yeah, I guess I would. I like smilers. I guess I'm used to being around them." "I'll try to remember." She glanced toward the window, then back at him. "Clay, what you said down there in the car? Well, I'm sorry, too." Her face had suddenly turned serious, contrite. "No, it was me who got short with you. My timing really stunk." "No, listen, it was partly my fault, too. I don't want us to fight all the time we're married. I've been around it all my life, and now I simply want, well, peace between us. I know this sounds silly, but it feels better already, just admitting that we're nervous, instead of the way we were acting on the way over here. I want you to know that I'll try to do my part to maintain some kind of status quo. Good. Me too. We're stuck with each other for better or for worse, so let's make the better of it instead of the worse. She smiled a little. Agreed. So, me first, huh? They both looked at the bathroom door. Yep. What the heck, she thought. It's only a regular old bathroom, right? And I'm choking in this dress, right? And dying to get comfortable, right? But once inside the bathroom, she was too aware of his presence just outside. She turned on the faucet to cover any personal sounds. She kept glancing furtively at the doors. She confronted herself in the mirror, moving close to analyze her reflection until her breath beaded on the glass. Mrs. Clay Forrester, huh? She asked her reflection. Well, don't go getting any ideas. He told you once you don't play around without paying for it, and he was right. So put on your nightie and go out there and clamber into bed with him, and if you're uncomfortable doing it, you've got nobody to blame but yourself. Her fingers trembled as she undressed. She stared herself down with two wide eyes as she removed her velvet wedding gown, then the slip and that ridiculously minuscule bra. Her breasts were weightier now, the nipples broad and florid. At their sudden release, dull twinges of ache flowed through them, not pain exactly, but something akin to it, and she closed her eyes and cupped one in each hand, squeezing and lifting in that way which lately could abate those unexpected throes. Once the pangs were gone, came the relief of being unbound. She watched herself scratch the red marks where her bra had bitten too tightly at the top of her ribs, then her stomach, which felt like the head of a drum and itched mercilessly now as the skin began stretching. Unbidden, the thought came that the man who waited on the other side of the door had created these changes in her body. She shook off the thought, brushed her teeth, ran warm water and soaped a cloth. But just as she was about to scrub off her makeup, it struck her that her face had many shortcomings which would be emphasized without the makeup, so she left it on. She threw up her arms, and a yellow nightgown drifted down like a parachute in the wind, followed by a matching peignoir. Her hands slowed, tying the cover up at her throat. It was so obviously new. Would he mistake her reason for wearing such frillery? Should she march out there and announce that Ada had bought it at the company store at an employee's discount and had given it to her for a shower gift? Through the peignoir, her new girth was disguised, and she smoothed the front, thoughts skittering from one to another. She was putting off opening the door, and she knew it. She closed her eyes and swallowed again, and felt a hidden tremor deep within her stomach. Suddenly the memory of Jill Magnuson was there, in full color behind her eyelids, and Catherine knew beyond a doubt that had it been Jill here getting ready to join Clay, there would be no schoolgirl shyness. She supposed Clay was wishing right now she were Jill Magnuson. A hint of self-pity threatened, but she barred it. She remembered that last long look of regret on Jill's face as she looked back across the room at Clay before walking out the door. At last Catherine admitted, I carry his child, but it should be her, not me. The door was soundless. Clay stood with his back to her, gazing down into her open suitcase, his tie forgotten in one hand, toothbrush in the other. Your turn, she said quietly, expecting him to jump guiltily. Instead, he looked over his shoulder and smiled. His eyes made one quick trip down and up the yellow peignoir. Feel better? He had pulled his shirt tails out of his trousers. Her eyes went down to them like metal shavings to a magnet, to the network of wrinkles pressed into the fabric by his skin, then, farther down, to his stocking feet. Much. They exchanged places, and Clay moved into the bathroom, leaving the door open while he only brushed his teeth. In the suitcase, Catherine found a corner of her diary showing beneath the neatly folded clothing there. She tucked it away and closed the suitcase with a snap. Are you tired? He asked, coming back from the bathroom. Not a bit. Do you mind if I break into that champagne, then? No, go ahead. It might help, after all. When his back was turned, she tugged at the top of her neckline. It was far from seductive, but not quite demure. His shoulders flexed and twisted as he worked away at the cork, and the wrinkles on the rear tails of his shirt did incredible things to her stomach, hanging free that way, drifting against his buttocks with every movement. The cork exploded, and he swung the bottle over the loving cup. "Here," he said, coming back with bottle in one hand, glasses in the other. She held the glasses while he poured, but his shirt was unbuttoned all the way now, exposing a thin band of skin, a slightly deeper shade than the fabric itself. She dragged her eyes back to the champagne glasses, to the tan, long-fingered hand that reached out to reclaim one. "To your happiness," he said simply, in his clay-like, polite, usual way, while she wondered just what would make her happy right now. "And to yours." They drank, standing there in the middle of the room. There was a lump in her throat, she realized, as she swallowed the golden liquid. She looked down into her glass. "Clay, I don't want either of us to pretend this is something it isn't." Rattled now, she put a palm to her forehead and swung away. "Oh, God." "Come on, Catherine, let's sit down." He led the way, set the bottle on the table beside the roses, and strung himself out on a chair, lying low against its back, legs outstretched, ankles crossed, while she curled up opposite. He had a glimpse of her bare feet before she tucked them up beneath her in the corner of her chair. Together they raised their glasses, eyeing each other as they drank. "I suppose maybe we're setting out to get drunk," she mused. "Maybe we are." "That doesn't make much sense, does it?" "Not a lick." "It won't change a thing." "Nuh-uh." "Then why are we doing it?" "Because it'll make crawling into bed easier." "Let's talk about something else." "Whatever you say." She fiddled with her glass, then sat back, drawing circles with it upon her turned knee. Finally she asked, "You know what was hardest?" Across the table, he was looking very relaxed. His eyes were closed. "Your father's official welcome at the dinner table. I was very touched by it." Clay's eyes drifted open, studied her a moment before he observed, "You know, I think my father likes you." With a fingertip, she toyed with the bubbles on the surface of her drink. "He still scares me in so many ways." "I suppose to a stranger he seems formidable. Both he and Grandma Forrester have an air about them that seems rather officious, puts people on their guard at first. But when you get to know them, you realize they're not that way at all." "I don't intend to get to know them." "Why?" She raised expressionless eyes to his, then dropped them as she answered, "In the long run, that'd be best." "Why?" His head lolled sideways, yet she suspected his cat-like pose was not all real. She considered evading the issue, then decided against it. She leaned to take one rose from the bouquet and held it before her upper lip. "Because I might learn to like them after all." He seemed to be mulling that over, but he only tipped his glass again, then shut his eyes. "Do you know what your grandmother Forrester said to me tonight?" "What?" "She said, 'You are a beautiful bride. I shall expect beautiful children from you.' As if it was an official edict, and she'd brook no ugly grandchildren spawned with her name." Clay laughed appreciatively, his eyes again scrutinizing Catherine from behind half-closed lids. "Grandmother's usually right. And you were, you know." "Was?" she asked, puzzled. "A beautiful bride." Immediately, Catherine hid behind the rose again, became engrossed in studying the depths between its petals. "I didn't know if I should say it or not, but damn it, why not? You were a knockout tonight." "I wasn't fishing for a compliment." "You make a habit of that, you know?" "Of what?" "Of withdrawing from any show of approval I make toward you. I knew before I said that you'd turn defensive and reject it." "I didn't reject it, did I?" "You didn't accept it either." All I said was that you were a beautiful bride. Does that threaten you?" I don't know what you mean." "Forget it, then." "No, you brought it up. Let's finish it. Why should I feel threatened?" "You're the one that's supposed to answer that question." "But I'm not threatened in the least." She swished her rose through the air offhandedly. "You were a terrific-looking groom. There, see? Does that sound like I feel threatened by you?" But her very tone was defensive. It reminded him of a child who, taking up a dare, says, "See, I'm not either afraid to walk up and ring Crazy Gertie's doorbell," and then rings it and runs to beat hell. "Hey, what do you think?" he said in a bantering tone. "Are we supposed to thank each other or what?" That at last drew a smile from her. She relaxed a little, as if maybe the wine were now making her sleepy. "Do you know what your mother said to me?" Clay asked. "What?" He mused silently, as if deciding whether or not to tell her. Abruptly he leaned forward and occupied himself with refilling his glass. "She said, Catherine used to play wedding when she and Bobby were little girls. That's all those two would play, always arguing about who'd be the bride." Then he lounged back again, propped an elbow on the arm of the chair, rested his temple against 2 fingers, and asked lazily, "Did you?" "What does it matter?" "I was only wondering, that's all." "Well, don't wonder. It doesn't matter." "Doesn't it?" But abruptly she changed the subject. "One of your uncles mentioned that you usually go hunting at this time of year, but that you haven't had much chance this year because of the wedding interruptions." "It must have been Uncle Arnold." "Don't change the subject." "Did I change the subject?" "You can go, any time you want." "Thank you, I will." "I mean, we're not bound to each other, and nothing has to change. We can still go our separate ways, keep our friends just like before." "Great. Agreed. Stu and I will hunt all we want." "I wasn't really thinking about Stu." "Oh?" He quirked an eyebrow. "I was talking about her." "Her? Who?" "Jill." Clay's eyes turned to gray iron. Then he jumped up, stalked to the dresser, and clapped his glass down hard. "What has Jill got to do with this?" "I saw you standing in the foyer together. I saw the 2 of you kissing. I include her when I say you're not bound to me in any way." He swung around, scowling. "Listen, our families have been friends for years. We've been—" He stopped himself before he could say lovers. "I've known her since we were kids. And furthermore, her father was right there in front of us, and so was Grandmother Forrester, for God's sake." "Clay," Catherine's voice was like eiderdown, "I said it's all right." He stared at her silently, then swung toward his suitcase, shrugging his shirt off as he went, flinging it carelessly across the foot of the bed before disappearing behind the bathroom door. When Clay returned, Catherine was sitting on the far edge of the bed with her back to him. The wilted gardenia lay discarded on the bedside table while she brushed her hair. His eyes traveled across the white satin sheets to the robe lying on the foot of the bed, to the back of her pale yellow nightgown, to the brush moving rhythmically. Without a word, he doubled his pillow over and lay down with both hands behind his head. The brush stilled. He heard her thumbnail flicking across its bristles, followed by a clack as she laid the thing down. She reached for the lamp, and the room went black. The mattress shifted. The covers over his chest were pulled slightly in her direction. He had no doubt that if he reached out, he'd find her back curled against him. Their breathing seemed amplified. Sightlessness created such intimacy. Clay lay so rigid that his shoulders began to hurt. Catherine huddled like a snail, involute, acutely aware of him behind her. She thought she could hear her eyelids scraping on her dry eyeballs with each blink. She shivered and pinioned the satin sheet tightly between her jaw and shoulder. A rustle, barely audible, and she sensed his eyes boring into her back, invisible though it was. "Catherine," came his voice, You really have a low opinion of me, don't you? Don't sound so wounded. There's no reason to be. Just to keep the record straight, it should have been her who was the bride today. Do you think I don't know that? Do you think I couldn't tell how she belongs? I felt like a square peg in a round hole, and seeing you and her together brought me back to reality. I was becoming rather swept off my feet by all the lavish trappings around me. I'll answer your question now. Yes, I did used to play wedding with Bobby when we were kids. I'm an old pro at weddings. So this time I found myself really getting into the act. But I'm not pretending anymore. I see things for what they really are, okay? God damn it, thought Clay. I should thank her for giving me permission, but instead it makes me angry. God damn it, I shouldn't feel like I have to be faithful to a wife. But I do. Catherine felt the bed bounce as he tossed onto his side and punched his pillow. Somewhere outside, a jet went over, its faraway whine and whistle ebbing off into oblivion. The bed was very large. Neither of them had much sensation of sharing it physically, except for the sound of their breathing, far away from each other and in opposite directions. But the animosity between them was a much more palpable presence. It seemed like hours had gone by, and Catherine thought Clay had gone to sleep. But then he flung himself onto his back again so abruptly she was sure he'd been wide awake all this time. She was stiff and cramped from staying in her tight curl for so long, but she refused to budge. Her shoulder got a cramp, and she had to relax it. The sheet slipped off, and at last, giving up, she eased onto her back. "Are we going to get in each other's hair this way every time bedtime arrives?" he asked coldly. "I didn't mean to get into your hair." "Like hell you didn't. Let's at least be honest about it. You meant to bring a third party into bed with us, and you succeeded very well. But just remember, if she's here, it's at your request, not mine." "Then why do you sound so angry?" "Because it's playing havoc with my sleep. If I have to go through this for the next year, I'll be a burned-out wreck." "So what do you think I'll be?" Against his will, as he lay brooding, Clay had been resurrecting pictures of Catherine at the ceremony, the way she looked when she'd come around the living room doorway, when they spoke their vows, when she'd discovered all the girls from Horizons there, when he'd kissed her. He remembered the feel of her slightly rounded stomach against his. This was the damnedest thing he'd ever been through, going to bed with a woman and not touching her. All the more absurd, because for the first time it'd be legal, and here he lay on his own side of the bed. Damn it, he thought. I should have watched the champagne. Champagne made him horny. He finally concluded that they were being quite childish about all this. They were husband and wife. They'd been through some decidedly sexual teasing during the course of the evening, and were now trying to deny what it was that was keeping them both awake. What the hell, he thought. Things couldn't be worse. "Catherine, do you want to try it again, with no strings attached? Maybe then we could get some sleep." The muscles in her lower abdomen cinched up tight and set to quivering. She shrank to her side of the bed, turning her back on him again. "The wine has gone to your head," was all she said. "Well, what the hell? You can't blame a guy for trying." She felt like her chest bones might burst and fly into 1,000 pieces. Angry with herself for wishing the night to be more than it was, angry with him for his suggestion, she wondered what exquisite torture it would be to turn to him and take him up on his invitation. But she remained as she was, curled into herself. In the long hours before sleep, she wondered over and over again if he had any pajamas on. Chapter 20. Catherine was awakened by the sound of draperies opening. She sat up, as if a 120-piece band had struck up a Sousa march beside her bed. Clay stood in the flood of sunlight, laughing. "Did you always wake up like that?" She squinted and blinked, then flopped backward like an old rag doll, covering her eyes with a forearm. "Oh, God, you did have pajamas on." He laughed again, free and easy, and turned toward the view of the awakening city washed in pink and gold below them. "Does that mean good morning?" "That means I wasted a perfectly good night worrying about a dumb thing like whether or not you were wearing pajamas." "Next time, just ask." Suddenly, she was pulling herself off the bed and running for the bathroom door, which thwacked shut behind her. "Don't listen," she ordered. Clay leaned an elbow against the window frame, chuckling to himself, thinking of the unexpected charms of married life. She came out looking sheepish and went immediately for her cover-up. "I'm sorry if I was a little abrupt about that, but this little feller in here has made some sudden changes, and that's one of them. I'm still not used to it." "Does this confidence mean you're not mad at me anymore?" "Was I mad at you?" "I don't seem to remember." She busied herself doing up the front of the garment. "Yeah," he said, moving away from the window. "I made some underhanded suggestion, and you got huffy." "Forget it. Let's be friends. I don't feel like fighting much, even with you." He confronted her now, bare-chested, giving her hair the once-over so that she started combing it with her fingers. "Listen," she explained, "I'm not at my best in the morning." "Who is?" he returned, rubbing his jaw. Then he turned toward a suitcase and rummaged inside it, beginning to whistle softly through his teeth. Mornings she was used to her mother scuffling around the house with an air of martyrdom and tiredness, as if the day were ending instead of beginning, and the old man with his belching and scratching, drinking coffee royales and muttering imprecations under his breath. But this was something new, a man who whistled before breakfast. He stopped on his way to the bathroom, holding a leather case of toilet articles. "What do you say we get dressed and find some breakfast, and then go out to the house and pick up the gifts?" "I'm starved. I never did finish my dinner last night." "And you're not the only one who's hungry?" He dropped his gaze briefly to her stomach. She was contouring it with both hands. "No, I'm not." "Then let me buy you both breakfast." She colored and turned away, realizing she liked the morning Clay. When the shower was splattering away, she dropped down onto the bed again, fell back supine in the sun, thinking of how different Clay seemed this morning. She even enjoyed his teasing. She heard the bar of soap drop, then a muffled exclamation, then light whistling began. She remembered him turning from that window with those coolie-like pajamas hanging so tentatively low on his hips and the thin line of red-gold hair sparkling its way down the center of his stomach. She groaned and rolled over and cradled her face in the L of an arm, and the sun crept over her in warm fingers of gold, and she fell asleep, waiting there that way, as pregnant women are prone to do. He came into the bedroom wearing pajama bottoms and a towel slung around his neck. He smiled at the sight that greeted him. She lay there, sprawled luxuriously, and he studied the way the yellow fabric followed the contours of her shoulders, back, buttocks, the one knee drawn up, the other with its bare foot dangling over the edge of the bed. In daylight, he decided, she was much more amiable. He'd enjoyed their little repartee upon waking. He looked around, spied the roses, nabbed one, and began tickling the sole of her foot with it. The toes curled tight, then the foot rotated on the ankle irritably. Then it kicked him in the knee, and she laughed into the bedclothes. "Cut it out," she scolded. "I told you I'm not at my best in the morning. I have an ugly disposition until almost noon. And here I was thinking how nice you were before. I'm a bear." "What are you doing here? We're supposed to be getting ready for breakfast." She looked at him with one cheek and an eye lost in the blankets. "I was just catching a cat nap." "A cat nap? When you just got up?" "Well, it's your fault." "Oh, yeah? What'd I do now?" "Dunce. Pregnant ladies tend to sleep a lot. I told you that before." She reached backward and waggled her fingers. "Gimme." He put the rose in her hand, and she sniffed it, one deep, long, exaggerated pull, then rolled over and said to the ceiling, "Morning has broken," and without another word went to bathe and dress. Catherine could see that her greatest adversary was normalcy. Clay, being well-adjusted, intended to forge ahead as if their marriage were ordinary, but she herself was constantly on guard against the compelling gravity of the commonplace. That first day gave her glimpses of what life with Clay could be like if things were different. They arrived at the Forresters through the high sun of the November afternoon, which had melted away all but a few hints of last night's snows. The doorman was gone now. It was just an ordinary house again. Squirrels, much the color of the lawns, chittered and chased, still on the search for winter stores. A nuthatch darted from one of the festoons beside the door, where it had been dining on bearded wheat. And, as it always could, the home welcomed. They caught Claiborne and Angela nestled together on the love seat, like a pair of mated mallards, while the Minnesota Vikings radiated from the screen. There were the inevitable touches of greeting, in which Catherine was now included. They opened most of the gifts together, the four of them, with time out for instant replays and for teasing Catherine about her ignorance of the game. Sitting on fat pillows on the floor, Catherine and Clay laughed over a grotesque cookie jar that looked like it belonged in a Swahili kitchen instead of an American townhouse, and she learned that Clay's favorite cookies were chocolate chip. They opened a waffle iron, and she learned that he preferred pancakes. Halftime highlights came on, and she learned he disliked the Chicago Bears. Angela made sandwiches, and Claiborne said, "Here, open this one next," with a surprising giddiness now that the game was over. And amid a mound of used wrappings, Catherine felt herself being sucked into the security of this family. In the late afternoon, they piled their loot into the cars and drove to the place they'd now call home. She met Clay at the door and watched as he set down his load and bent to put the key in the lock. Her arms were full of gift boxes, overflowing with Excelsior, and she peered around, watching him pocket the key. The door swung open, and before she knew what was happening, he had turned and deftly scooped up the whole works, wife, Excelsior, boxes and all. "Clay!" I know, put me down, right?" But she only laughed while he floundered, acting like his legs had turned to rubber, and collapsed onto the steps with her in his lap. "In the movies, somehow, the wife never has a paunch," he teased, leaning his elbows back on the steps behind them. She scowled, called him a very nasty name, then felt herself being pushed from his lap. "Get off me, paunchy." The apartment lay steeped in late afternoon dusk, silent, waiting. As they stood surveying the living room, it seemed to beckon with the intimacy of a lover about to shed her clothes. New furniture, still wearing tags and dust wrappers, waited, stacked, leaning, unassembled. Lamps with their bases encased in padding lay upon the davenport, while their shades waited on the floor in plastic sleeves. Bar stools and tables stood about. Pieces of bed frame lay beside the mattress, and the box spring leaned against the wall. Boxes and suitcases which they'd brought earlier were stacked on the counter, strewn about the room. The moment held a poignance that took away their laughter and made them wistful for a moment. It all seemed so ironically like the real thing. The reflection of sunset slipped its lavender fingers through the broad expanse of glass, lending an unearthly glow to the place. Catherine felt Clay's hands on her shoulders. She turned to find him startlingly close behind her, his jaw almost colliding with her temple as she swung around. "Your coat?" he said. She thought there was a tortured expression about his mouth, wondered if he were thinking of Jill Magnuson, but just that quick, he removed it, and in its place was a grin. They changed into blue jeans and sweatshirts and set to work, she in the kitchen, he in the living room. Again, the air of normalcy returned. For Catherine, it was like playing house, working away in this place that seemed too good to be true, packing away wedding gifts in the cupboards, listening to the sounds of Clay moving furniture around. As they worked, evening spun in, and at times she allowed the line between reality and fantasy to blur. "Come tell me where you want the davenport," Clay called. She got up from her knees and went to ponder with him, and they arranged the room together. And once she went laughing, asking, "What in the world do you suppose this thing is? displaying some odd piece of steel that might have been either sculpture or a meat grinder. They laughingly agreed that it must be a sculpture of a meat grinder and relegated it to a hidden spot behind the tissue box on top of the refrigerator. And dusk was deep when he appeared in the kitchen, asking, "Are there any light bulbs anywhere?" "Shove that box over here. I think it's stuff from the shower." They found bulbs. A few moments later, still on her knees, she saw lamplight appear over the peninsula of cabinets from the direction of the living room and smiled when she heard him say, "There, that's more like it." She'd finished most of the kitchen unpacking and was lining the linen closet shelves as he passed through the hall, carrying pieces of clanging bed rail. "Watch the wall," she warned. Too late. The bed rail dug into the door frame. He shrugged and disappeared with his burden. Next, he came through with the headboard, then with a toolbox from his trunk. She began unpacking linens, listening to the sounds coming from the bedroom. She was hanging up new towels in the bathroom when he called, "Catherine, can you come here a minute?" He was on his knees, trying to hold the headboard and bed rails at right angles while he tightened nuts and bolts, and was having one hell of a time. "Hold that up, will you?" His hair was messed and curling across his forehead while he concentrated on his work. Holding the metal rails, she felt the vibrations wriggle their way to her palms as he plied the screwdriver. He finished, and the thing was a square. He put the cross slats in and stood up, saying, "I'll need a little help getting the mattress up the stairs." "Sure," she said, uncomfortable now. On their way up the steps with their ungainly cargo, Clay warned, "Now, just guide it, don't lift it." She wanted to say, "Don't be solicitous," but bit her tongue. And then the bed was a bed, and the room grew quiet. They looked across the short expanse, his hair all a-scatter, and hers slipping free of the combs with which she'd carelessly slung it behind her ears. He had sweat rings beneath his arms, and she had a dust smudge on the end of her right breast. His eyes dropped down to it fleetingly. "There," he announced. "You can take over from here, okay?" The new bare mattress made them both uneasy. "Sure," she said with affected brightness. "What color sheets would you like? We've got pink with big white daisies, or beige with brown stripes, or—" "It doesn't matter," he interrupted, leaning to pick up a screwdriver and drop it into the toolbox. "Make it up to suit yourself. I'll be sleeping on the Davenport." Catherine was brushing her palms off against one another, and they suddenly fell still. Then he swung from the room. She stood a moment, staring at nothing. Then she kicked their brand-new box spring and left a black shoe mark on it. She stared at the mark, hands in her jeans pockets. She apologized to the box spring, then took back the apology, then spun and dropped down onto the edge of the unmade bed, suddenly feeling like crying. From the living room came the sound of some bluesy music with soft piano and a husky female voice as he started up the stereo. Finally, she quit her moping and made up the bed with crisp, fresh sheets, then decided to put her clothing into the new dresser drawers. She stopped with her hands full of sweaters and called, "Clay?" But apparently he couldn't hear her above the music. She padded silently down the carpeted hall, down the few steps to the living room, and found him standing, cowboy-like, feet astraddle, thumbs hooked up in his rear pockets, staring out the sliding glass doors. "Clay?" He started and looked around. "What?" "Is it okay if I take the dresser and you take the chest of drawers?" "Sure," he said tonelessly. "Whatever you want." Then he turned back to the window. The inside of the dresser drawers smelled of new, spicy wood. Everything in the place was so spanking, so untouched, so different from what Catherine was used to. She was struck again with a sense of unreality, simply because of the inanity of what she was doing. But when Catherine considered where she was and what lay around her, she felt as if she were usurping someone else's rightful place, and again the image of Jill popped up. The sound of a drawer opening brought her from her reverie, and she glanced over her shoulder to find Clay also putting his things away. They moved about the bedroom, doing their separate chores, silent except for an occasional "excuse me" when their proximities warranted. She snapped on the closet light to find he'd brought his hanging clothes over sometime during the week. All his sport coats hung neatly spaced, shirts squarely centered on their hangers, pant legs meticulously flush and creased. She'd somehow imagined that Inella took care of his clothing, kept it flawless and groomed, and was surprised to find such neat precision all his doing. The scent he wore lingered in the enclosure, much as it did in his car. She snapped out the light again and turned with her handful of hangers. "I guess I'll take the closet in the other bedroom, if it's okay with you." "I can push my stuff closer together." No, it's okay. The other closet's empty, anyway." When she disappeared into the room across the hall, he stared into the drawer he'd been filling in the bureau, contemplating. A short time later, their paths crossed in the living room. Clay was occupied putting away his tapes. "Listen, are you hungry?" Catherine asked. "We didn't have supper or anything." It was nearly 10 p.m. "Yeah, a little." He continued his sorting, never glancing up. "Oh, well, gee," she stammered. "There's nothing here. We could—" "Just forget it, then. I'm really not very hungry." "No, we could go out and get a hamburger or something." He looked at her stomach. "Oh, you're probably hungry." "I'm okay." He sighed, dropped a tape back into the cardboard box where it clacked before the room fell silent. He stared at it, kneeling there with the heels of his hands on his thighs, then shook his head in slow motion. "Aren't we even going to eat together?" "You're the one who said first you were hungry, then you weren't." He looked at her squarely. "Do you want a hamburger?" She rubbed her stomach with a timorous smile. "Yes, I'm starved." "Then what do you say we stop playing cat and mouse and go out and get one?" "Okay. Let's leave the rest of this stuff for tomorrow night." "Gladly. And tomorrow I'll get some groceries in the house." And with that, everything seemed better. The illusion lasted till bedtime. Then again, they walked on eggshells. Coming in after their late supper, she hurried to remove her coat before he could help her, afraid lest he should inadvertently touch her. He followed her to the living room. "Feel better?" he asked. "Yes. I didn't know how hungry I was. We did a lot of work today." Then they couldn't think of anything else to say. Clay began an exaggerated stretch, twisting at the waist with his elbows in the air. Panic hit her and made her stomach twitch. Should she simply exit, or offer to make up his bed, or what? They both spoke at once. "Well, we have to get up. Should I get your—" She flapped her hands nervously, gestured for him to speak, but he gestured for her to speak at the same time. "I'll get your bedding," she got out. "Just show me where it is, and I'll do it myself." She avoided his eyes, led the way up the steps to the linen closet. When she started to reach up high, he hurriedly offered, "Here, I'll get them down." He moved too quickly and bumped into her back before she could move aside. He nearly pulled the comforter down on her head. She plucked a package of sheets and another of pillowcases from the shelves and put them on top of the comforter in his arms. "I saved the brown and beige ones for you." Their eyes met briefly above the bedding. "Thanks." "I'll get your pillow." She fled to do so. But they had only 2 pillows, which were both on the king-size bed, already encased in pink-flowered pillow slips. There was some sticky hesitancy as she returned with one, saying she guessed he wouldn't need that other pillowcase she'd given him. And then everything went wrong at once, because he reached to take her pillow, and the comforter tipped sideways, and the plastic-wrapped packages slipped off the top, and she lunged to try to catch them, and somehow their fingers touched, and the whole pile of bedding ended up on the floor at their feet. He knelt down quickly and began gathering it up while she scuttled back to the security of the bedroom, shut the door, and was about to begin changing into her nightgown when he came back for his pajamas. He knocked politely, and she let him pass before her to go in and get them, then shut the door again as he left. By the time she donned her nightgown, her stomach was in knots. She sat down on the end of the bed, waiting for him to go in and use the bathroom first, but apparently he was sitting downstairs waiting for her to do the same thing. Naturally, they both decided to make the move at once. She was halfway down the hall, and he was halfway up the steps when they spied each other headed in the same direction. Catherine's feet turned to stone, but Clay had the presence of mind to simply turn around and retreat. Afterward, she closed herself into the bedroom again, climbed into the vast bed, and lay there listening to the sounds that the walls couldn't quite hide, picturing Clay in those pajama bottoms as he'd been that morning. The toilet flushed, the water ran. She heard him spit after brushing his teeth. In the bathroom, Clay studied her wet washcloth hanging on the towel rack, then opened the medicine chest to find her wet toothbrush inside. He laid his next to it, then picked up a bottle of prenatal vitamins, studied its label thoughtfully, and returned it to the shelf. She heard the bathroom light snap off, then he knocked gently on her door. "Catherine?" Heart clamoring, she answered, "What?" "What time do you usually get up?" 6:30. "Did you set an alarm?" "No, I haven't got one." "I'll wake you at 6:30 then." "Thank you." She stared at the hole in the dark where the door would be if she could see it. "Good night, then," he said at last. "Good night." He put on a tape, and the sound of the music filtered through the dark, through her closed door, while she tried to erase all thought from her mind and find sleep. She was still wide awake when the tape finally stopped, and a long time later when she heard Clay get up in the dark and get a drink of water in the 21. Kitchen. The way they did things the first time usually set the precedent for their routine. Clay used the bathroom first in the mornings. She used it first in the evenings. He got dressed in their bedroom while she was showering. Then she got dressed while he put his bedding away. He left the house first, so he opened the garage door. She left second and closed it. Before leaving that Monday morning, he asked, "What time will you get home?" "Around 2:30. "I'll be later by an hour or so, but if you wait, I'll go grocery shopping with you." She couldn't conceal her surprise. It was the last thing she'd expect him to want them to do together. Crisp, combed, he stood in the foyer looking up the steps at her. He put a hand on the doorknob, smiled briefly, raised his free hand, and said, "Well, have a good day." "You too." When he was gone, she studied the door, remembering his smile, the little wave of goodbye. Juxtaposed against it came the memory of her father, scratching his belly, roaring, "Where the goddamn hell is Ada? Does a man have to make his own coffee around this dump?" Catherine couldn't forget it all the way to school in her own car, which she kept expecting to turn back into a pumpkin. It was an odd place to begin falling in love, in the middle of the supermarket, but that's precisely where it began for Catherine. She was still boggled by the fact that he'd come along. Again, she tried to picture her father doing the same, but it was too ludicrous to ponder. She was even further dumbfounded by the silliness that sprang up between her and Clay. It had started out with the two of them learning each other's tastes, but had ended on a note of hilarity which would undoubtedly have seemed humorless to anybody else. "Do you like fruit?" Clay asked. "Oranges. I crave oranges lately." "Then we shall have oranges," he proclaimed dramatically, holding a bag aloft. "Hey, check how much they cost first." "It doesn't matter. These look good." "Of course they look good," she scolded, looking at the price. "You've chosen the most expensive ones in the place." But when she would have replaced them with cheaper ones, he waggled a finger at her and clucked, "Tut, tut." Price was no object, he said, when he bought food, and she dropped the oranges back in the cart. At the dairy case, she reached for margarine. "What are you going to use that for?" "What do you think? Not for a hot oil treatment on my hair." "And not to feed me," he said, grinning, and took the margarine from her hands. "I like real butter." "But it's 3 times as much," she exclaimed. Then she reclaimed her margarine and put his butter back in the case. He immediately switched the two around again. "Butter is 3 times as fattening, too," she informed him, "and I do have an imminent weight problem to consider." He made an affected sideward bow, then put her margarine in the cart next to his butter as they moved on. She spied a 2-gallon jar of ketchup up ahead and when Clay's back was turned, she picked up the ungainly thing and came waddling over with it clutched against her outthrust stomach. "Here," she puffed. "This should hold you till next week." He turned around and burst out laughing, then quickly relieved her of the enormous container. "Hey, what are you trying to do, squash my kid?" "I know how you like ketchup on your hamburgers," she said innocently. By now they were both laughing. They wandered along behind their mountain of food, and at the frozen foods she chose orange juice and he pineapple juice. They took turns laying them in the cart like poker players revealing their next cards. She played a frozen pumpkin pie. He played apple. She drew corn. He drew spinach. "What's that?" she asked disgustedly. "Spinach." "Spinach? Yuck!" "What's the matter with spinach? I love it." "I hate it. I'd as soon eat scabs." He perused the bags and boxes in the display case with a searching attitude. Sorry, no scabs for sale here." By the time they reached the meat counter, they were no longer laughing. They were giggling, and people were beginning to stare. "Do you like Swiss steak?" she asked. "I love it." "Do you like meatloaf?" "I love it." "Well, I hate it. Don't you dare subject me to meatloaf." Warming to the game, she just had to trail her fingers threateningly over the packages of hamburger. He eyed her warningly out of the corner of his eye, a buccaneer daring her to challenge his orders. She picked up the hamburger, weighed it on her palm a time or two, plotting the insidious deed. "Oh, yeah, lady?" He made his voice silky. "Just try it." He grinned evilly, raking her with his pirate's eyes until she stealthily slipped it back where it had come from. Next, he turned on her, ordering autocratically, "You'd better like pork chops." He took up a challenging stance at a right angle to the meat counter, feet apart, one hand on a package of chops, the other on the non-existent scabbard at his belt. The tile of the floor might very well have been the deck of his windjammer. "Or else what?" she fairly growled, trying to keep a straight face. He grew cocky, raised one eyebrow. "Or else," a quick glance to the side, a hint of a smile before he snatched up a different package and brandished it at her, "we eat liver." She hooked both thumbs at her waist, ambled nearer, looked directly into his swashbuckler's handsome brown face, and rasped, "Suits me fine, bucko. I eats my liver raw." He tilted a sardonic brow at the liver. "More'n likely doesn't know how to cook it." "The plague take you, I do." A twitch pulled at the corners of his lips. He tried to get the words out without snickering, but couldn't quite make it. "Lucky for you, woman, because I don't." And then the two of them were dissolved in giggles again. Where Catherine's comic instinct had come from, she couldn't guess. She'd never suspected she harbored it. But she warmed to it, found herself lifted in a new, spontaneous way by their levity. Somehow Clay, who she had to admit was charming as a swashbuckler, had given her a glimpse of him that she liked, and a glimpse of herself which she liked as well. Such bouts of good humor sprang up between them more often after that. She was surprised to find Clay not only humorous, but complacent and even-tempered. It was the first time in her life that she lived free of the threat of erupting tempers. It was an eye-opener to Catherine to learn it was possible to live in such harmony with a male of the species. The townhouse, too, wove its charm about Catherine. At times she would come up short in the middle of some mundane chore and would mentally pinch herself as a reminder not to get too used to it. She would load the dishwasher, or worse yet, watch Clay load it, and remember that in a few short months this would all be snatched away from her. He shared the housework with a singular lack of compunction which surprised Catherine. Maybe it started the night he hooked up the washer and dryer. Together they read the new manuals and figured out the machine settings and loaded the washer with their first bundle of dirty clothes, and from then on a load was thrown in by whoever happened to have the time. She returned home one time to find him vacuuming the living room. The new blankets were linty. She stopped in amazement, a smile on her face. He caught sight of her and turned off the machine. "Hi, what's the smile for?" "I was just trying to feature my old man doing that like you do." Is this supposed to threaten my masculinity or something?" Her smile was very genuine now. Quite the opposite. Then she turned and left him, and the vacuum wheezed on again, while he wondered what she meant. It was inevitable that they be bound closer by inconsequential things. A telephone was installed, and their number was listed under the name Forrester, Clay. A grocery list was established on a corner of the cabinet, and on it mingled their needs and their likes. She bought herself a tape by the letterman and played it on his stereo, knowing full well it would not always be available for her to use. Mail began arriving, addressed to Mr. and Mrs. Clay Forrester. He ran out of shampoo and borrowed hers, and from then on they ended up buying her brand because he liked it better. Sometimes they even used the same washcloth. But every night out came the spare blankets, and he made up his bed on the davenport, put on a tape, and they lay in their separate darks, listening to his favorite one night, hers the next. But by now she had grown to expect that last tape of the day, and left her bedroom door open, the better to hear it. Thanksgiving came, and it was disturbingly wonderful for Catherine. Angela had included both Steve and Ada in her invitation, plus all of Clay's grandparents and a few assorted aunts, uncles, and cousins. It was the first time in 6 years that Catherine, Ada, and Steve had celebrated a holiday together, and Catherine found herself awash in gratitude to the Forresters for this opportunity. It was a day steeped in tradition. There were warm cheeks meeting cold, cozy fires, laughter drifting up through the house from the game room below, a table veritably sagging beneath its burden of holiday foods, and of course Angela's magic touch was everywhere. There were bronze football mums laced with bittersweet in the center of the table, flanked by crystal candelabra upon imported Belgian linen. Seated at dinner, Catherine swallowed back the sickening sense of future loss and strove to enjoy the day. Her mother was truly coming out of her shell, smiling and visiting, and it was crazy the way Steve and Clay took to each other. They spent much of the meal badgering each other about a rematch at pool as soon as the meal was over, but with the best of spirits. How the Forresters take this for granted, thought Catherine, gazing around the circle of faces, listening to the happy chatter, soothed and sated as much by their goodwill as by their food. What happened to my notions about the wicked rich, she wondered. But just then her eyes met Claiborne's. She found a disturbing gentleness there, as if he'd read her thoughts, and she quickly looked away, lest she be drawn to him further. In the afternoon, Catherine received her first lesson in how to shoot pool. Was it accidental or intentional, the way Clay crowded his body close behind her, as he leaned to show her how to extend her left hand onto the green velvet, crossing her hip with his right arm, his hard brown hand gripping hers on the cue. "Let it slide through your hand," he instructed into her ear, sawing back and forth while his sleeve brushed against her hip. He smelled good, and he was warm. There was something decidedly provocative about it all. But then he backed away, and it was men against women in a round robin that pitted Clay and Steve against Catherine and a teenage cousin named Marcy. But in no time it was obvious the sides were uneven, so Catherine played with Steve as her partner, and they whipped the other two in short order. Steve, it seemed, had been dubbed Minnesota Skinny during the hundreds of hours spent at pool tables during basic training and the years since. Eventually, pool was preempted by football, and Catherine found herself snuggled into a comfortable cushion between Clay and Steve. During replays, Catherine received her second lesson on the sport, explained succinctly by Clay, who slouched comfortably and rolled his head toward her during his comments. At the door, Claiborne and Angela bade them goodbye, and while Claiborne held her coat, Angela asked, "How are you feeling?" She raised her eyes to twin expressions of concern, surprised to be asked in so point-blank a way about her pregnancy. This was the first time since before the wedding that anybody had brought it up. "Pudgy," she answered with a half-smile. "Well, you're looking wonderful," Claiborne assured her. "Yes, and don't let female vanity get you down," added Angela. "It's only temporary, you know." On the drive home, Catherine recalled their solicitous attitudes, the concern behind their simple comments, threatened by that concern more than she cared to admit. "You're quiet tonight," Clay noted. "I was thinking." "About what?" She was silent a moment, then sighed. "The whole day, what it was like, how all of your family seems to take it for granted. I mean, I've never had a Thanksgiving like this before." "Like what? It was just an ordinary Thanksgiving." "Oh, Clay, you really don't see, do you?" "See what?" No, he didn't see, and she doubted that he ever would, but she made a stab at comparison. "Where I came from, holidays were only excuses for the old man to get a little drunker than usual. By mealtime he'd be crocked, whether we were at home or going to Uncle Frank's. I don't ever remember a holiday that wasn't spoiled by his drinking. There was always so much tension, everybody trying to make things merry in spite of him. I used to wish—" But her voice trailed away. She found she could not say what it was she'd wished for, because it would seem guileful to say that she wished for a day like she'd had today. "I'm sorry," he said softly. Then he reached over and squeezed her neck gently. "Don't let bad memories ruin your day, okay?" "Your father was very nice to me today." "Your mother was very nice to me." "Clay, But once again she stopped, uncertain of how to voice her growing trepidation. Catherine didn't think he'd understand that Thanksgiving had been just too nice. "What?" "Nothing." But that nothing was a great big lump of something good and alive and growing, which would, she was sure, be bittersweet in the end. It was shortly after that when Clay came home one evening with a 4-pound bag of popcorn. "4 pounds?" she exclaimed. "Well, I'm awfully fond of the stuff." "You must be," she laughed and flung the bag at him, nearly doubling him over. That night they were sitting on the davenport studying, with a bowl between them, when Catherine suddenly dropped a handful of popcorn back into the bowl. Her eyes grew startled, and the book fell from her fingers. "Clay," she whispered. He sat forward, alarmed. "What's the matter?" "Oh, God," she whispered, clutching her stomach. "What's the matter, Catherine?" He eased nearer. Concern etched across his eyebrows. She closed her eyes. "Oh," she breathed, while he wondered if she had written the doctor's number down where he could find it fast. "For God's sake, what is it?" Something. Her eyes remained closed, while sweat suddenly broke out across his chest. Her eyes opened, and a tremulous smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Something moved in there." His eyes shot down to her stomach. Catherine held it like she was getting ready to try a 2-hand set shot with it. Now he held his breath. "There it goes again," she reported, her eyes closing as if in ecstasy. Once more, please," she whispered invocatively. "Is it still moving?" he whispered. "Yes. No. Wait. Can I feel?" "I don't know. Wait, there it is again. No, it's gone." His hand advanced and retreated several times through all this. "There it is again." She made room for one of his hands on the gentle mound beside her own. They sat there mesmerized for a long, long time. Nothing happened. Her eyes drifted up to his. The warmth of his hand seeped through to her flesh, but the flutter within remained still. "I can't feel anything." He felt cheated. "It's all done, I think." "There, what was that?" "No, that wasn't it. That was probably only my own heartbeat." "Oh." But he didn't take his hand away. It lay there warmly next to hers while he asked, "What did it feel like?" "I don't know. Like when you're holding a kitten, and you can feel it purr through its fur. Only it lasted just a moment each time." Clay's face felt hot. His scalp prickled. He still cupped her stomach with a hand which stubbornly wasn't going to move away without feeling something. It's good to touch her, he thought. "Clay, nothing's going to happen anymore, I don't think." Oh. Disappointed, he slid his hand from her, but where it had been, there were 5 buttery smudges on her green cotton blouse. "You've marked me," she joked, stretching out the shirt by its hem, suddenly too aware of how good his hand had felt. He caught a glimpse of a zipper that wasn't completely zipped, a snap which wasn't snapped. "Yes, for life," he said on a light note, but he had the sudden urge to kiss her. She looked so expectant and crestfallen at the brevity of the sensation. "Promise me you'll let me feel it next time it happens?" But she didn't promise. Instead, she moved a safe distance away, then muttered something about getting the butter out before it set permanently, and headed in the direction of the laundry. When she returned, she was wearing a pink duster and fuzzy booties, and he had great trouble concentrating on his studying after she resumed her place on the other side of the popcorn bowl. By now, Catherine well knew how Clay enjoyed his morning coffee at the counter. He was there at his usual place, reading the morning paper a few days later when she appeared from upstairs. He blew on his coffee, took a sip, looked up over his paper, and his lips fell from the rim of the cup which hovered forgotten in mid-air. "Well, well, well. Look at here," he crooned. She pinkened, got suddenly very busy plopping a piece of bread in the toaster with her back to him. "Turn around so I can see." "It's just a maternity top," she said to the toaster, looking at her reflection in it. "And why so shy?" "I'm not shy, for heaven's sake." She swung around. "I just feel conspicuous, that's all." "Why? You look cute in it." "Cute," she muttered disparagingly, "like Dumbo the elephant." "Well, it's got to be more comfortable than going around with your zippers open and your snaps flapping." Again she colored. "Well, I couldn't help but notice the other night when I was feeling your tummy." "I keep thinking of facing your grandmother in maternity clothes and putting it off as long as possible." He put down his paper and came around the peninsula to pour another cup of coffee. "Nature will have its way, and not even Elizabeth Forrester can stop it. Don't frown so, Catherine." She turned to butter her toast. "I don't want to think about facing her for the first time wearing these." On an impulse, he moved close behind her and touched his lips to the back of her hair, his cup still in his hand. "That probably won't be until Christmas, so stop worrying." Facing the cabinets, she was unsure of what it was she'd felt on the back of her head, and then, without warning, he slipped an arm around her middle and spread his fingers wide on her stomach. "Is there any more activity going on in there?" he asked. From behind, he saw her jaws stop moving. She swallowed a mouthful of toast as though it were having some difficulty going down. "Don't touch me, Clay," she warned, low, intense, fierce, not moving a muscle. His hand stiffened. The room seemed to crackle. "Why? You're my—" "I can't stand it," she snapped, slapping the toast down on the counter. "I can't stand it." He felt the blood surge to his head, stung by her unexpected outburst. "Well, I beg your goddamn puritanical pardon." He clapped his cup down vehemently and stormed out of the room, out of the house, without so much as a goodbye. When the door slammed, Catherine leaned over, braced her elbows on the countertop, and buried her face in both hands. She wanted to call, "Come back, come back." "Don't believe me, Clay. I need touching so badly. Come back and make me let you touch me, even if I argue. Smile at me and wish me your sweet-tempered goodbye like always. I need you so badly, Clay. Coddle me, comfort me, touch me, touch me, touch me. Only make it all mean something, Clay." She had a miserable day that day. She made supper and waited, and waited, and waited. But he didn't come. She finally ate alone, staring at his empty stool beside her, the food like cardboard in her mouth. She ate very little. She put on one of his favorite tapes, just for some racket in the place, but that was worse. She felt more miserable than ever, for it only brought back the memory of his slamming out the door as he had. She put on one of her favorites, But naturally, it soon rolled around to the same old song which always reminded her of him. You're just too good to be true. That made her more miserable than ever, so she chose to wait in silence. At 11 o'clock she gave up and went to bed. She woke up at 2 a.m. and crept down the dark hall and checked the living room. In the blackness it was hard to see. She felt her way to the davenport with her feet, reached out a careful hand, only to find that there was no bedding there, no Clay. Finally, at 5 she fell asleep, only to be awakened an hour and a half later by the alarm. Catherine knew before she went downstairs that he wouldn't be there. Chapter 22. School was an exercise in futility that day. Catherine sat through her classes like a zombie, seeing little, hearing less. All she saw was Clay's hand on her stomach the night when they'd been eating popcorn. All she heard was his voice. "Can I feel?" She remembered his eyes, those eyes she'd grown to know so well, with a brand-new look, wide, gray, excited. "I can't feel anything, Catherine. What did it feel like?" Her insides trembled at the thought of his staying away all night. She'd have to call his parents if he wasn't home when she got there. Sick at the thought that he might not come home tonight either, she delayed going there herself. She stopped at Horizons after classes for a visit with the girls. Only she learned that Marie had gone into labor around 10 o'clock that morning, and they were all waiting for news from the hospital. Without a second thought, Catherine drove to Metro Medical Center and obtained permission to wait in the father's waiting room. By the time news came, it was 9 o'clock. She was not allowed to see Marie, for they had taken her directly to the recovery room, so Catherine finally headed for home. When she got there, the living room light was on. At the sight of it, she felt her heartbeat go wild and racy. Catherine opened the door to silence. Slowly she hung up her coat, and even more slowly ascended the stairs. Just inside the living room, Clay was standing like an outraged samurai. His shirt hung open and wrinkled. His beard was a smudge across his cheeks. His hair was unkempt, and his face bore the ravages of a sleepless night. "Where the hell were you?" he roared. "At the hospital." His anger swooshed away, leaving him with that gut-hollow feeling as after an elevator drops too fast. He looked at her stomach. "Is something wrong?" "Marie just had a 6.5-pound baby girl." She turned on her heel, heading upstairs, but found herself swung around roughly by an elbow. Madder than ever at having been duped into thinking something was wrong with Catherine, he barked. "Well, you could have called me, you know." "Me?" she yelled back. "I could have called. What about you? I'm not the one that got thrown out, remember? I did not throw you out." "Well, you sure as hell didn't make me feel anxious to come back." "The choice was yours, Mr. Forrester, and I'm sure you didn't suffer out in the cold." "No, I sure as hell didn't." "Did she let you paw her nice flat stomach all night long?" "What's it to you? You gave me permission to paw anything I want of hers, didn't you?" "That's right," she hissed. "Anything you want." "Catherine, let's not get into it, okay? I'm beat, and "Oh, you're beat. Poor baby. I didn't get 2 hours sleep last night, worrying that you drove it out of your system until you cracked up the Corvette someplace, and all the while you were with her, and now you come home crying that you're tired? Spare me." "I never said I was with her. You assumed that." "I don't give a tinker's damn if you were with her or not. If it'll keep you off my back, fine. Spend all the time you want with Jill Magnuson. Only do me the courtesy of reminding me not to cook supper for you on your nights out, all right? And who do you think cooked supper for you tonight?" Her eyes slid to the kitchen. Sure enough, there was evidence of a neglected meal all over the place. Catherine didn't know what to say. He raged on. "Just what do you suppose I thought when you didn't show up to eat it?" "I know what you didn't think. That I was out someplace with an old boyfriend." He ran a hand through his hair, as if searching for control, then turned away. "You'd better call your mother. She's worried sick." "My mother? How did she get into this?" "I couldn't think of any place else she'd be, so I called her place." "Oh, fine. Just fine. I didn't call your mother to check up on you." "Well, maybe you should have, 'cause I was there." He stomped across the living room and plunked down on the davenport. "Lord," he said to the windows, "I don't know what got into you yesterday morning. All I did was touch you, Cat. That's all I did. Was that so bad? I mean, what do you think it makes a man feel like to be treated that way?" He got to his feet and started pacing back and forth. "I mean, I've been living like a goddamn monk. Don't look, don't touch, watch what you say, sleeping on this davenport like some eunuch. This setup just isn't natural." "Whose idea was it in the first place?" Catherine said. "All right, granted, it was mine. But be reasonable, huh?" Her voice grew taunting. "What am I to you, Clay? Another conquest? Is that what you're after? Another notch on your—" She glanced insolently at his crotch. "Whatever it is you notch? I should think you could do better than one banged-up, big-bellied loser like me. Listen, I plan to come out of this marriage with fewer scars than I had going in. And to do that, I need to keep you away from me. Do you understand? Just stay away." Suddenly, Clay stormed across the room, grabbed one of her wrists, and in his fury flung his other hand wide, exclaiming, "Damn it, Catherine, I'm your husband!" Instinctively, she yanked free of him, covering her head with both hands, hunkering down, waiting for the blow to fall. At the sight of her, dropped low in that crouch, the anger fell from him to be replaced by pity, which hurt worse than the thought that she could not stand being touched by him. He dropped to one knee beside her. "Cat," he said hoarsely. "God, Cat, I wasn't going to hit you." But still she cowered on her knees, sunken in some fear too big for him to fully comprehend. He reached out a hand to soothe her hair. "Hey, come on now, honey. It's Clay. I'd never hit you, don't you know that?" He thought she was crying, for her body quivered terribly. She needs to cry, he thought. She needed it weeks ago. He watched her knotted fists dig into the nape of her neck. He touched her arms. "Come on, Cat," he gentled, saying, "It's only a silly fight, and it's over, huh?" He brushed back a strand of hair that fell like a golden waterfall covering her face. He leaned down to try to see around it, but she clutched her head and bounced on her haunches as if demented. Fear tore through his gut. His heart felt swollen to twice its size. "Cat, I'm sorry. Come on, don't—" "Nobody's going to hurt you, Cat. Please, honey, I'm sorry." Sobs collected in his throat. "Let me help you to bed, okay?" Something switched her back to reality. She raised her head at last, just enough to see him with one eye around that veil of gold. With infinite tenderness he promised, "I won't touch you. I just want to help you to bed. Come on." The tears he expected to see were not there. She unfolded herself finally, tossed back her hair, and eyed him suspiciously. Her face wore a protective mask of expressionlessness. "I can do it." Her voice was too controlled. "I don't need your help." With measured movements, she rose and left the room, left him kneeling there in the middle of it with a knot of emptiness inside him. After that, Catherine spent her evenings in the spare room. She either sewed maternity clothes or did typing jobs on a card table she'd set up there. When she had studying to do, it, too, was done in the spare room. Like a hermit crab, she crawled off into her shell. After several nights of her incessant typing, Clay came to the bedroom doorway, stood there studying her back, wondering how to approach her. "You've been doing a lot of typing lately. Your professor's laying on a heavy load or something?" She didn't even turn around. "I got a couple of jobs typing term papers." "If you needed money, why didn't you say so?" he asked impatiently. "I want my typing to stay good." "But you've got enough to do keeping up with your classes and things around the house without taking on more." At last, she looked over her shoulder. "I thought we agreed not to interfere with each other's private lives." His mouth drew into a straight, hard line. Then she turned back to her work. The following evening, when she was again seated at the typewriter, she heard the door slam. Her fingers fell still, hovering over the keys while she listened. Finally, she got up and checked the living room and kitchen to find him gone. She sighed and returned to the spare room. But there was undeniably a lonely feeling about the place, knowing he wasn't out there. He got home around 10, offering no explanation of where he'd been, getting no questions from Catherine. After that, he would leave occasionally that way, preferring not to face her indifference or the isolation of the living room with the sound of the clattering typewriter or sewing machine coming from upstairs. One evening, he surprised her by returning home earlier than usual, coming into her hideout with his jacket still on. He dropped a checkbook on the card table, and she glanced up questioningly. He leaned from one hip a little, hands in his jacket pockets, only his eyes and hair picking up a faint reflection from the gooseneck lamp pointed down at the table. "What's that?" she asked. He eyed her from the shadows. "I ran out of blank checks and had to have some new ones printed." She looked down at the black plastic folder, opened it, and found her name imprinted beside his on the top check. "We had a deal," said Clay. "I'd support you." She stared at the paired names on the blue rectangle, reminded of their wedding invitations for some reason. She looked up, but his features were inscrutable above her. "But not forever," she said. "I'll need money next summer and recommendations from satisfied customers. I want to take these jobs." He shifted feet, leaned on the opposite hip. His voice was slightly hard. "And I want you back out in that living room in the evenings." "I've got work to do, Clay." And she turned back to her typewriter, making the keys fly. He left the checkbook where it was and strode angrily from the room. After he was gone, she leaned her elbows on the machine and rested her face in her palms, confused by him, afraid, so afraid, of allowing her feelings for him to sway her. She thought of the coming summer, the separation that was inevitable, and sternly began typing again. The spare bedroom soon became cluttered with her things, piles of blank paper and manuscripts lying in heaps on the floor beside patterns and fabric scraps, textbooks, a tote bag, her schoolwork. Christmas break arrived, and she spent most of it holed up, typing, while he spent most of his time in the law library at the university, which was open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. He arrived home one evening just before supper, tired of the austere law library and its dry books and rigid silence. He hung up his coat while cocking an ear toward the spare room. But everything was silent. The clack of the typewriter was disturbingly absent. He wandered upstairs, glanced into the cluttered room only to find it dark. He hurried downstairs again to find a note. Bad news this time. Grover's baby born early, going to Horizons, back late. It was signed simply C. The house seemed like a tomb, silent and lifeless without her. He made himself a sandwich and wandered to the sliding glass doors to stand looking out at the snow while eating. He wished they'd have a Christmas tree, but she expressed no desire to buy one. She said they had no ornaments anyway. He thought about her cold withdrawal from him, wondered how a person could insulate herself from feeling as she did, and why. He was used to living in an environment where people conversed at the end of the day, sat and shared some talk with their dinner, sometimes watched television or read books in the same room, companionable even in silence. He missed his mother and father's house very much, picturing the enormous Christmas tree that was an annual fixture, the fires, the aunts and uncles dropping in, the gifts, the decorations which his mother lavished upon the house. For the first time ever, he wished Christmas would hurry up and get past. He took his sandwich and wandered idly upstairs to change into a jogging suit to lounge around in. He stopped at the doorway of the dark workroom, took another bite of the sandwich, wandered in, and snapped on the gooseneck lamp. He touched the keys of the typewriter, read a few words from the paper she'd left in the platen, and glanced over the papers that covered the top of the crowded table. Suddenly, he stopped chewing, arrested by the dark corner of a book that was peeking from beneath a stack of papers. He licked off his fingers, slid the book out to reveal a half-filled page of Catherine's handwriting. Clay went out again tonight, it began. He pushed the book back and hid it as it had been, took another healthy bite of tuna salad, and stared at the corner of the book. It lured him, peeking out that way. Slowly he set his plate down, licked some mayonnaise from a finger again, drawn by that volume. Finally he gave in and laid the diary across the typewriter platen. Clay went out again tonight, but didn't stay out quite as late as last time. I try not to wonder where he goes, but somehow I do. It always seems lonesome here without him, but it's best not to get used to having him around. Today he mentioned buying a Christmas tree, but no matter how bad I want one, too, what's the use? It's just another tradition to break next year. He wore his brown corduroy jacket today, the one he wore the time... There she had stopped. He dropped down into her chair, still staring at the words, feeling great guilt at having read them, but rereading them just the same. He pictured her sitting there, holed up in this room away from him, writing her secret feelings instead of talking about them with him. Again and again he read the words, "He wore his brown corduroy jacket today, the one he wore the time," and wondered what she'd have written had she completed the thought. She never mentioned anything about his clothes. He'd never thought before that she even was aware of what he wore. Yet this... He closed his eyes, remembering how she had said she couldn't stand to have him touch her. He opened them again and read, "He wore his brown corduroy jacket today, the one he wore the time..." Was it a pleasant memory she attached to the brown jacket? He remembered the fight they'd had over Jill. He reread, "It always seems so lonesome here without him." Before he could do something foolish, he rose, buried the book the way he'd found it, snapped off her light, and went down and turned on the television. All this very abruptly. He sat through 3 commercials and 1 act of a show he didn't recognize before going back upstairs and pulling the diary out again. He told himself that this was different, that he was different, that he wasn't out to use anything he read against her. She had used up so many pages last 4th of July that he didn't waste time counting them. Today was a day of discovery. For once, we were going to be all together and have a family picnic out at Lake Independence. As usual, Daddy got blind drunk and ruined everything. Mom and I had the picnic all packed when she changed her mind and called Uncle Frank to say we wouldn't be coming. One thing led to another, and Daddy accused Mom of making him the family scapegoat when all he'd had was a couple of shots. Ha! He started in on her, and I stepped in, so he aimed his attack at me, calling me the usual. Only it was worse this time because I was wearing my bathing suit, all ready to take off for the lake. I took it as long as I could, but finally retreated to my room to contemplate life's injustices. Bobby called in the late afternoon and said she and Stu were going to Powderhorn to watch fireworks, and how would I like to come along with a friend of Stu's. If it hadn't been such a miserable day, I might not have gone. But it was, and I did. And now I'm not sure if I should have. His name was Clay Forrester, and when I first met him, I'm afraid I made an absolute fool of myself by staring. What a face, what hair, what everything. His eyes were gray, and he seemed a little brooding at first, but as the night went on, he smiled more. His eyebrows are not exactly the same. The left one quirks up a little more and gives him a teasing look at times. His chin has the suggestion of a dimple. His hair was the color of autumn leaves, not the reds, not the yellows, but the ones in between, like some maples, maybe. When Stu introduced us, Clay was just standing there with his thumbs hooked in his jeans pockets, and all he said was, "Hi," and smiled, and just like that my heart hit my throat. I wondered if he could tell. What happened was insane. I'm not sure if I believe it yet. We walked around Powderhorn with this huge jug of wine, taking turns sipping and waiting for full dark. I remember that we laughed a lot. Bobby and Stu were ahead of us, holding hands, and sometimes Clay's shoulder bumped mine and shivers went up my arm. By the time the fireworks started, We were all nearly as high as they were. It turned out there were blankets in the truck, and pretty soon Bobby and Stu disappeared with one of them. I remember just the way Clay stood there, with a bottle of wine in one hand and the handle of the truck door in the other. He asked if I wanted to sit in the truck and watch the fireworks or use the other blanket. I still can't believe I really answered, "Let's use the blanket," but I did. We sat down under a huge tree with lacy black branches, and Clay pulled the cork out of the wine bottle with his teeth and spit it high in the air, and we both laughed. I remember thinking how different it felt, getting drunk, when you were the one doing it instead of watching someone else. He was leaning on his elbow, stretched out like on the blanket, resting the bottle on the ground between us, when he leaned over and put an arm around my neck and pulled me over to kiss me the first time, and somehow my breast came up against his hand and the neck of that bottle. "Fireworks," he whispered in my ear afterward. He put his hand under my hair and held me there, moving the back of his hand and the top of the bottle against me. I guess I said, "Yeah," or something, just to see what had happened. What happened was that he said, "Come here," and put his other arm around me, wine and all, and pulled me over there beside him and stretched out. I went willingly, remembering the names that Daddy had called me that morning, thinking to myself that maybe I'd prove him right. Clay took his time. He was some kind of a kisser. I've kissed boys before, but this was different. And I've been pulled tight against boys before, but somehow they always were panting and clumsy and overeager, and I was repelled. I waited for that to happen again, but it didn't. Instead, when I stretched out beside Clay, he gave me all the time I needed to make up my mind. I had it made up long before he pressed himself against me. I could feel the wine bottle bump against my back, cold through my shirt compared to his tongue, warm in my mouth. Lazy it was at first, lazy and slow. I remember the feeling of his teeth against my own tongue and the taste of wine in both of our mouths together. I remember him using his lips to urge me to open my mouth wider. Then the feeling of his tongue exploring me made me go all balmy and warm. Funny thing was, while he did it, he loosened his hold on me, and I found myself lying there, drifting into submission more from his lack of force than the presence of it. At last he nudged himself away and collapsed onto his back with a wrist over his eyes. He was still holding onto the wine bottle with the heel of it against the ground, rocking it back and forth. He said something like, "Ooh, you're good at that." Did I say, "So are you," or not? I don't remember. I only know I felt all loose and woozy, and by then my heart was pounding between my legs, and both of us were breathing so hard you could hear it above the boom of the fireworks. I think it was me who said I needed more wine, and I think it was him who said he needed less. Anyway, we both laughed then, and when the wine bottle was corked up again and not hindering him, he pulled me over half on top of him, and this time the kisses were harder and hotter and wetter, and both of our bodies were doing a lot of talking. He rolled me onto my back, lying half across me, and I remember thinking how secure it felt to have somebody hold me that way. It seemed to take away the hurt of the awful things Daddy was always yelling at me. It was like coming home ought to feel, or like Christmas, or like all the best scenes from all the best movies, all rolled into one. He flattened me with the length of his body and began moving against my hips, kissing me all over my face. Once he broke away and groaned, "Oh, God." But I wouldn't let him go. I pulled him back on top of me and made him not stop. Maybe if I hadn't done that, things would have eased up a little. But by that time, I didn't want them to ease up. "Hey, listen, I think we're both a little drunk," he finally said, and rolled off of me. But I found the wine bottle and said, "Not yet." Then I took a mouthful of wine and leaned over and kissed him, and when his mouth opened, I let the wine drizzle into it. He took the bottle and sat up and filled his mouth, pushed me onto my back again, and did what I'd just done to him. The wine was warm from the inside of his mouth. When I swallowed it, he bathed my lips with his tongue, running it over them like a mother cat washes her kitten. And before I knew what was happening, he ran his tongue down my jaw and laced his fingers through my hair and forced my head back. Then I felt the neck of the bottle against my own neck and the cool trickle of the wine as he poured it in the hollow of my arched throat. Crazy, I thought. We're crazy. But I felt like my pores were alive for the first time ever while he lapped the wine from my neck. Then he moved up to continue kissing me under my jaw, intentionally touching me nowhere else, I think. I remember the pulsing happening in my body, in places where I wished he'd pour the wine and cool me off. But I knew pouring the wine wouldn't really cool me off. And anyway, I didn't want to be cooled. When his tongue left me again, my hand groped for the wine bottle, and he played along, letting me take my turn at drinking from him. I made him lie on his side, and we were both giggling terribly while I tried to pour wine into his ear, and he said, "What are you doing?" And I said, "Deafening you." And he said, "What?" And I said, "Deafening you." And he said, "What?" again. Louder and louder, and we were laughing, and I was taking wine from his ear with the tip of my tongue, only most of it had gone running down behind it and into the soft hair at the back of his neck, and I followed it, and we laughed and laughed. When it was his turn again, he teased me by pretending to consider for a long, long time, and finally he rolled me onto my stomach and said, "Pick your hips up off the blanket a little." I did, and felt him pull my shirt tails out of my jeans. Next, I felt the wine run into the hollow of my spine before he slipped his arm under me and held me up a little while taking the wine off my back. And always we were laughing, laughing, even when he lay down on top of me and started kissing the back of my neck, using his hips from behind to tease me, while I pleaded breathlessness with his weight on top of me that way. My turn next, and there was only one place I could think of, if you could call it thinking by that time, my mind was so fuzzy. We were kissing when I pushed him onto his back again. Then I sat up and boldly unbuttoned his shirt and, like he'd done to me, pulled it out of his jeans. I poured my turn into the shallow valley between his ribs and tried to lap it up before it ran down to his stomach, but of course I couldn't, and we started giggling foolishly, getting hotter all the time, avoiding the final confrontation with this silliness we'd somehow cooked up together. I've read about different kinds of foreplay before, but this one beat anything I'd ever read about. Next, it was his turn, and suddenly the giggling stopped. He unbuttoned my blouse and the flashes from the fireworks, and without uttering a word poured wine in my navel, and ever so slowly pushed the cork into the bottle and threw it far away onto the grass someplace. He leaned over, and no sooner had I felt his tongue on my stomach than he got both arms around my hips some way, and we rolled back and forth with his face against my stomach, and one of his hands swept up and down from the small of my back to the back of my thighs, and I knew what would happen if I didn't stop him. So I reached down to pull at his shoulders, but he rolled over and pinned the bottom half of me down, kissing his way around the waist of my jeans. Then he tried to open the snap with his teeth. Finally, I managed to make him come up and join me, stretched out again. But my blouse was opened, and he had my bra off before his lips got to mine. Again we were flattened against each other, and his skin felt so good against mine. He ground himself against me, and I ground right back. He raised his knee and pressed it high between my legs, and I clung to him, to the very, very good and right feeling of being close that way to another human being. He had a way of moving his hands over my breasts that made me forget all the names Daddy had ever called me, that made me feel utterly right to lie there beneath his touch, letting his knee ride hard and high between my thighs, letting him pull one of my legs over his hip, until we were as close to joined as it's possible to be when you're both still wearing jeans. Once he whispered, "Hey, listen, are you sure you want to do this?" and something about him not usually doing this with strangers, and I think I stopped his words with my mouth, and then his hands plunged down into the back of my jeans, and I gave him every permission with a movement of my body. Names Daddy had called me came teasing, but somehow they didn't apply. I wanted that closeness, needed it like nothing I had ever needed in my life. And when Clay zipped down my zipper and tucked the backs of his fingers against my bare skin, I sucked in my stomach to make it easier for him. His hand moved down, and I closed my eyes and lay there, pretending that at last somebody loved me. Who was I at that moment? Was I some heroine from a forgotten childhood film, or was I myself, the me that had gone without affection all her life? I think maybe I was a little of each, for I knew a treasured feeling that could only happen in the movies. At least, I'd always believed it only happened in the movies. Yet here it was, happening to me. I felt like all 19 years of my life had been pointed to this moment, to this man who was showing me that there was more than hate in this world. There was love, too. He called me Cat then. "Ah, Cat," he said, "you feel good." And I was sure that he could feel me throbbing, touching the inside of me that way. And I wanted to say to him that I'd never felt that way before, not ever, not even close. But I didn't. I only closed my eyes and let everything in me swim toward his touch until my body thrust against his hand of its own accord, and I knew my mouth hung slack, but could not seem to close it. I seemed to forget how to kiss even, but lay there beneath his kiss, nearly unaware of it, for its adequacy seemed to pale compared to the sensations that wanted completion in the lower half of my body. And the wine led my hands to search his hard hips, feeling them pull away, giving me consent, freedom, space. The heat of him was a surprise, and I felt awkward and graceful both at once, knowing this was what I was expected to do, yet unsure of how to go about it. At my touch, he grunted, pressed closer against my hand, moved sinuously. "Go ahead, Cat," he said in my ear, and his breath on my neck was equally as hot as the beating of his blood through denim. I did it, in slow motion, I think, fearing with every opening tooth of his zipper that somehow my father would know what I was doing. Then I put him from my mind. No, that's not true. I didn't have to put him from it, because my thoughts of him and everything else fled when I touched Clay Forrester for the first time. Whatever I had expected, I had not expected such heat. Neither had I expected the silkiness, but he was both hot and silky, and I had enough sanity about me to marvel at the fluid way he could move, his thrust and ebb, making me feel the experienced one, holding his flesh in my hands when I feared being naive and inexpert. When I used to imagine making love, I always thought it would be awkward and clumsy. First times are bound to be, I thought. But it wasn't. Instead, it was easy and as graceful as any dance. When he came into me, he called me Cat again, plunging deep while little of the discomfort I'd been led to expect happened. I learned that my body had had some hidden knowledge all along that my mind had not, for it undulated and surprised me, and pleased Clay, I think, and it really was like the ballet, each movement so in tune with the other. It was effortless and natural and rhythmic, and would be beautiful to watch, I thought later. But when we were soaring, everything came clear, and I suddenly knew why I was doing it. I was doing it to get even with Daddy, and maybe even Mom. In the middle of it all, my muscles suddenly lost motion, and I only clung to Clay and let him finish without me. I wanted to cry out loud, "Why didn't you love me? Why didn't you hug me? Why did you make me do this? You see, it's not so hard to touch, to be tender. Look, a total stranger can show me all this. Why couldn't you? I didn't want much. Just a smile, a hug, a kiss sometime to know you approved of me." I wanted to cry then, but made myself not. And maybe I hung on to Clay too tight, but that's all. I'll show them. I'll show them all." The room was a circle of dark around the light blot shining over the cluttered tabletop. The words on the page became hazy, and Clay's hand shook as he replaced the diary where he'd found it. He propped his elbows on the typewriter and pressed his lips against his folded hands. His eyes closed. He tried to gulp down the lump in his throat, but it stubbornly remained. He dropped his face into his palms, picturing a father reading that from his daughter. Further, he tried to conceive of a father so devoid of emotion as to fail to respond to such a cry for love. His mind wandered back to the evening he'd first learned that Catherine expected his child. Vividly, he recalled her stubborn refusal to ask anything of him, and for the first time he thought he understood. He thought he understood, too, why she had done such a convincing job during the wedding and reception. "I'll show them. I'll show them all." He felt a new and oppressive weight of responsibility that he'd not known until now. He recalled her aversion to being touched, her defensiveness, and realized why it was so necessary for her to build such a barrier around herself. He pictured her face the few times he'd seen it genuinely happy, knowing now the reasons for her quicksilver changes and why she had been striving so hard to remain independent of him. His elbows hurt. He realized he'd been sitting for a long time with them digging into the sharp edges of the typewriter. He opened his eyes, and the light hurt him. Listlessly, he rose and turned off the lamp, wandered into the bedroom, and fell on the bed. He lay there with his mind reeling and groping, waiting for her return. Clay heard her come in, sat up, wondering how to treat her, an odd sensation, for now his concern was with her, not with himself. When he came downstairs, she was sitting with her coat still on, her head laid back against the davenport, eyelids closed but quivering. "Hi," he said, stopping way across the room from her. "Hi," she said, without opening her eyes. "Something wrong?" The lamplight shone on her wind-strewn hair. She hugged her coat very tightly around herself and turned the collar up around her jaw. "The baby died." Without another word, he crossed the room, sat down on the arm of the davenport, and put a hand on top of her hair. She allowed it, but said nothing, showed no signs of the heartbreak and fear that bubbled inside her. He moved his hand, rubbing in warm circles upon her hair, then smoothing it down in wordless communion with her. She swallowed convulsively. He wanted desperately to kneel down before her and bury his head in her lap and press his face to her stomach. Instead, he only whispered, "I'm sorry." "They say its lungs were underdeveloped, but when a baby comes early, there's always a chance of—" But her sentence went unfinished. Her eyes opened wider than normal, focused on the ceiling, and he waited for only a single sob, but it never came. He tightened his fingers gently on the back of her neck, an invitation to avail herself of him in whatever way she needed. He could tell how she needed to be held and comforted, but she overcame it and sprang up, away from his touch, jerking her coat off almost angrily. He stopped the coat while it drooped yet over her shoulder blades, grasping her upper arms from behind, expecting her to yank free of his touch, but she didn't. Her head sagged forward as if her neck had suddenly gone limp. "It doesn't mean ours is in danger," he assured her. "Don't let it upset you, Catherine." Now she yanked free and spun. "Don't let it upset me. What do you think I am? How can I not let it upset me when I've just seen Grover crying for a baby she never wanted? Do you know how she got pregnant? Well, let me tell you. She was suckered into a date with a high school jock who did it on a dare because she was such a troll. That's how. And she thought she hated the thing growing inside her, and now it's dead. And she cried like she wished she had died too. And you say don't let it upset you? I don't understand how this world got so screwed up." He moved suddenly before he could change his mind, before she could run away from him again or hide her need behind more of her anger. He wrapped both arms around her and gripped her fiercely. He cradled the back of her head, and forced it into the hollow of his neck and made her stay that way, their muscles quivering, straining, until at last she gave in, and he felt her arms cling to his back. More like combatants than lovers they clung. Her nails dug into his sweater as she gripped it. Then he felt her fists thumping against the small of his back in desperation, although she wasn't trying to escape him anymore. Just those pitiful thumps, growing weaker and weaker while he waited. "Catherine," he whispered, "you don't have to be so strong all the time." "Oh, God, Clay, it was a boy. I saw him in the incubator. He was so beautiful and fragile." I know. "Her mom and dad wouldn't come. Clay, they wouldn't come." A fist hit his back again. Let her cry, he thought. If only she'd cry at last. "But your mom's going to come, and so is mine." "What are you trying to do to me?" She suddenly started pushing, palms against his chest, almost thrashing. "Catherine, trust me." No, let me go. This is hard enough without you mixing me all up even worse." Then she ran up the stairs, taking with her all her years of bottled-up hurt. But now he knew that gentleness would work. It would take time, but eventually it would work. Chapter 23. It began snowing shortly after noon on Christmas Eve day. It came down like diamond dust, in light, puffy feather flakes. By evening, the earth looked clean white. The sky bore a soft luminescence, lit from below by the lights of the city reflecting off the snow. Catherine wore a new homemade jumper of mellow rust wool, with a tie that cinched it loosely beneath her breasts. She had decided to meet Elizabeth Forrester head-on this time, yet, approaching the front door, some of Catherine's aplomb quavered at the thought of the grande dame eyeing her popping stomach for the first time. "Do you think she's here yet?" she asked Clay timorously, while he paused with his hand on the door latch. "I'm sure she is. Just do like I said. Face her squarely. She admires that." The smile she managed nearly faded as they entered, for Elizabeth Forrester was advancing upon them from the height of the open stairway. Her cane led the way, but it had a surprising tuft of Christmas greenery tied about its handle with a red ribbon. "Well, it's about time, children," she scolded imperiously. "Merry Christmas, Grandmother," Clay greeted, taking her arm as she approached the lowest step. "Yes, I'm given to understand that it certainly is. I can help myself down the steps, if you please. If you want to pamper someone, I understand that your wife is in the way of a woman who needs pampering. Is that so, my dear?" She turned her hawk eyes on Catherine. "Hardly. I'm as healthy as a horse," replied the girl, removing her coat into Clay's hands, revealing the maternity dress. About Elizabeth Forrester's lips a thin smile threatened, and the eyes that pointedly refrained from dropping to Catherine's abdomen glittered like the jewels upon her fingers. Then she cocked a brow at her grandson. "You know, I like this young woman's style. Not unlike my own, I might add." The ivory-headed cane pecked twice at Catherine's stomach, while the matriarch passed on her decree. "As I've said once before, I shall most assuredly expect him to be beautiful, not to mention bright. Merry Christmas, my dear." She bestowed a cheek to Catherine's, miming a kiss that did not quite land, then exited to the living room in her usual grand style to leave Catherine gaping at Clay. "That's all?" she whispered, wide-eyed. "All?" he smiled. "Beautiful and bright? That's a pretty big order." A smile began around the corners of Catherine's eyes. "But what if she is only cute and of average intelligence?" Clay looked shocked. "You wouldn't dare." "No, I don't suppose I would I?" Their smiles lingered for a long moment, the encounter with Elizabeth Forrester somehow already forgotten. Gazing up at Clay, at the smile upon his firm cheeks, his charmingly handsome mouth, and that brow that curled provocatively over his left eye, Catherine found her self-restraint slipping. She realized she'd been standing there with her eyes on his for some time and thought, "It's this house. What is it that happens to me when I'm in this house with him? Breaking the spell, Catherine swept her glance around the magnificent foyer, searching for something to say. "I think this place deserves to have its gentlemen arrive in capes tonight, and its ladies with fur muffs, with sleighs outside and nickering horses. Yes, Mother's been having fun, as usual." Then they turned to join the others. If the house exuded cordiality at other times of the year, it had a special spell at Christmas. Pine swags looped their way up the banister, their pungent aroma a heady greeting to all, while red candles sprang from freshly cut holly branches on tables everywhere. The pine scent mingled with that of smoke from the blazing fireplaces and cooking aromas from the kitchen. Within the study, hurricane lanterns couched blazing candles on the mantel, while a childish rendition of "Deck the Halls" came from the piano in the living room. There, within the bay window, stood a tree of enormous size, a proud old balsam, with traditional multicolored lights that cast their rainbows across the walls and faces there, and were redoubled in gilded swags of tinsel garland that threaded the balsam's limbs. It bore so many dazzling ornaments that its green arms fairly drooped. A mountain of gifts, foiled, beribboned, sprigged with greens, cascaded around the foot of the tree. Upon the longest living-room wall was an outsized wreath of nuts, garnished with a red velvet bow, whose streamers were caught within the beaks of gilded partridges which hung on either side of the wreath. Everywhere there was the buzz and babble of happy voices, and above them came the laugh of Angela, who'd been ladling eggnog in the dining room, looking like some delicate little Christmas ornament herself, in a pale lavender lounging outfit of soft velour, her tiny silver slippers matching the thin belt at her waist and the fine chains around her neck. "Catherine, darling," she greeted, immediately leaving her task and crossing to them. "And Clay." Her melodious voice carried its usual note of welcome, but Clay affected an injured expression. "You know, it used to be Clay, darling, first, and then Catherine, darling, but I seem to have been upstaged." Angela gave him a scolding pout, but nevertheless kissed Catherine first, then him, flush on the mouth. "There, is that what you've been waiting for, standing there so innocently?" She quirked an eyebrow at the archway over his head, which held a kissing ball of mistletoe. "As if you didn't know," teased Angela. "It's there every year." Clay quickly ducked aside, playing the beleaguered male, while Angela only laughed and bore Catherine away toward the eggnog, where Claiborne now turned with a warm greeting. The doorbell kept ringing until the laughter and voices were doubled. Left momentarily alone, Catherine scanned the ceiling to find the place peppered with mistletoe. Someone approached to congratulate her on her pregnancy, and she tried to forget about the mistletoe. But everybody else was using it to great advantage, and it made for a gay mood. Catherine assiduously avoided it. The food was served buffet-style, crowned by real English plum pudding that arrived steaming from the kitchen. That was when Grandad Elgin caught Inella under the mistletoe in the kitchen doorway as she fussily gave orders not to touch the pudding until she returned with the warmed dessert plates. Catherine laughed to herself, standing nearby with a cup of coffee in her hand. It was delightful and so unexpected to see little bird-like Grandad Elgin kissing the maid in the kitchen doorway. Catherine felt someone behind her and glanced over her shoulder to find Clay there. He raised his eyebrows, then his eyes, to a spot over her head. "Better watch out. Grandad Elgin will get you next," he said. She quickly scuttled from beneath the mistletoe. "I wouldn't have suspected it of your granddad," she said smilingly. "Things get a little crazy around here at Christmas time. It's always this way." "They certainly do," Clay's father said, approaching just then. "Do you mind, young Mr. Forrester, if old Mr. Forrester kisses your wife while she's standing in that advantageous spot?" Catherine wasn't under the greens anymore. Still, she looked up and backed up a step. "I wasn't—" "Not at all, Mr. Forrester." Claiborne captured her for a hearty kiss, then stepped back, squeezing her biceps, looking into her face. "You're lovelier than usual tonight, my dear." He put one arm around her shoulders, the other around Clay's. He looked first into one face, then into the other. I don't think I remember a happier Christmas. I think a little of the glow might be from you spiking the eggnog, Clay teased his father. A little. Not all, though. Catherine and Clay found a corner to sit in and eat their plum pudding, but she only dabbled at hers. It seemed they had little to say to each other, although time and again she felt Clay's eyes on her. Soon Angela rounded everyone up and took her place at the piano to accompany the younger children who piped carols off-key until the entire group ended with Silent Night. Claiborne stood behind Angela as she played, with his hands on her shoulders, singing robustly. When the last note finished, she kissed one of his hands. "You weren't singing," Clay said behind Catherine. "I'm a little inhibited, I guess." He was close enough to smell her hair. He thought of what he'd read in her diary. He'd been wanting her ever since. "People will be leaving now. I'll help them find their coats. And I'll start picking up glasses. I'm sure Inella is tired." It was after midnight. Clay and Catherine had ushered the last straggler out the door, for somehow Angela and Claiborne had disappeared. The entry was dim, pine-scented, and private. With slow steps, Catherine radiated toward the living room and the soft glow of tree lights. Clay was just behind her, where it seemed he'd hovered more and more as the night moved on. His hands were in his pockets. She ran her fingers through her hair, brushing it behind an ear as they ambled thoughtlessly toward the archway. But there Catherine stopped, warned by a movement in the shadows at the far end of the dining room. Claiborne and Angela stood there, wrapped in each other's arms, kissing in an impassioned way in which Catherine did not think people of their age kissed. Claiborne had a dish towel slung over his shoulder, and Angela was shoeless. His hand moved over Angela's back, then stroked her side and moved to her breast. Quickly, Catherine turned away, feeling like an intruder, for the two were certainly unaware of her presence across the wide, dimly lit rooms. But as she turned discreetly to withdraw, she bumped into Clay, who, instead of retreating, only placed a single finger over his lips, then raised it to point at the mistletoe above their heads. His hair and face and shirt were illuminated in the muted hues of Christmas, all red, blue, green, and yellow, and he looked as inviting as the gifts beneath the tree. His eyes, too, reflected the glow of the tree lights as with a single finger he traced the line of Catherine's jaw, burning its path to the hollow beneath her lower lip. Her startled eyes widened, and the breath clawed its way into her throat. She laid a hand against his light-dappled shirt, meaning to hold him off, but he captured it, along with her other, and carried them around his neck. "My turn," he whispered. Then he lowered his lips to hers, caught them opened in surprise, expecting the struggle to begin. But it didn't. He knew he did not play fair, catching her while his parents were right there doing the same thing. But it had been on his mind all night, and playing fair was the farthest thing from his mind as he delved into the silken depths of her mouth. Their warm tongues touched. He plied her with a singular lack of insistence, remembering what she had written about such things, inviting rather than plundering, with a luxuriant slowness. He felt fingers curve around the back of his collar and stilled his tongue, waiting, with his hold still merely a suggestion upon her body. Then a single fingertip found the skin of his neck, and gently he tightened the arm around her waist. Her body had grown since their wedding. It had blossomed into a captivating fullness that now held their hips apart. But he ran a hand possessively up and down her back, wishing that now the baby would kick, just once, so he could know the feel of it against his loins. Reluctantly, he ended the kiss. "Merry Christmas," he whispered near her face. "Merry Christmas," she whispered back, her lips so close he felt the whisper of breath from her words. The room was utterly still. A needle dropped from the Christmas tree, making an audible ping as they gazed into each other's eyes. Then their lips were willing and warm and seeking again, and her stomach was pressed lightly against him. She wished this could go on forever, but the very wish reminded her that it couldn't, wouldn't, and she withdrew. But when she would have been turned loose, he instead entwined his fingers loosely behind her back, leaning away, swiveling lazily back and forth with her, smiling down at her hair, her lips and her breasts, which were undeniably growing. She knew she should insist on being turned loose, but he was tempting, tender this way, handsome with his face limned by the low lights, his hair colored like fire. They turned their faces to look at the Christmas tree. Contented for the moment, she let him pull her lightly near him until her temple rested on his jaw. And from the shadows the pale faces of Angela and Claiborne, in a like embrace, watched the younger couple, and Claiborne wordlessly tightened his embrace. "I have a marvelous idea," Angela said softly. Catherine started slightly, but when she would have pulled away, Clay prevented it. "Why don't the two of you spend the night? And that way we'll be able to creep down in the wee hours in our nighties and robes, just like we've always done." Clay felt Catherine stiffen. "Fine by me," he said, rocking her as before, the picture of a satisfied spouse. "But I don't have my nightie," she said, alarmed. "I'm sure I can find one for you. And we must have a spare toothbrush around here someplace. You could stay in the pink room." Catherine groped for excuses, came up with one. "But we have to pick Mother up on our way over tomorrow morning anyway." "Oh, that's right." Clay's heart fell. "Well," Angela mused, "it was a good idea anyway. But you two make sure you get back here bright and early." At home, Clay took his sweet old time about dragging out his own bedding and using the bathroom. He hovered around the upstairs hall, leaning against her doorway, watching while she slipped off her earrings and shoes. "Want a glass of soda or something?" he asked. "No, I'm stuffed." "I'm not very tired, are you?" "I'm beat." He unbuttoned his shirt. "I guess that's to be expected, huh?" "Yes. The heavier I get, the less zip I have." "How much longer are you planning to stay in school? Shouldn't you be quitting pretty soon?" He finally decided to come into the bedroom, passing close behind her to stand beside the chest of drawers and empty his pockets. "I can go as long as I want." "How long is that?" "A while yet. Maybe till the end of second semester." He watched her moving around the room, knew she was making motions at inconsequential things to look like she was busy. He wandered to the closet door, idle himself, leaning against the doorframe and watching while she opened a dresser drawer. Her fair hair swayed forward over her shoulder as she leaned to retrieve something from inside. The skin across his chest felt as tight as a piano string. His heart beat upon it like a velvet hammer. His voice, when he spoke, was a deep, resonant note, softly struck. "How long can a pregnant woman safely have intercourse?" Catherine's hands fell still. Her head jerked up, and she met his eyes in the mirror. The muscles of her groin involuntarily tightened, as did her hands upon the garments she'd been needlessly straightening in that drawer. Clay didn't move a muscle, just lounged there against that doorframe with a hand strung negligently in his trouser pocket and a thin strip of golden-haired skin showing behind his open shirt. His expression was unreadable as she struggled to think of a reply. "I want to, you know," he said in that same hushed tone that raised every hair along the base of her spine. "And since you're already pregnant, what else could happen? I mean, if it's safe for you, of course." But she only stared at him. "I've been wanting to for weeks, and I've told you in every possible way except words. Tonight, when we were kissing under the mistletoe, I decided I'd tell you. You're a very desirable wife. Did you know that, Catherine?" At last she found her voice, trembling though it was. "I'm a very pregnant wife." But that doesn't detract from your desirability in the least, particularly since it's my baby you're carrying." "Don't say any more, Clay," she warned. "Don't be afraid of me, Catherine. I'm not going to force the issue. It's entirely up to you." "I'm not afraid of you, and the answer is no." Suddenly she found what she was looking for in that drawer and slammed it shut. Why? She kept her back to him, looking down at something on the dresser top, but in the mirror he could see how she pressed herself against the edge of it, clutching some blue filmy thing in her hand. Why are you doing this tonight, when it's been such a perfect day? I told you I'd like to go to bed with you. Would it be dangerous? The subject never came up at the doctor's. Well, why don't you bring it up next time you're there? There's no point in it. Isn't there? The silence that followed was as pregnant as the woman leaning against the dresser. Then Clay's voice became convincing. I'm tired of sleeping out there on that Davenport when there's a luxurious king-size bed in here and a perfectly good, warm woman to snuggle up to. And I think she'd enjoy it, too, if she'd let herself. What do you say, Catherine? It's Christmas. Don't, Clay. You promised. I'm breaking my promise, he said, bringing his shoulder away from that door frame in slow motion. Clay, she said warningly, turning to face him. How can you kiss that way and not get turned on? Will you tell me that? Stay away from me. I've been staying away. All it does is make me need it all the more. He advanced halfway across the room. I am not going to bed with you, so you can just forget it. Convince me, he said low, still advancing. Do you know what your problem is? It's your ego. You simply can't believe I can live with you and not give in to your deadly charms, can you? In a voice like velvet, he accused. Cat, you're a goddamn liar. You're forgetting I'm the one that was kissing you earlier. What's the harm in it? After all, it's legal, if it comes down to that. All signed, sealed, and documented by the preacher. What are you afraid of? He was no more than an arm's length in front of her now, his gray eyes warmer than she'd ever seen them. Unconsciously, she covered her widening girth with both hands. Why do you do that? Why do you try to hide from me, always keeping me at a distance, avoiding even being in the same room with me? Why can't you be like you were earlier tonight more often? Why don't you talk to me? Tell me how you're feeling, even complain about something. I need some human contact, Cat. I'm not used to living this insular life. Don't call me Cat. Why? Tell me why. No. She would have turned away, but his arm stopped her. Don't turn away from me. Talk to me. Oh, Clay, please. It's been the most wonderful night. Please don't ruin it now. I'm tired and happier than I've been for the longest time. At least I was until you started this. Can't we pretend the kiss never happened and be friends? He wanted to put voice to the root of her problem, to say to her that making love with him would not make her the slut her father told her she was. But she wasn't ready for it yet, and furthermore, it was a truth she must discover for herself. He knew if he forced her before she recognized that truth, the damage would be irreparable. If you mean it, and you're genuinely going to be friendly toward me from now on, that's a start. But don't expect me to forget that kiss ever happened. And don't expect me to believe that you'll forget it either. It's that house. Something about that house. I feel different when I go there. And somehow I do crazy things. Like letting your husband kiss you under the mistletoe? She was struggling with emotions she could not control, wanting him, afraid of the heartbreak he could cause her in the end. He reached out one brown hand, capturing the back of her neck, pulling her a little nearer, though she stiffly resisted. You are afraid of me, Catherine, but you don't have to be. When and if, the decision will be yours. Then he kissed her lightly on the mouth, still holding her with that single hand on her tight neck muscles. Good night, Cat, he whispered, and was gone. Her determination to resist Clay was further weakened when on Christmas morning she opened up a small package from him and found 2 tickets to Swan Lake, coming up at Northrop Auditorium in late January. She read the words on the tickets and raised her eyes, but he was tearing into a gift from his mother, so Catherine leaned over and touched his arm softly. He looked up. "You remembered," she said, with the warmth expanding in her chest. Well, thank you, Clay. I'm sorry I have no gift for you." "I haven't been to the ballet in a long time," he said. The moment grew complicated by the looks in their eyes. Then she broke the tension by teasing, "Who says you're invited?" But next, Catherine bestowed one of her rare smiles. Chapter 24. During the following week, Clay invited Catherine to go shopping with him. He needed something to wear on New Year's Eve, which they'd agreed to spend with Claiborne and Angela at the country club. But Catherine declined, believing it best to avoid such little domestic sallies. Clay came home one night with a pair of plastic-sheathed garment bags and tossed one casually across the back of a living-room chair. "Here, I thought we both ought to have something new." "You bought that for me?" she asked from the kitchen. "Sure. You were stubborn, so I had to. It's quite formal at the club, kind of a tradition." Then he bounded up the stairs with his hanger. She wiped her hands on a dishcloth and walked around the peninsula with her eyes riveted on the dress bag. When Clay came back, she was standing with the dress aloft, holding the black crepe skirt like an opened fan. "Clay, you shouldn't have." "Do you like it?" "Well, yes, but it's so impractical. I'll probably only wear it once." "I want you looking just as classy as every other woman there." "But I'm not. I've never owned a dress like this in my life. I'll feel funny." She looked momentarily crestfallen, but he could tell how much she liked it. "Listen, Catherine, you're my wife, and you have as much right to be at the club as anyone else. Understand?" "Yes, but—" "Yes, but nothing. All I'm worried about is if this thing will fit. It's a first for me, you know, buying a maternity dress." She couldn't help chuckling. "What did you do? Go in the store and say, 'Give me a dress that say 4 axe handles around'?" He rubbed his chin, measuring her visually. "No, I figured more like 5. She scarcely looked at him as she laughed. She had eyes for nothing but the dress. "I look like a circus tent, but I love it. Really." "You're awfully touchy about losing your shape. Isn't it time you accept it? I have." "It's easy for a man to say when he doesn't have to face getting blown up like some dirigible and having to lose the extra pounds afterward. If I'm not careful, no man will look at me twice next summer." As soon as Catherine said it, she felt him bristle. His good humor fled as Clay remarked, "Oh, so you plan to go husband hunting then?" "I didn't mean it that way, but I certainly don't intend this marriage to mean the end of my love life." For Clay, the pleasure of giving her the dress suddenly dissolved, leaving him feeling angry. His ego stung. It irritated him that she could make a comment like that while she wouldn't even let him lay a hand on her. He'd given her the best home she'd ever had, all the things he could think of to make her life easy. He'd taken on his share of the housework, given her the freedom to come and go and do her abominable typing, which irked him no end and made him want to drop the damn typewriter off the balcony. And he'd been more than patient with her, even when he wanted more attention than she gave. And how did she repay him? By being cold and standoffish, then bemoaning the fact that no man would look twice at her if she didn't preserve her shape. What the hell was she trying to do to him, anyway? While they were getting ready to go out on New Year's Eve, Clay was as stony as he'd been during the 3 days since he'd brought the dress home. Catherine had learned how lonely it felt to be the one on the receiving end of such treatment. She put the finishing touches on her hair. Just then, Clay came in the bedroom to rummage through his jewelry box for a tie pin. From behind, he was tantalizingly thin and tapered in the new smoky blue suit with its trim cut and double vents at the rear. Clay swung around to find her studying him. "I'm almost ready. Excuse me," he said, edging around her briskly. "I see that. Is that your new suit?" He didn't answer, just moved to the mirror to insert the needle of the pin through a new striped tie. "You always manage to look like an ad in the New Yorker," she tried. "Thank you." he replied icily. "And the dress fits, see? Good." She was stung by his indifference. "Clay, you've hardly talked to me at all this week. What's wrong now?" "If you don't understand it, I'm not going to waste my breath explaining." She knew very well what was wrong, but it was hard for her to apologize. He dropped the back clasp of the tie pin and muttered, "Damn." "Clay, I know I act ungrateful sometimes, but I'm not. And you and I had an agreement before we got married." "Oh, sure. So why are you in here offering me compliments? Why do I suddenly merit applause for how I dress?" "Because it's true, that's all." "Catherine, don't, okay? I don't know how to handle you anymore. You've walked around me like I was some cigar store Indian for weeks now, and when you finally decide to start talking to me, it's to tell me you're worried you might gain too much weight, so it'll be tough when you go on the make again. How do you think that makes me feel when you practically start shopping for chastity belts every time I try anything with you? Oh, for heaven's sake, what's the matter with you anyway?" "You want to know what's the matter with me?" he barked, whirling on her, accosting her face to face. "What's the matter with me is the same damn thing that was the matter with me last week, and the week before that, and the week before that. I'm horny. That's what's the matter with me. You want the truth, lady? There it is in a nutshell. So don't come sashaying in here after all this time and suddenly start fawning over my looks, which are the same as when you married me. You know what you are?" She had never seen Clay this angry. His face was suffused with color. The veins above his collar stood out boldly. "You, Mrs. Forrester, are a—" But even as angry as he was, he couldn't say it. "What?" she yelled. "Finish it! Say it!" But he got control of himself and turned away, tugging at his lapels and adjusting the knot in his tie. "My mother raised me to speak with respect around females, so I'll refrain from using the four-letter prefix to the word teaser." "How dare you, you bastard!" He gave her an insolent look in the mirror. "Take a look at what happens to you after a few days of being ignored. You come in here with your cute little compliments, just enough to keep me swimming after the bait, huh? Do you know how many times you've warmed up to me, just enough to keep me interested? I won't bother to recount them because you deny it anyway, but it's the truth. You've accused me of being the one exploiting you to boost my ego, but I believe the shoe's on the other foot. That's not true. I've never led you on. Catherine, at least I've been honest about it, starting with our wedding night. I've come right out and said that I wanted to make love to you. But do you know what you do? You skirt the issue, you skitter away, then allow me close enough only when it suits you. Your problem is you want to forget you're a woman, but you can't. You like being pursued, but on the other hand, you're afraid if you break down and allow yourself to be made love to, you'll be what your father always accused you of being. What you don't realize is that makes you as sick as your old man. You bastard, she growled, low in her throat. Go ahead. Call me names so you don't have to face yourself. You said no sex when you asked me to marry you. You got it. I've decided not to harass you anymore. You want to sleep in your big bed alone? Fine. But let's end this sweet little charade we play in between bedtimes, okay? I won't press you for attention, and you won't give me cute little compliments you don't mean, huh? Let's just keep out of each other's way until July, like we agreed. There was nothing in the world she wanted to do less than go to the club that night. Things became even less tolerable when, shortly after they arrived, so did Jill Magnuson, along with her date and her family. Clay put on a devoted husband act, timing his repeated returns to Catherine's side very assiduously all night long, making sure she had whatever drink she wanted, making sure introductions were made where necessary, making sure she was never left at the table alone when every other woman was dancing. Around his parents, Clay was the epitome of husbandly courtesies, but Catherine lost track of how many times he danced with Jill. At 2 minutes before midnight, Clay was dancing with his wife, but when the band broke into Auld Lang Syne and he kissed her, it was the most impersonal, tongueless kiss she'd ever had. Furthermore, he had artfully maneuvered them near enough to Jill and her partner that it appeared quite natural when they were the first couple to exchange partners. Catherine found herself pressed into the arms of a stocky, black-haired man who solicitously refrained from embracing the pregnant lady too tightly. But while she and the dark man kissed, her eyes were open, watching Clay and Jill sending a silent message into each other's eyes, long and tenuous, before enfolding each other in a painfully familiar fashion. Clay's hands caressed Jill's bare back, his fingers spread seductively so that his little finger hooked beneath a red spaghetti strap, traveled up Jill's shoulder blade, and disappeared beneath her cascading hair. Catherine dropped her eyes, only to see Clay's hips pressed provocatively against Jill's. The couple broke apart momentarily. Then Jill laughed and half turned to Clay as she captured him again. Now Catherine could see Jill's long fingernails glittering through Clay's hair. Unable to drag her eyes away, Catherine watched as their mouths opened wide upon each other, and could see a movement at Clay's cheek as his tongue danced into Jill's mouth. Then, thankfully, Stu was there to claim a kiss from Catherine. But he could see the way she fought the intimidating rush of tears and whispered, "Don't think anything of it, kiddo, okay? We've all been kissing each other Happy New Year since we were too young to know what it meant." Then Stu smoothly parted Clay and Jill and moved in for a kiss. But Catherine noticed when Stu kissed Jill, there was none of that open-mouthed business, nor did she run her glistening nails through his hair. Before 1 o'clock arrived, Jill and Clay were both mysteriously missing. Nobody seemed to notice except Catherine, who checked the clock at least 20 times during the 20 minutes they were gone. When they returned, they entered carefully from opposite doors. But Clay's tie had been loosened, and she could tell he'd freshly run a comb through his hair. Dreary January settled in, bringing snow and cold and little to cheer anyone. Clay began leaving the house in the evenings again, although he never stayed out overnight. He and Catherine withdrew into their polite roles of roommates, and nothing more. The spirited teasing they'd once shared seemed gone forever, and the consideration Clay had once shown Catherine disappeared with New Year's Eve. When they were at home at the same time, they rarely ate together, avoided even passing each other in the hall. With Herb still in the workhouse, Catherine visited her mother more often, raising no objection in Clay when she'd return home later than he. The night before the ballet, she reminded him of it, but without looking up from his book, he suggested she take Bobby or her mother, because he wouldn't be free to go with her. Catherine took Bobby, but somehow the ballet had lost its appeal. Clay spent the night of the ballet at home. Occasionally his thoughts meandered to Catherine, remembering her pleasure at receiving the tickets. He'd thought back then that it would be fun to take her to see her first performance. Most of the time, when he was alone, he tried not to think of her at all. But tonight it was hard, knowing where she was. There had been times during the past month when, if she would have offered even the slightest warming toward him, he might have reneged and dropped the uncaring front behind which he'd been posing. But he'd been hurt by her rebuffs too many times to approach her again. A man could stand being turned away only to a point before withdrawing a safe distance, or, better yet, going where he knew he'd find a positive response. When Catherine came home, Clay was drowsing in the living room with a book on his lap. He yawned, sat up, and ran a hand through his hair. It had been a long time since they'd said anything civil to each other. He thought, maybe... "How was it?" he inquired. She glanced over his tousled hair, wondering why he bothered to make it appear as if he'd been home all night when she hadn't the slightest doubt whom he'd been with. She kept her voice intentionally expressionless as she replied, "I didn't like the way you could hear the dancers' feet echoing on the floor every time they landed." Clay withdrew further into his protective shield. February came, bringing gray days that thwarted even the most blithe spirits. Catherine decided to stay in school until the semester ended in mid-March, but the chore became harder and harder as she grew heavier and more listless. And in the townhouse in Golden Valley, not even the briefest word was spoken between husband and wife. Chapter 25. The day they released Herb Anderson from the Hennepin County workhouse, the Chinook winds were blowing elsewhere in the country, but in Minnesota the cold, leaden skies matched Anderson's temperament. Gusty winds lapped at his ankles, whipping their icy tongues along the frozen slush beside the road as he walked. It was hard going without overshoes. Time and again his slick soles skittered on the uneven wayside, and he swore under his breath. He hitchhiked his way into Minneapolis, finding the city as dismal as the highway had been, malcontent under the dirty blanket of late winter ice that bore the remnants of the road crew's seasonal efforts at sanding and salting. It was late afternoon, everybody scurrying with their chins pulled low into their coat collars, scarcely looking up. Herb was forced to take a city bus to the old neighborhood, and even on it the cold seeped in. He rode with arms crossed tight, staring out the window with unsmiling eyes. Jesus, a drink sounds good. Kept me dry all these months, thinking they finally got old Herb. Ha! Just who in the hell do they think they are, taking away a man's free will? I can dry out any damn time I want to. Didn't I always say I could? Well, I did it, by God, just like I said I could. But what gave them sons of bitches the right to force it on me? When I get to Haley's, I'll show them sons of bitches that Herb Anderson quits drinking when Herb Anderson's good and ready, and now one day sooner. At Haley's bar, the usual old crowd was there, picking up glasses instead of their kids. Well, look who's here. Been keeping a stool warm for you, Herb. All of his cronies moved aside to make room, slapping him on the shoulder, setting him up. First one's on me, huh? Hey, Georgie, bring Herb here a taste of what he's been missing. Ah, this is what a man needs, thought Herb. Friends who talk your language. The feel of the varnished bar was like balm beneath his elbows. The smoky neon haze around the jukebox burned his unaccustomed eyes wonderfully. The blaring medley of good old country songs about wronged loves and foiled hearts made the wounds bleed like ulcers, self-opened. Herb raised another shot and downed it, then squeezed the shot glass and reveled in being the center of attention. And all the while, the alcohol did its dirty work. All the outrage that life had handed Herb Anderson came doubling back. Ada tensed, placed trembling fingers to her lips at the sound of someone fumbling at the door. It was locked, but there came the click of a key. Then the door was flung wide, and Herb wavered before her. Well, 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 if it isn't Ada. Keeping the home fires burning, he observed thickly. Why, Herb, she explained in her timid way, you're out. Goddamn right I am. No thanks to you. Why, Herb, you should have told me you were coming home. So you could have had Loverboy here to keep me out? Shut the door, Herb. It's cold. He eyed the door sullenly. You think it's cold in here? You ought to try prison a while. He swung wide and slapped hard at the door, which cracked against the frame and bounced back open. Ada edged around him and shut it again. He watched her suspiciously, weaving slightly, hanging onto the front edges of his jacket with both hands. How are you, Herb? He continued to glower at her with sallow eyes. What the hell do you care, Ada? Where was your concern in November? Man expects his wife to stand behind him at a time like that. They told me I didn't need to come, Herb, and Steve was home. So I heard. Bet the bunch of you got together and saw to it I wouldn't even seen my own kid, didn't you? He was just here for a little while. Ada is my only goddamn kid, and I got rights. She dropped her eyes and fidgeted with a button on her duster. You know what a man thinks about in prison, Ada? It wasn't prison. It was just the work. It's the same as a prison, and you know it, he roared. Ada began to turn away, but he caught one thin arm and swung her around to face him. Why the hell'd you do it to me? Why? The blast of his breath made Ada turn her face sharply away, but he caught a fistful of her duster and lifted her to her toes, an inch from his mouth. Who was he? I deserve to know after all these years. Please, Herb. She plucked at his knotted fist, but he only clenched the cotton all the tighter. "Who?" "I sat in that stinking hole and made up my mind I'd get it out of you once and for all." It don't matter. I stayed with you, didn't I?" "You stayed because I'd have found you and your lover boy and killed you both. And you knew it." He suddenly thrust her away, and she fell sprawling upon the sofa behind her. "Just like I'd like to kill that slut of a daughter you spawned while I was off fighting the goddamn Viet Cong. How could you do a thing like that? How? Everybody looks at you and me together. I could read their minds. Poor little Ada, living with that no-count bum Herb. You had 'em all fooled all these years with your little mouse-in-the-corner act. But not me. Not me. I never forgot, not for 1 minute, what you done to me while I was good enough to go out and fight your war for you. Every time I look at that blonde hair and that bastard face of hers, I remember, and I swore long ago I'd get even with a pair of you one day. And finally, I get my chance when the little slut gets herself knocked up by that rich son of a bitch, and I figure for once in his life old Herb is going to get paid back for what he put up with all those years. And do you know how sweet it was to think it was coming straight from the hand of one who owed it to me? That whoring no-good who's just like her mother?" Herb was weaving, his eyes bright with rage. "You owed it to me, Ada. You both owed it to me. But what did you do? You saw to it that I ended up empty-handed again, didn't you? I never—" "Shut up!" he barked, pointing a finger straight at her nose. "Shut up!" He towered over her, leaning dangerously near. "You had this coming for 19 years, Ada. 19 years I looked at your bastard, seen my own flesh and blood turned against me by the two of you, till he finally run away from home. Then when he comes back the first time, you side with them, let them railroad me into prison. And just to twist the knife in the wound, you marry her off to my meal ticket. God damn it, Ada! I had to read about the wedding in the newspaper. You kept me away on purpose. And I never even got to see Steve." "I didn't have nothing to do with—" But Ada's cowering body was jerked to its feet. "Don't lie to me, slut. I took 19 years of your lies, and what does it get me but prison?" He reeled back and swung the first blow to the side of Ada's head, sending it twirling while she fought to cover her face. "You was on their side all the time, always siding against me." The next blow fell on her jaw and dropped Ada to the floor. "That was my ship coming in, and you knew it." A savage kick raised Ada and dropped her back onto the floor. Incensed now beyond reason, Herb Anderson's injustices fed upon themselves. The hate that had been too shallowly submerged for so long erupted into a wild red rage that found vent upon the hapless Ada. The alcohol lent its beastly hand in raising the man's temper and fists until the deed he'd begun lay senseless and broken on the floor before him. He stared at the huddled heap, wiped a trickle of sputum from the side of his mouth, then tasted her blood on his knuckles, and ran from the house, then from the neighborhood, and the next day from the town, then the state. Catherine was typing when the phone rang downstairs. A moment later, she heard Clay's footsteps pelting up the stairs, then his voice behind her. "Catherine?" He watched as she raised her elbow and kneaded the back of her neck. "Cat?" he said gently. The word, that above all others, made her suddenly swing around to find apprehension written on Clay's face. "What is it?" "That was Mrs. Sullivan, your mother's neighbor." "Mother?" She half rose from her chair. "What's wrong?" Clay saw the lines of fright that suddenly pinched up her face. Instinctively, he moved to her and laid a hand on her shoulder. "Your mother is in the hospital. They want us to come right away." "But what's wrong?" "Come on, we'll talk about it on the way." "Clay, tell me." "Catherine, don't panic, okay?" He took her hand and led her hurriedly through the house. "It's not good for you in your condition. Here, put on your coat, and I'll back the car out." She nearly tore his jacket sleeve off, stopping him. "Don't coddle me, Clay. Tell me what's wrong." He covered her hand, squeezed it so hard that he curled it up. "Cat, Your father is out of the workhouse. He got drunk and went home that way." "Oh, no!" she wailed from behind her fingertips. Fear trickled through Clay, but not for her mother, for her. "Come on, we'd better hurry, Cat," he said gently. For the first time ever, Catherine was grateful for Clay's penchant for speed. He drove the Corvette with the grim determination of an Indy 500 racer, taking curves and lane changes in robot-like fashion, taking his sight from the road only long enough to assure himself that Catherine was still all right. She sat huddled and shivering, reaching out to clasp the dashboard occasionally, eyes riveted straight ahead. Once they arrived at the hospital, she was out of the car like a shot, and Clay had to jog to catch up with her. When they reached the emergency ward, Catherine broke away from Clay, surging toward the broad-beamed woman who immediately rose from a chair and came forward with outstretched hands. "Kathy, I'm so sorry." "How is she, Mrs. Sullivan?" The woman's eyes immediately sought Clay's. He nodded. "The doctors are still with her. I don't know yet. Oh, girl, what that man done to her." And Mrs. Sullivan dissolved into tears. Clay's first thought was for Catherine, and he urged her into a chair while Mrs. Sullivan whimpered into a limp handkerchief. He stood before the pair, clutching Catherine's icy hand in his. She made it to the phone to call me," choked Mrs. Sullivan. "I don't know how, though." Clay felt utterly helpless. He could do nothing but take the chair next to Catherine's and hold her hand while she stared with glazed eyes at the other pieces of cold, uncomfortable furniture across the room. Finally, a nurse approached, saying the doctor would talk to them now. Clay restrained Catherine, pulling on her hand. "Maybe I should go." "No," she insisted, yanking her hand out of his. "She's my mother. I'll go." "Not alone, then." The doctor introduced himself, shook hands, and glanced at Catherine's roundness. "Mrs. Forrester, your mother is in no danger of dying. Do you understand?" "Yes," but Catherine's eyes were locked on the door behind which her mother lay. "She has been badly beaten and has a very bruised face. She's been sedated, so there's really no point in your seeing her. Perhaps tomorrow would be just as well." "She insists," Clay said. The doctor took a deep breath and sighed. "Very well. But before you go in, I must warn you that she's not a pretty sight. I want you to be prepared for that. In your condition, shock won't help you at all. Don't be frightened by the amount of equipment. It looks far more complicated than it is. Your mother has suffered a fractured nasal septum, which is why her nose appears to be pushed to one side. She also has 2 fractured ribs. They compromised her breathing, so a tracheotomy had to be performed, and she has a tube projecting from her throat. The respirator machine looks alarming, but is only helping her breathe temporarily. She'll soon be doing it on her own again. She has a nasal gastric tube, a prophylaxis, to empty the stomach and prevent vomiting, and, of course, we're giving her some IVs, a little plasma. Now, do you still think you want to go inside?" He found himself wishing the girl would spare herself the sight. But she nodded, so the doctor was given one of the unpalatable tasks that sometimes made him ask himself why he'd chosen this profession. The woman on the bed did not even remotely resemble Ada. Her nose was flattened. Her forehead was grotesque with bulging, strawberry-like welts. The cracked lips were puffed beyond recognition and showed telltale marks of blood. Tubes seemed to be stitched into her everywhere, leading to inverted bottles above the bed, a plastic sack hanging beside the mattress, and the respirator, which created the only sound in the room, with its bellows-like mechanism breathing steadily. A blood pressure cuff circled her arm, its cords connected to a computer which gave a constant digital printout of vital signs. In contrast to her puffed face, the rest of Ada looked shrunken and dissipated. Her hands lay limp and blue. The little finger of the left was in a splint. Clay found himself swallowing repeatedly at the pitiful sight before him. He clutched Catherine's hand and felt the tremor there. She gave no other sign of the struggle within, but he was smitten with pity for her, knowing how she held her emotions in check. He thought of his own feelings, should this be Angela, and rubbed the inside of Catherine's elbow and pulled her arm against him. Only after a brief moment the doctor ushered them silently out. Catherine walked like a zombie all the way to the car. When Clay opened the car door, he had to gently urge Catherine to bend, to sit, to turn her legs inside. He wished the doctor could have prescribed a tranquilizer for her, but it would be dangerous in so advanced a pregnancy. Starting the car, Clay felt a double fear now, for both Catherine and the baby. She sat woodenly while he fastened the top button of her coat, tugged at the collar, and urged, "You've got to keep warm, Cat." But she only stared straight ahead, dry-eyed, unmoving. There were no trite phrases Clay could bring himself to utter. "Don't worry," or "she'll be all right," were more or less than he wanted to say to the tormented woman beside him. All he could do was find her hand in the dark and lace his fingers through hers as he drove, hoping that the meager offering might help somehow. But her lifeless fingers lay inert within his hold all the way home. He suffered an agony of helplessness, driving through the night with his thumb brushing against the back of her hand in silent communication to which she did not respond. Their hands lay upon her narrow lap, the back of Clay's resting lightly against her now fully round stomach. He thought of the pain children bear at their parents' expense, and hoped his child need never suffer what Catherine now suffered. At home he helped her with her coat, then watched as she listlessly mounted the steps. "Catherine, what can I do? Can I fix you something?" She had stopped, as if she didn't know where she was. He came behind her, his hands in his pockets, wishing she would say, "Make me some cocoa, rub my back, put on some music, hold me." But she shut him out instead, insulated within her carefully guarded solitariness. "No, there's nothing. I'm very tired, Clay. I just want to go to bed." She walked upstairs with rigid back, directly to the bedroom, and closed the door upon the comfort he sought to offer. He stood in the middle of the living room, looking at nothing for a long time. He shut his eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down convulsively. He pictured Ada, then Catherine's face as she looked at her mother's still figure. He sat down on the edge of the davenport with his face in his hands. He did not know how much time had passed before he sighed, rose, and made a phone call to his father. He made up his bed on the davenport and wearily took off his trousers and shirt. But when the light was out, he went instead to stand before the sliding glass door, staring out at the ebony night. He needed the woman upstairs as badly right now as she needed him. A faint muffled sound intruded itself into the bruised night, bringing him to turn from the window. He strained to listen, and it came again, high, distant, like the wind behind the walls. Hurt wind, wailing wind, and he knew what it was before he felt his way up the stairs in the dark. He paused at her bedroom door and listened. He laid his palm against the wood, then his forehead, too. When he could stand it no longer, he found the doorknob and soundlessly turned it. In the dimness, he made out the blur of the pale blue bedspread, padded silently across to lean and explore it with his hands. He felt her curled beneath the covers, clutching them over her head. He ran his hands along the snail-shaped form, the pity in his heart a choking thing, while her high keening came muffled from the womb she had crawled back into. He pulled gently at the covers, but she only clung to them the tighter. "Catherine," he began, but found his throat clotted with emotion. She gripped the guardian covers fiercely until at last he ebbed them from her fingers to reveal her, curled with her head covered with both arms, her elbows tucked between her knees. Gently he lifted the blankets and lay down beside her, then covered them both up again. He tried to pull her into his arms, but she only huddled tighter, wailing in that solitary high syllable that made Clay's eyes sting. His voice quavered as he whispered, "Cat, oh, Cat, let me help you." He found her fists clenched in her hair and eased them away, running a palm along her arm, then pressing his chest upon her curved back until he could bear it no longer. Bracing himself on an elbow, he leaned over the curled ball of her, brushing back her hair, assuring her throatily, "I'm here, Cat. I'm here. Don't go through this all alone." "Mama!" she wailed pitifully into the dark. "Mama!" "Please, Cat, please," Clay begged, running his hand down her arm to find her hands fiercely knotted between her knees. "Mama!" she wailed again. He felt her body quaking and sought to calm her by cradling her as best he could with one arm along her thigh, cupping a knee and pulling her back against him. "Darling, it's Clay. Please don't do this. Let me help you. Let me hold you, please. Turn around, Cat. Just turn around. I'm here." "Mama, I didn't mean to," she quailed in that same childlike voice that frightened Clay so terribly. He stroked her hair, her shoulder, braced up and rested his cheek on the back of her head, waiting for some sign that she understood. "Please, Catherine, don't shut me out." He felt the first soundless spasm, the first sob that was not yet a sob, and gently pulled at her shoulder, turning her toward him until, like a broken spring, she unwound all at once and burrowed into his arms, while painful sobs wrenched from her throat. "Hold me, Clay. Hold me," she begged, clinging like a drowning person while her hot tears scalded his neck. Her grip was like iron, while she quaked wretchedly and cried into him. "Catherine, oh, God, I'm so sorry," he said throatily into her hair. Mama, it's all my fault." "No, Cat, no," he murmured, clasping her to him all the more closely, as if to pull her within his very body that he might absorb her pain. "It's not your fault," he soothed, kissing the top of her head while she babbled and cried and blamed herself. All the pent-up tears that Catherine had so long refused to shed for herself came rushing out for her mother, while she clung to Clay with arms and hands that could not hold tightly enough. He cradled the back of her head, pulling her cheek against the silken hair of his chest, rocking at times, lost in pity, aching with the feeling of her heaving stomach pressed at last to his, but for the wrong reason. She muttered unintelligible sounds, broken by sobs which Clay welcomed, knowing they were the cure of her. "It's all my fault. All my fault." He forced her mouth hard against his chest to stop the words. He swallowed convulsively before he could speak. "No, Cat, you can't blame yourself. I won't let you." "But it's true. It's because I'm pregnant. I should have known he wanted the money. Bad enough. I hate him. I hate him. Why did he do it? Hold me, Clay. I had to get away from him. I had to. But to get away, I had to be those things he called me. But I didn't care. I didn't care. You're so warm. They never hugged me, never kissed me. I was good. I was always good. Just that one time with you. But he shouldn't take it out on her." Clay's heart thundered at her pitiful outpouring. She babbled on almost mindlessly. "I shouldn't have left her. I should have stayed. But it was so awful there when Steve left. He was the only one who ever—" A deep sob broke from Catherine, and she clung more desperately to Clay. Now he softly encouraged her, knowing she must say these things. "Whoever what?" "Whoever loved me. Not even Mama could. But I never understood why. They never took me places or bought me things like other kids got, or played with me. Uncle Frank used to kiss me, and I pretend he was Daddy. Steve loved me, but after he was gone, there was nobody. And I used to pretend I had a baby who'd love me. I thought if only I had a baby, I'd never be lonely." She stopped then, having discovered this truth at last. Clay squeezed his eyes hard shut. Her heart was hammering against his, her arms clinging tenaciously to his neck. pity and compassion, and the overwhelming need to heal her welled high in Clay. He was deluged by the desire to protect, fulfill, calm her, and to provide the missing years of love that could never be made up for. He fought against tears, holding her long and hard against his body, unable to hold her long enough, hard enough, pressing her so fiercely that at last he opened his legs to let one of hers in, high against him. And hers opened, and his knee found shelter against her, too. They clung that way, sharing a new bond of warmth and comfort, until, pressed between them, the baby objected to all that crowding and moved restlessly within Catherine. A wild exhilaration lifted Clay's stomach, as if he'd just reached the downhill slope of a roller coaster. And everything, the horror Catherine had suffered this day, the first feel of his child's movement in her belly, her own desperate cry for love, made his motion somehow right as his hands skimmed over her body, up her back, down her side, down her warm buttock and leg that lay over his hip. And even as Catherine cried against his chest, Clay found the hollow behind her knee and pulled her more securely into her nestling place. He ran his hand again up her hip, up her side, finding her breast and cradling it, and the side of her stomach with his forearm. She was warm and reaching and unresisting against him, and he whispered raspily against her ear, "Cat, oh, Cat, why did you wait so long? Why did it take all this?" With a hand, he commanded the back of her head and lowered his mouth into her salt kiss. Her mouth opened wide and took him in, and it ceased to matter that it was only in desperation she turned to him. It ceased to matter that she might later feel he took advantage of her in her weakness. His hand, warm and soft and seeking, trailed unchecked from her full breast to the hard, taut stomach that protruded because of him. He fondled it searchingly, awed by its solidness, by the thought of the life it carried. And as if the baby heard its father's pleas, it moved within. Clay lay stock still then, stunned, with his palm conforming to the shape of Catherine's flesh, willing the child to move once more. And when it had, and he'd again known the feel of it, Clay reached unhesitatingly to pull Catherine's wide gown up and run his hands over the bare, firm skin beneath. He skimmed his palm again and again over the warm curve of her belly, discovering things that his body had caused in hers, the protruding navel, the engorged breasts, the widened, enlarged nipples, and, yet again, the fluttery motion of life beneath his hand. How often he had wondered, how often he had thought it his right to explore these changes of his making, how often she, too, had longed to share them, but had steeled herself against him, shielded in an armor of assumed remoteness. But what had started out as a journey of pity and compassion became one of sensuality as Clay's caressing hand moved lower, touching the crisp hair that couched the spot where Catherine's burden thrust itself sharply outward from her body. Wordlessly, he slipped his hand between her thighs, covering her, swollen there, with the length of his long, closed fingers, pressing gently upward, feeling her pulse throbbing there, learning her. Thoughts of her sexuality, her pregnancy, what he knew he could not do, made him curiously callow in his exploration of her. He moved his hand once more to her stomach. "Oh, Cat," he whispered, "your stomach's so hard. Does it hurt?" She moved her head to answer no, amazed by his naivete. "I felt the baby move," he whispered, almost reverently, yet his breath was warm and labored on her skin. "It moved right there, under my hand." He spread his fingers over her stomach again, as if in invitation, but when nothing happened, his hand again sought the intimate world between her legs. And Catherine closed her eyes and let him, drifting in a myriad of emotions she'd held at bay so long, thinking to her child, "It's your father." And the father's hand filled itself with the mother's body that readied itself for their baby's birth. "It's too late, Clay," she murmured once. "I know." But he kissed the hard, warm orb of her stomach anyway, then lay his face in the juncture of her legs, as if he must, unable to solace himself and her any other way. The child kicked against his ear. Catherine was drawn painfully back to reality from the secure place in which she'd allowed herself to drift. The thrum of her heart in odd spots in her body told her she had let Clay go too far to pull away from him unhurt when the time came. "Stop, Clay," she said in a loving whisper. "I'm only touching, that's all. Stop. It's not right." "I won't go any further. Just let me touch you," he murmured. "No, stop," she insisted, stiffening. "Don't pull away. Come here." But now she resisted even more, having come fully to her senses. He moved and tried to take her in his arms, then asked, "Why do you pull away all of a sudden?" "Because it doesn't seem right with my mother lying in that hospital." "I don't believe you. A minute ago you had forgotten all about your mother, hadn't you? Why did you really turn away?" She didn't know. Very gently he said, "Catherine, I'm not your father. I won't call you names and make you feel guilty afterward. It's not because of your mother that you turn away. It's because of your father, isn't it?" She only shivered. "If you keep pulling away now, he'll have beaten you just as surely as he beat her. Only the marks he leaves on you won't go away like hers will. Don't you see that?" "It's my fault he beat her up, because once before I gave in to you, and now now here I am again, because once before I gave in to you. And now here I am again. But she stopped, confused, afraid. "He's making an emotional cripple out of you. Can't you see that, Catherine?" I'm not. I feel things. I want things. I need things just like everybody else." "Then why don't you let yourself show it?" "I just did." "But look what it took," he said in a pained whisper. "Get your hands off me," she quavered. She was crying again, but he would not allow her to roll away from him. "Why? What are you afraid of, Catherine?" "I'm not afraid." But her voice caught in her throat even as she said it. He held her flat on her back, silently willing her to admit what it was that had held her emotionally sterile for too long, afraid that what he was doing might backfire and hurt her more. "Of those names?" He held her prisoner while her mind rushed backward to ugly, unwanted memories which would not set her free. Clay's breath on her face brought her careening back to the present, to this man whom she loved and was so afraid of loving, of losing. "I'm not," she choked, while Clay felt her pulse pounding against him in places where he held her down. The muscles in her forearms tensed beneath his hands as she repeated, I'm not. He eased his hold, prompting softly, "What aren't you? Say it. Say it and be free of it. What?" She ceased struggling against him, and when he had freed her arms, she flung one across her eyes and sobbed behind it. With infinite tenderness, he touched her breasts, her stomach, the swollen world between her legs again, whispering urgently, "What aren't you, Catherine? Say it. Say it." "I'm not," she tried again, but choked to a halt. "No, you're not. You're not. Believe me. Say it, Catherine. You're not what?" It came out in a rush, tumbled words finding voice at last as she covered her face with both hands. "I'm not bad. I'm not a slut. I'm not a whore. I'm not. He enfolded her protectively against him, pinching his eyes shut while she flung her arms around his neck and clung. He felt a shudder possess her body and spoke into her hair. "No, you never were. No matter how many times he said it, you never were any of those things." "Then why did he say them, Clay? Why?" "I don't know." "Shh. The important thing is that you don't believe him, that you don't let him hurt you any more." They rested at last against each other, exhausted, silent. Before she slept, Catherine again pictured her mother and realized she herself had just escaped becoming the same kind of self-contained, undemonstrative being. And for the first time ever, she felt she had beaten Herb Anderson instead of the other way around. Chapter 26. Ada opened her eye. It looked like a soft poached egg. Her mouth tried to wince, but couldn't. "Mom?" Kathy whispered. "Kathy?" Ada's lips were still grotesquely swollen. "You've been asleep a long time." "Have I?" "Shh. Don't move. Try to rest. You have a cracked rib, and if you move, it'll hurt." "I'm so tired," the old woman breathed, succumbing, letting her eyes slide shut again. But even in her bleary state, she'd observed something that startled her eye open again. "You've been crying." She couldn't pronounce her B's. "A little. Don't worry about me. Just worry about—" But tears stung her eyes again, burning the swollen eyelids. Ada saw and fluttered a hand. Catherine took it, feeling the small sparrow bones and how little strength her mother had. The same helplessness which Clay had felt the night before now assaulted Catherine. "I ain't seen her cry since she was a little girl," Ada whispered, trying her hardest to squeeze her daughter's hand. "I gave it up long ago, Mom, or I would have been doing it all the time." "It ain't a good thing to give up." No, it isn't," Catherine swallowed. "Mom, you don't have to talk." "Funny thing, you saying I don't have to talk. Me saying you don't have to cry. Least not for each other. I guess we ought to do it for ourselves." "Why don't you wait until you're feeling stronger?" "Been waiting 19 years to get stronger." "Mom, please." A gentle pressure on Catherine's hand silenced her. Ada spoke with an effort. "Time it was said. Just listen. I'm a weak woman. Always have been. But maybe I paid my dues. Got to tell you, Herb, he was good to me once, when I was first married to him. When Steve was a baby, you should have seen Herb with Steve. Why, you wouldn't have known him." She closed her eyes, rested momentarily before continuing. "And then all that business started in the Gulf of Tonkin, and Herb, he was away in the reserves. When his unit got called to active duty, I figured he'd be back in no time, but it was worse than we thought, and he was gone 2 years. He saw a mighty lot in them 2 years. He saw so much that he come home liking the liquor too much. The drinking he might have got over, but what he never got over was finding me expecting a baby when he got home." Catherine wondered if she had understood Ada's distorted words correctly. A baby? The room was still. Ada's single open eye stared at the ceiling. "Yeah, a baby. That was you, of course." "Me?" "I told you I was a weak woman." Ada's eye teared. "I'm not his?" The bruised head moved back and forth weakly on the pillow, while a rippling sense of freedom seeped into Catherine. "Oh, you see, it wasn't all his fault, Kathy. I'd done that to him, and he could never forgive me, nor you either." "I never understood until now." "I was always so scared to tell you." "But why didn't you?" Catherine leaned nearer so her mother could see her face better. "Mom, please. I'm not blaming you. I just need to know, that's all. Why didn't you ever stand up for me? I thought you didn't—" Catherine stopped. Her eyes flickered away from her mother's. "Love you? I know that's what you was going to say. It's no excuse at all, but Herb, he was just waiting for me to show you some favoritism. Why, he'd use any excuse to blow up. I was scared of him, Kathy. I was always scared after that." "Then why didn't you leave him?" "I figured I owed him to stay. Besides, where would I go?" "Where are you going to go now? Surely you aren't going to go back to him." "No, I don't need to now that you know. Besides,
It's different now. You and Steve all grown up. All I have to worry about is myself. Steve, he's made a good life for himself in the service. And you got Clay. I don't need to worry about you no more."
A trickle of guilt traced through Catherine's veins. She rubbed the back of her mother's hand absently, then sat forward to study Ada's face. "Who was he, Mom?" she asked, wistfully. A contorted smile tried to find its way through the swollen lips.
"It don't matter who, just what. He was a fine man. He was the best thing that ever happened to me. I would go through all the years of hell with her again if I could live those days once more with your father."
"Then you loved him?"
"I did. Oh, how I did."
"Then why didn't you leave Herb and marry him?"
"He was already married."
Hearing all this, Catherine realized that within her mother dwelled an Ada she would never know, except for the glint of remembrance in the bloodshot eye. "Is he still alive?" Catherine asked, suddenly wanting to know everything about him.
"Lives right here in the city. That's why it's best if I don't tell you who he is."
"Will you tell me someday?"
"I can't make that promise. See, he went places. He's something now. You'd never have to be ashamed for a man like him. My mouth is a little dry. Do you think I could have some water?"
Catherine helped her mother drink, listened to her weary sigh as she sank back again. "Mom, I have a confession to make, too."
"You, Kathy?"
The surprised way her mother said it made Catherine wonder if Ada might not have always thought her above wrong, only she herself had been too busy looking for outward shows of affection to see the deeper intrinsic feeling. "Mom, I did it on purpose. Got pregnant, I mean. At least I think I did. I wanted to get even with Herb for all the times he called me names. And I wanted to get away from both of you, from that house where there was never anything but fighting and his drunkenness. I guess subconsciously I believed a baby would get me out and provide me with love. I didn't think he'd take it out on you, but I feel somehow it is a part of the reason he beat you, wasn't it?"
No. Don't blame yourself, Kathy. It was a long time coming. He said I should have been at his trial, that it was his fault he never got no money out of Clay, but the real reason was because you wasn't his. I don't kid myself that's the real reason, and I don't want you to go blaming yourself.
But I've made such a mess of things.
No, honey. Now, you just get that out of your head. You got Clay and the baby coming, and with a father like Clay, why, that baby's bound to be somebody, too.
Mom, Clay and I... But Catherine could not tell her mother the truth about her future with Clay.
What?
We were wondering if when the baby is born, if you're strong enough then, you'd come and stay with us and help out for a couple of days. The pathetic excuse for a smile tore at Catherine's heartstrings as her mother sighed contentedly and closed her eye. It was the day after Clay and Catherine had shared the same bed, but he'd left her asleep that morning. Returning home in the late afternoon, he was eager to see her. She heard the door slam, and her hands grew idle, the water splattering unheeded over the paring knife and the rib of celery she'd been washing. He came up the stairs, across the kitchen behind her, and laid a hand lightly on her shoulder. How was she today? A warmth seeped through her blouse at his touch, going beyond skin, beyond muscle to the core of her. She wanted to turn, take his palm, kiss it, and place it on her breast and say, "How were you today? How was I? Were we happier for what passed between us last night?" She heard a lot, but they gave her painkillers whenever she asked for them. It was very hard for her to talk with her mouth that way. Clay squeezed her shoulder, waiting for her to turn around, to need him again as she had last night. He could smell her hair, fresh, flower-scented. He watched her hands as water splashed over them, and she peeled green, stringy fibers from the celery. Why doesn't she turn around, he wondered. Can't she read my touch? She must know that I, too, am afraid. Catherine began to clean another rib of celery she didn't need. She longed to look into his eyes and ask, "What do I mean to you, Clay?" But if he loved her, surely he would have said so by now. Last night they had been bound together by her vast need for comfort and by the accident of her pregnancy. At the time, that had been justification for the swift siege of intimacy. But he had not said he loved her. Never, during all their months together, had he even hinted that he loved her. Their senses pounded with awareness of each other. Clay saw Catherine's hands fall still. He moved his fingers to the bare skin of her neck, slipping them behind her collar, his thumb brushing her earlobe. The water ran uselessly now, but Catherine's eyes were closed, her wrists dangling against the edge of the sink. "Catherine." His voice was thick. "Clay, last night never should have happened," she got out. Disappointments assaulted him. "Why?" He took the paring knife from her fingers, dropped it into the sink, and turned off the water. When he'd forced her to face him, he asked again, quietly, "Why?" "Because we did it for the wrong reasons. It wasn't enough. Just my mother's problems and the fact that the baby is yours, don't you see? But we need each other. Catherine, we're married. I want—" Suddenly she put her wet hands on his cheeks, interrupting. "Cool off, Clay. It's the easiest way, because we are not going to have a repeat performance of last night." "Damn it! I don't understand you," he said angrily, pulling her hands from his face, holding her by the forearms. "You don't love me, Clay," she said with quiet dignity. "Now do you understand me?" His eyes pierced hers, steely gray into dusky blue, and he wished he could deny her words. He could easily drown in her tempting eyes, in her smooth skin and beautiful features with which he'd grown so familiar. He could look at her across a room and want to fill his hands with her breasts, lower his mouth to hers, to know the taste and touch of her. But could he say he loved her? Deliberately now, he reached to cup both of her breasts, as if to prove this was all that was necessary. Through the smock and her bra, he could tell her nipples were drawn tight. Her breath was heavy and fast. "You want it too," he said, knowing it was true, for he felt the truth beneath the thumbs that stroked the crests of her breasts. "You're confusing lust and love. I thought last night you finally agreed with me that it's a healthy thing to be touched, to touch back. Is this healthy now?" "You're damn right. Can't you feel what's happening to you?" Stoically, she allowed his hands their freedom, and though she could not prevent her body from responding, she could not give him the satisfaction of moving willfully in any way suggesting acquiescence. "I can feel it. Oh, I can feel it all right. Does it make you feel macho, knowing what it does to me?" He dropped his hands suddenly. "Catherine, I can't exist with this coldness of yours. I need more than you put into this relationship. And I cannot put more into this relationship without love. And so it's a vicious circle, isn't it, Clay?" She looked straight at his face, still glistening with water. She respected him, if for nothing more than not lying. "Clay, I'm only being realistic to protect myself. It would have been so easy all these months with you to delude myself every time you turned your eyes on me with that certain look that makes me go all liquid, that you loved me. But I know it's not true. To be loved, you have to be lovable, Catherine. Don't you understand that? You never try in the least. You carry yourself like you're wearing armor. You don't know how to return a smile or a touch or—" "Clay, I never learned," she defended herself. "Do you think things like that come naturally? Do you think it's something you're born with, like you were born with your father's gray eyes and your mother's blonde hair? Well, it's not. Love is a learned thing. It's been taught to you since you were in knee pants, whether you know it or not. You were one of the lucky ones who had it happening around him all the time. You never questioned it, but you always expected it, didn't you? If you fell and got hurt, you were kissed and coddled. If you were gone, then came back, you were hugged and welcomed. If you tried and failed, you were told it didn't matter. They were proud anyway, right? If you misbehaved and were punished, they made you understand it hurt them as badly as it hurt you. None of those lessons were taught to me. Instead, I had the other kind, and I learned to exist without your kind. You take all signs of affection too lightly. You set too little store by them. It's different for me. I can't be... Oh, I don't know how to make you understand. When something's in short supply, its value goes up. And it's like that with me, Clay. I've never had anyone treat me nice before. So every gesture, every touch, every overture you make toward me is of far greater value to me than it is to you, and I know perfectly well that if I learn to accept them, learn to accept you, I'll be hurt far more than you will when it's time for us to separate. And so I've promised myself I will not grow dependent on you, not emotionally anyway. What you're really saying is that we're back where we started, before last night. Not exactly. Catherine looked down at her hands. They were fidgeting. What's different? She looked up, met his gaze directly, then squared her shoulders almost imperceptibly. My mother told me today that Herb is not my real father. That frees me from him, really frees me, at last. It also gives me even better insight into what happens when people stay in a loveless marriage for all the wrong reasons. I'm never going to end up like her. Never. During the weeks that followed, Clay mulled over what Catherine had said about love being taught. He had never before dissected the many ways in which his parents had shown him affection. But Catherine was right about one thing. He'd always taken it for granted. He had been so secure in their approval, so certain of their love, he'd never questioned their tactics. He admitted she was right, also, about his placing less value than she upon physical contact. He began to evaluate outward signs of affection by looking at them from Catherine's viewpoint, and admitted that he'd taken them too lightly. He began to understand her awful need to remain free of him emotionally, to understand that the idea of loving him loomed like a threat in spite of their agreement to divorce soon after the baby arrived. He analyzed his feelings for her only to find that he honestly did not believe he loved her. He found her physically desirable, but because she had never been demonstrative toward him, it was difficult to imagine he ever would love her. What he wanted was a woman who was capable of impulsively lifting her arms and seeking his kiss, one who could close her eyes against his cheek and make him feel utterly wanted and wanting. He doubted that he could ever achieve with Catherine the kind of freewheeling spontaneity he needed in a wife. They bought a spooled crib and matching chest of drawers. He set it up in the second bedroom, where the walls still wore that masculine paper of brown designs, totally inappropriate for a nursery. But when the baby was born, who would stay and who would go? Her suitcase appeared on the bedroom floor, packed, ready to go at a moment's notice. The first time he came in and saw it, he sank down heavily on the edge of the bed and buried his face in both hands, utterly miserable. He thought about Jill, willing Jill who understood his needs so well, and wished that it were she who was expecting his baby. But Jill didn't want babies. April Fool's Day came, bringing bursting buds and the redolent scent of moist earth that marks spring's arrival. Catherine was given a lavish baby shower by Angela, whose pleasure over the upcoming arrival of her first grandchild was a burning wound to Catherine. Claiborne surprised Catherine by stopping by one afternoon with a little something he'd picked up for the baby. A wind-up swing Catherine knew the baby wouldn't be big enough to sit in until long after she and Clay were apart. Ada was back home and called every day to ask how Catherine was. Catherine, grown now to enormous proportions and sloth-like slowness, answered, "Fine, fine, fine," until finally, after hanging up one day, she burst into a torrent of tears, not understanding at all anymore what it was she wanted. She awakened Clay in the middle of the night, hesitant to touch his sleeping form.
What?
He braced up on an elbow, hazy yet from sleep. The pains have started. They're 10 minutes apart. He flung back the covers and sat up on the davenport, finding her hand in the dark and tugging at it. Here, sit down. She got back up immediately, if clumsily. The doctor says to keep on the move. The doctor? You mean you've called him already? Yes, a couple of hours ago. But why didn't you wake me? But she didn't know why. You mean you've been walking around here for 2 hours in the dark? Clay, I think you should drive me to the hospital. But I don't expect you to stay with me or anything. I'd drive myself, but the doctor said I shouldn't. Her words caused a sudden stab of hurt, followed by another of anger. You can't keep me out, Catherine. I'm the baby's father. Surprised, she only answered, I don't think we'd better waste time arguing now. Do whatever you want when we get there. They were greeted in the maternity ward by a young nurse whose name tag identified her as Christine Fleming. It did not occur to Ms. Fleming to question Clay's presence. She assumed he would want to stay with Catherine, and so he was asked to have a seat in a well-lit room with an empty bed in it. When Catherine returned after being blood-typed, she was having a contraction, and Ms. Fleming spoke in soothing instructions to her patient, telling her how to breathe properly and how to relax as much as possible. When the contraction ended, she turned to Clay and said, Your job will be to remind her to relax and breathe properly. You can be a big help. So rather than try to explain, Clay listened to her instructions, then stayed in the labor room when the nurse left, holding Catherine's hand, reminding her to keep her breathing quick and shallow, timing the length of contractions and the minutes between. Soon, the gentle-voiced nurse returned and spoke soothingly to Catherine. Let's see how far along you are now. Try to relax, and tell me if a contraction should start while I'm checking you. It happened so fast that Clay had no time to gracefully withdraw, nor to be embarrassed. Neither was he asked to leave, as he thought he'd be at this time. Instead, he stood on the other side of the bed, holding Catherine's hand while her dilation was checked, amazed to find how appropriate it felt to be included in such a natural way. When the nurse finished her examination, she pulled Catherine's gown back down, sat on the edge of the bed, and lightly stroked the wide base of Catherine's abdomen. Here comes another one, Catherine. Now just relax with it and count. 1, 2, 3. Catherine's hand gripped Clay's like the jaws of a trap. Sweat broke out under his arms, while beads of perspiration gathered into runnels on Catherine's temples and trailed into her hair. Her eyes were closed and her mouth was tightly shut. He remembered what he was there for. Open your mouth, Catherine, he reminded softly. Pant, pant, little breaths. And through her pain, Catherine knew she was happy Clay was there. His voice seemed to calm her when she was most afraid. After the pain was over, she opened her eyes and asked Miss Fleming, How could you tell it was coming? Christine Fleming had a pretty face, with a Madonna-like smile and a very patient way about her that made both Catherine and Clay feel comfortable in her presence. Her voice was silken, soothing. She was a woman well suited to her profession. Why, I could feel it. Here, give me your hand, Catherine. She took Catherine's hand and curved it low around her stomach. Mr. Forrester, she instructed, put your hand here on the other side. Now wait. You'll feel it when it starts. The muscles begin to tighten, starting at the sides, and the stomach arches and changes shape during the height of the contraction. When it ends, the muscles relax and settle down again. Here it comes. It will take half a minute or so until it's at its peak. Catherine's and Clay's fingertips touched, their hands forming a light cradle around the base of her stomach. Together they shared the exhilaration of discovery as the muscles tensed and changed the contours of Catherine's abdomen. For Clay, it made her pain a palpable thing. He stared, big-eyed, at what was happening beneath his hand. But in the middle of the contraction, Catherine's hand flew above her head, and Clay tore his eyes away to her face to find her lips pursed, jaw clenched against the pain. He leaned to soothe her hair back from her forehead, and at the touch of his hand, her lips relaxed and fell open. He spoke his litany again in quiet tones, reminding her, and felt a curious sense of fulfillment that he had the power to ease her, even in the height of her labor. "That one was longer than the last," Christine Fleming said when it was over. "As they get closer, it's more important for you to relax between them. Sometimes it helps to have your tummy rubbed lightly, like this. I like to think that the baby can feel it, too, and knows you're out there waiting to welcome him." With a gentle palm, the nurse stroked the outer perimeter of Catherine's stomach. Catherine's eyes remained closed, one wrist over her forehead, the other hand in Clay's. He felt her grip slacken as the nurse continued those feather-like strokes over her distended abdomen. With a smile, Christine Fleming looked up at Clay and said softly, "You're doing very well, so I'll let you take over for a while. I'll be back in a few minutes." Then, on silent white shoes, she was gone, and Clay was left to stroke Catherine's stomach. He understood things in that time of closeness with Catherine, things as deep and eternal as the force of life trying to repeat itself in her body. He understood that nature had planned this time of travail to draw man and woman closer than at any other time. Thus the pain had purpose beyond bringing a child into the world. When they took Catherine to the delivery room, Clay felt suddenly bereft, as if his role was being usurped by strangers. But when they'd asked if he'd taken the classes required for fathers to be in the delivery room, he'd had to answer honestly, no. The University of Minnesota Hospital did not use delivery tables anymore. Instead, Catherine found herself placed in a birthing chair, which allowed gravity to pull while she pushed. Christine Fleming was there through the delivery, supportive and smiling, and once Catherine even joked with her, saying, "We're not so smart. The Indians knew this secret long ago when they squatted in the woods to have their babies." The daughter of Catherine and Clay Forrester was born with the 5th contraction in the birthing chair, and Catherine knew before she faded off into blessed sleep, lying flat now, that it was a girl. Catherine swam upward through a lake of cotton fuzziness. When she surfaced and opened heavy-lidded eyes, she found Clay dozing in a chair, his cheek propped on one hand. His hair was disheveled, and he needed a shave. "He looks terrific," she thought, through a crazy, disoriented fog. Her mind was still moony and wandering as she studied him. The rhythm of his breathing was lengthened by her drug-induced lethargy. Between pains, hazily, she thought, "I still love him. Clay." The word was a little mumbled. His eyes flew open, and he jumped to his feet. "Cat," he said softly, "you're awake." Her eyes drifted closed. "Barely. I did the wrong thing again, didn't I, Clay?" She felt him take her hand, felt the back of it pressed against his lips. "You mean having a girl?" She nodded her head, which felt like it weighed hundreds of pounds. "You won't think so when you see her." Catherine smiled a little bit. Her lips were very dry, and he wished he had something to put on them for her. "Clay, I'm here. Thanks for helping." She drifted into oblivion again, her breathing heavy and rhythmic. He sat on the chair beside her bed, with his elbows on his knees, holding her hand long after he knew she was asleep again. Then, with a heavy sigh, he lowered his forehead against her knuckles and closed his eyes as well. Grandmother Forrester's cane announced her imminent arrival. When she rounded the doorway, the first thing she said was, "Young lady, I'm 78 years old. The next one had better be a boy." But she limped to the bed and bestowed an honest-to-goodness kiss upon the consummate perfection of her firstborn great-granddaughter. Marie came, laughing as ever, with the announcement that she and Joe were going to get married at last as soon as he graduated from high school in a couple of months. She added that she'd been inspired to give it a whirl by Catherine and Clay's success. Claiborne and Angela came daily, never empty-handed. They brought dresses so absurdly frilly the baby would surely get lost in all those ruffles, stuffed toys so big they would dwarf an infant, a music box that played Edelweiss. Although they both fawned over Melissa, Claiborne's reaction to her was heart-touching. He would stand at the nursery window with his fingertips against the glass as if transfixed. Walking away, his head was the last to be turned forward. He even stopped on his way home from work one day, although it was decidedly inconvenient for him to do so. He said things like, "When she's old enough to ride a trike, Grandpa will see that she gets the best one in town. Or, wait until she walks. Won't that be something? Or, you and Clay will have to take a weekend away by yourselves soon and leave the baby with us. Bobby came. She stood in front of the window with her thumbs strung up on her rear jeans pockets. Her feet rolled over until she was almost standing on the sides of her shoes. "Well, would you look at that?" she exclaimed softly. "And to think I had a hand in it." Ada came with the news that she'd signed up for a course in driver's education so she could come to Catherine and Clay's house to see the baby now and then. Herb had disappeared. Steve wired an enormous bouquet of pink carnations and baby's breath and followed it with a long-distance phone call in which his main message was that he'd be getting leave again in August, and when he got to Minnesota, he wanted to see Kathy and Clay and Melissa all living under one roof. And of course, there was Clay. Clay, who was just across the river at the law school and popped in at any time of day. Clay, who stood at the end of Catherine's bed when they were alone together and couldn't seem to think of anything to say. Clay, who played the father's role well when other visitors were there, laughing at their jokes about waiting until Melissa was bringing boyfriends home, turning a smile on Catherine, exclaiming over the never-ending stream of gifts, but spending long minutes at the nursery window alone, swallowing at the lump that never disappeared from his throat. Ada came and helped out for 3 days after Catherine and Melissa went home. During that time, Ada slept on the Davenport. It became particularly hellish for Clay, sleeping with Catherine. Each night he would awaken to the tiny sounds of suckling from the other side of the bed, and he wanted more than anything to turn the light on and watch them. But he knew Catherine would be bothered by both the light and his watching, so he lay silent, pretending to be asleep. How surprised he'd been at the news that she intended to breastfeed the baby. At first he supposed she'd made the choice out of a sense of duty, for there was a lot of propaganda on the subject. But as the days wore on, he realized that everything Catherine did for and with Melissa was done instead from a deep sense of mother love. Catherine began to change. There were times when he came upon her with her face buried in Melissa's little tummy, cooing to her, talking in soft expressions of love. Once he saw her lightly suck on Melissa's toes. When she gave the baby a bath, there was a steady stream of talking and light laughter. When the baby slept too long, Catherine actually hounded her bedroom doorway, as if she couldn't wait for Melissa to wake up again and want to be fed. Catherine began singing a lot, at first only to Melissa, but then seeming to forget herself and singing absently when she worked around the house. It seemed she had found her source of smiles, too, and there was always a ready one waiting for Clay when he got home. But while Catherine's contentment increased, Clay's virtually disappeared. He astutely refrained from getting involved with the baby, though it was beginning to have a growing adverse effect on him. His temper flared at the slightest provocation, while Catherine seemed as unassailable as Melissa's, for Melissa was truly a satisfied baby with a flowery disposition. As graduation neared, Clay blamed his crossness on the pressure of finals and the bar exams coming up shortly. Angela called and asked his permission to plan a little Sunday brunch on the weekend following his graduation. When she said she'd already received Catherine's approval, Clay snapped into the phone. "Since the two of you already have the whole thing planned, why are you bothering to ask me?" Then he had to do some fancy skirting to get around his mother's demand to know what on earth was eating him. Clay graduated from the University of Minnesota Law School with honors when Melissa was 2 months old. Now he held a degree, but he had never held his daughter. Chapter 27. The day of the brunch would have been well suited to a June wedding. The sprawling backyard of the Forresters was at its finest. The view over the flaming chafing dishes on the semicircular terrace was lush with color. The terrace itself was delineated by carefully pruned global arbor vitae, which in turn were edged with alternating clumps of marigold and ageratum, the purple and gold contrast creating a stunning effect. The yard stretched in falling terraces to the far reaches of the property, where a file of blue spruce marked its boundaries. The rose gardens of phalanx symmetry were in full bloom, in full scent. Shapely maples and lindens dotted the grass with vast splashes of shade. It was like a pastoral scene from an impressionist's brush. Ladies in filmy dresses drifting from the terrace across the lawn, men sitting on the parapet of the terrace, everyone nibbling on melon and berries. Catherine was sitting on the grass when a shadow fell over her, and she glanced sunward, blinded at first, and unable to make out who stood above her. "All by yourself?" It was Jill Magnuson's rich, lazy voice. "May I join you?" Catherine held up a forearm to shade her eyes. "Of course. Have a chair." Dropping to the grass, Jill doubled up her thoroughbred legs and folded them elegantly to the side, like a ballerina in a swan scene, thought Catherine. Jill tossed back her thick mane and smiled directly at Catherine. "I guess I should apologize for not sending a gift when the baby was born, but you know how it is." "Do I?" Catherine replied sweetly, a little too sweetly. Jill's gaze drifted over Catherine before she smiled archly. "Well, don't you?" "I don't know what you're getting at." "You know precisely what I'm getting at, and I won't be a hypocrite about it. I'm completely jealous of that baby of yours and Clay's. Not that I'd want one, you understand, but it should have been mine." Catherine controlled the urge to slap her. "Should have been yours? Why, how gauche of you to say so." "Gauche, maybe, but we both know it's true. I've been damning myself ever since last October, but I finally decided to lay my cards on the table. I want Clay. It's as simple as that." Some stirring of pride made Catherine answer, "I'm afraid he's already taken." "Taken for a fool, maybe." "He's told me what kind of relationship you two have. Why do you want to hold a man you don't love, and who doesn't love you?" "Maybe to give our daughter a father." "Not the healthiest reason, you'll have to admit." "I don't have to admit anything to you, Jill." "Very well, don't. But ask yourself why Clay asked me to wait for him until he could get this mess straightened out." Then Jill's voice became quite purring. "Oh, I see this is news to you, isn't it? You didn't know that Clay asked me to marry him right after he found out you were pregnant?" "Well, he did. But my silly pride was shattered, and I was totally wrong in turning him down. But now I've changed my mind." "And what does he have to say about it?" "Actions speak louder than words. Surely you know that while you turned a cold shoulder on him all last winter, he knew where to find a warm one." Catherine's stomach was a-quiver. "What do you want from me?" she demanded coldly. "I want you to do the right thing. Turn Clay free before he falls in love with his daughter and stays for the wrong reason. He chose me over you. That's hard for you to swallow, isn't it?" Jill tossed her hair behind a shoulder. "Kiddo, you didn't fool me with that trumped-up wedding of yours. This is Jill you're talking to. I was there that night. And it's no hallucination that Clay kissed me far more intimately than grooms are supposed to kiss other women." Jill paused for dramatic effect, then finished. "And he told me he still loved me. Strange for a man on his wedding night, huh?" The memory of that night came back to Catherine, but she hid her chagrin behind a mask of indifference. She turned now to see Clay sitting on the terrace, deep in conversation with Jill's father. Jill went on. "There's no doubt in my mind that if this mistake," Jill's pause seemed to denigrate the word further, "hadn't happened between you, Clay and I would be planning our wedding right now. It was always implicitly understood that Clay and I would eventually marry. Why, we've been intimate since the days when our mothers plunked us naked together into our little plastic backyard pools. In October, when he asked me to marry him, he admitted you were nothing more than a tragic mistake to him. Why not do him a favor and bow out of the picture?" It was clear that Jill Magnuson was used to getting what she wanted, by fair means or foul. The woman's manner was insolent and rude. There was no note of appeal in her attitude, only brazen self-assurance. Oh, she was as cool as Inella's tomato aspic up there on its bed of crushed ice, thought Catherine. But Catherine disliked tomato aspic, too. "You assume a lot, Jill," Catherine said now, with a little ice of her own. "I assume nothing. I know. I know because Clay has confided in me. I know that you've thrown him out of his own bed, that you've encouraged him to live a life of his own, to keep his old friends, his old pursuits. The baby's born now. She has a name, and Clay is financially responsible for her for life. You got what you wanted out of him, so why don't you free him?" Catherine rose, brushed off her skirt, and pointedly raised an arm to wave at Clay, who waved back. Without looking again at Jill, she said, "He's a big boy. If he wants to be free, don't you think he'd ask?" Catherine headed in the direction of the terrace, but before she could get away, Jill threw one last parting shot, and this one hit its mark. "Where do you think he was while you were in the hospital having his baby?" Insane thoughts came to Catherine, childlike in their vindictiveness. She wished that Inella's superb tomato aspic was made with Jill's blood. She wanted to shave Jill's head, roll her naked in poison ivy, feed her chocolate laced with laxative. These thoughts didn't strike Catherine as immature. She felt hurt and degraded. She wanted revenge and could think of no way to get it. And Clay, she felt like taking a handful of melon balls and firing them at him like artillery, like overturning the chafing dishes, getting everyone's attention, telling everyone here what a liar and a libertine he was. How could he? How could he? It wasn't bad enough that he'd continued his sexual relationship with Jill, but the thought of him confiding the intimate truths about their marriage cut deeper than Catherine ever thought possible. Painful memories came back, bolder than ever. New Year's Eve and Clay kissing Jill with his little finger under her spaghetti strap. The night he hadn't come home at all while she'd fixed supper and waited. And worst of all, 4 nights while she lay in a maternity ward. It was several days after the brunch. Catherine had submerged her anger until it lay at the base of her tongue like bile, waiting to be spewed. He'd known for days that she was seething and would soon erupt. What he didn't know was what would trigger it. All he was doing was standing beside the crib, watching Melissa sleep. Suddenly, behind him, Catherine hissed, "What are you doing? Get away from her!" His hands came halfway out of his pockets, and he turned, surprised by her vehemence. "I didn't wake her up," he whispered. "I know what you're thinking, standing there staring at her all the time, and you can just get it off your mind, Clay Forrester, because it won't work. I'll fight you till my dying day before I let you take her from me." With a quick glance to make sure the baby hadn't been disturbed, he moved toward the hall. "Catherine, you're imagining things. I told you You told me a lot of things you wouldn't do, like keep your affair going with Jill Magnuson, but she certainly set me straight about that. Well, if you want her, what's holding you up?" "What did Jill say to you Sunday, anyway?" "Enough that I know I want to see you gone from this house, and the sooner the better." "What did she say?" "Do I need to repeat it? Do you want to rub my nose in it?" "All right." Catherine marched into the master bedroom, slammed a hand against the light switch, and paraded to his chest of drawers, flinging clothes out to punctuate her words. "You've been sleeping with her all the time you lied to me and said you weren't. So why not move in with her permanently? Do you think everybody doesn't know what's been going on between you when you stood at your own wedding reception and French kissed her in front of everybody there? Did you tell your mother you'd stepped out for air when you disappeared with Jill on New Year's Eve? How dumb do you think I am, Clay? And why are you hanging around here like a stray dog? I'm not going to take you in and feed you and ask you if you'd like to live with me, because I want this farce to be over. I don't want your phony condescension or your 2-bit psychoanalysis about my being emotionally crippled. I don't want you coming in here fawning over my daughter, the one I had while you were staying nights at Jill's house. All I want is what you agreed to give me. Child support for Melissa and my college education paid for. And I want you out of here. Out! So I can get on with my life." The pile of clothes lay in disarray between them. The air seemed thick, as if her shouting had actually raised dust. "She told you a pack of lies, Catherine." Catherine closed her eyes, but the lids quivered. She raised both palms up to Clay. Don't Just don't. Don't make it worse than it already is." Her voice shook. "If she said I'd been sleeping with her, it's a goddamn lie. I've seen her, yes, but I told you I wouldn't sleep with her, and I haven't. Why are we arguing? This is only what we knew was coming all along. Do you want me to go so you can stay?" "Okay," she grew obstinate. "Okay, fine." She started dumping armfuls of his things back in the drawers. "Fine, I'll go. I can easily go back home now that Herb is gone." She headed for her own dresser and yanked the drawers open. "Catherine, you're acting childish. Will you stop it? I don't want you to go. Do you think I'd toss you and Melissa out?" "Oh, then you want to go." She marched back to the bureau and stubbornly began to empty it again. He caught her by the arm and swung her around, none too gently. "You're an adult now. Will you start acting like one?" "I want this over," she said with emphatic pauses. "I want your parents to know the truth, so I don't have to listen to your dad babbling about us leaving Melissa at their house. I'm sick of your mother giving her Polly Flinders dresses that cost $40 apiece and making me feel guilty as Judas. I'm sick of you standing over her crib, plotting how you can get her away from me. Jill doesn't want her. Don't you understand that, Clay? All she wants is you. And since you want her too, why don't we cut through all the crap and give little Jill what she wants?" Something inside Catherine cringed at her rudeness, her gutter language so like her father's, but she couldn't stop it. The need to hurt Clay like he'd hurt her was too strong. "I can see Jill really did a number on you. She's very good with words. But did she actually ever say I slept with her? Or did she imply it? I have no doubt she made me sound totally conniving and guilty." "You told her!" Catherine raged. "You told her I threw you out of your bed when it was you who chose to sleep on that Davenport. You picked out that damn long Davenport. I didn't. And you had no right to tell her such private things about us." "I told her we were having problems. She must have guessed the rest. It doesn't take much guessing, does it? Not when a man sleeps with one woman while another is in the hospital having his baby." Clay's eyebrows lowered ominously. He ran a hand through his hair. "God damn that Jill." Then he swung around with a palm up entreatingly. "Catherine, it's not true. I saw her the second night you were in the hospital. She was waiting outside in her car when I came home, and she followed me in." "You had her here?" Catherine's voice cracked into a high falsetto. "Here? In my house? I didn't have her here. Not the way you put it. I said she followed me in. She said she had to talk to me. We didn't do anything." But Catherine was done arguing. "If you're leaving, leave. If not, I'm going to start my own packing. Which will it be?" In the moments during which she stood confronting Clay, waiting for him to make the move, some bereft voice seemed to be calling from within her, beating on the inside of her stomach with tiny fists. "Why are you doing this? Why are you treating him this way when you love him? Why can't you be forgiving? Why can't you reach out and beg him to start over with you? Is that pain in his face? If you don't risk finding out, he'll be gone, and you'll be left to wonder. But then it will be too late." She stood before him, aching for him to love her, knowing she was making herself unlovable again because she loved him so much that the idea of having him, truly having him as a husband, then losing him, would annihilate her in the end. "I'll need to know where you'll be so my lawyer can serve the divorce papers," was all he said. Then he went to the closet to get his luggage. Catherine hid in the kitchen while Clay packed, listening to him making trips out to the car. Her stomach felt queasy. It lifted nauseatingly until she pressed it firmly against the edge of the kitchen counter. She sensed when Clay went in to look at Melissa for the last time. In the silence, she pictured him, his blonde head bent over the crib, gazing down at the baby's head, blonde too, and she felt heartless and sick with herself. She swallowed back tears, pressing against the counter until her hip bones hurt. The awful need to cry made her throat ache unbearably. It felt like she'd swallowed a tennis ball. He came quietly to the kitchen doorway, found her standing in the lightless room. "All of my things wouldn't fit in the car. I'll have to come back for them." She nodded her head against the wall. "Goodbye, Catherine," he said softly. She raised a hand, hoping that from behind he couldn't tell what a struggle she was having to keep from crying. A moment later, she heard the door shut. It took him 2 days to clear out all of his belongings for good. It took another 2 days before a deputy sheriff appeared at her door and served her with divorce papers. It took another week before Angela called, her voice very shaken, obviously grieved by the news. It took a week and a half before Catherine worked up the courage to visit Ada and tell her. But it took less than an hour for Catherine to begin to miss him. The days that followed were the most hollow of Catherine's life. She found herself staring listlessly at Clay's favorite things in the house. There were so many earth-tone items he loved so much. The place was more his than hers. She remembered how awed she'd been by its luxury the first day he'd brought her here. Guilt was her constant companion. She ate with it, slept with it, paced the rooms with it, knowing full well that it was she who should have gone, he who should have stayed. And though she had once feared leaving, she now feared staying, for the house seemed to echo Clay's voice, reflect his tastes, and always, always remind her of his absence. She remembered how much fun it had been to fill the cabinets with wedding gifts, to go grocery shopping together, to work in the bright, well-equipped kitchen. She hated it now. Cooking for one was decidedly the most desolate chore in the world. Even making coffee in the mornings became a miserable task, for it reminded her sharply of all the mornings Clay had sat at the counter with a cup and the early paper, often attempting to tease her out of her morning grouchiness. She admitted now how hard she'd been to get along with, and marveled at how amiable Clay had always remained, no matter how bearish her morning temper. She had the bathroom all to herself whenever she wanted it, but found she missed the occasional trace of whiskers she used to find in the sink, his toothbrush lying wet beside hers, the smell of his aftershave that lingered in the room after he was gone. One day she made popcorn, but after it was buttered, she burst into tears and threw it all down the garbage disposal. Telling Ada proved to be a terrible ordeal. Ada, whose life was being painfully rebuilt a day at a time, looked much like she used to when Herb raised his fist at her. She seemed to cower, her shoulders curling, shriveling before Catherine's eyes. "Mom, please don't act that way. It's not the end of the world." "But, Kathy, why would you want to go and do a thing like that? Divorce a man like Clay? Why, he's... But for lack of a better word, Ada finished lamely. "Perfect. No, Mother, he's not perfect, and neither am I. But that wedding they give you, and the way Clay give you that beautiful place, and everything you wanted. Mother, please understand, it was a mistake for us to get married in the first place. But if Melissa is his..." But Ada placed trembling fingertips over her thin lips and whispered, "Oh, she is, isn't she?" "Yes, Mother, she's his." "Why, of course she is," Ada reasoned. "She's got his nose and chin. But if Melissa is his, then why did he leave?" "We tried it for Melissa's sake, but it just didn't work. You, above all people, should understand that I didn't want to stay with him when he didn't love me. No, I guess you wouldn't want to do that. But, honey, it breaks my heart to see you give up that good life you had. I was so happy to see you settled that way. Why, you had everything that I never had. Everything I always hoped my little girl would get. And I figured I'd buy myself a little used car soon and come over." Then, without changing the hopeless expression on her face, Ada began to cry. She did it silently, sitting in her beaten-up living-room chair that she had recently covered with a new slipcover. The tears rolled down her sad cheeks, and she acted too empty and weary to lift a hand and swipe at them. "Mom, you can still get a little car, and you can still come and see Melissa. And I'm not coming out of this a total loser. I've got Melissa, haven't I? And Clay is going to pay for me to go back to school in the fall." "And you'd rather have that than be married to him?" Ada asked sadly. "Mother, that's not the point. The point is, Clay and I are getting divorced, and we have to accept that. If you're honest with yourself, you'll admit that I never really fit into his class of people anyway. Why, I thought you did. The way Angela seemed to love you and... Mother, please. Catherine put a hand to her forehead and turned away. The thought of Angela hurt almost as much as the thought of her son. Why, okay, honey, I'm sorry. Only it's so sudden and it takes some getting used to when I've been feeling so good about you being fixed for life. From then on, whenever Catherine visited her mother, Ada rambled on about all that Catherine would give up in divorcing Clay. It didn't matter how many times Catherine pointed out the ways in which she'd benefited. Ada refused to see it that way. In late July, there came an unannounced visit from Clay's father. Opening the door and finding Claiborne there, Catherine immediately felt her throat swell. He was so strikingly handsome. She knew that Clay would look much like him someday. Missing Clay as she did, there was a swift surge of bittersweet joy at seeing his father at the door. "Hello, Catherine. May I come in?" "Hello. Well, certainly." There was a moment of hesitation during which each assessed the other, and each saw pain. Then Claiborne moved to pull Catherine briefly into his arms and kiss the crest of her cheek. She closed her eyes, fighting the overwhelming sense of déjà vu, fending off the love she felt for this man because he was Clay's father, Melissa's grandfather. She felt suddenly secure and protected in his hold. When they were seated in the living room, Claiborne stated simply, "Angela and I were decimated by the news." "I'm sorry." It was easier for Catherine if she didn't look at her father-in-law, but she couldn't keep her eyes from his. They were so like Clay's. "I waited, thinking Clay would come to his senses and come back here, but when we realized he wasn't going to, Angela and I had to know how you are." "I'm fine, just fine. As you can see, I have everything I need. Clay, and you, have seen to that." He leaned forward on the edge of his chair, cupped his palms, and seemed to study them. "Catherine, I'm afraid I must ask your forgiveness. I made such a mistake." "Please, Mr. Forrester, if you're going to tell me about the ultimatum you issued to Clay, I know all about it. Believe me, we're no less guilty than you. We should have known better than to think marriage would automatically solve our problems. And we weren't truthful with you either." "He told us about the agreement you two made." "Oh?" Catherine's eyebrows shot up. "Don't look so guilty about it. None of us is too lily-white, are we?" "I wanted to tell you long ago, but I just couldn't." "Angela and I guessed that everything wasn't as calm as it appeared on the surface." He stood and walked to the sliding door, gazing out much as Clay had often done. "You know, I've only seen this place once since you and Clay moved." He glanced over his shoulder at her. "That was one of the things that made Angela and I wonder. It hurt, the fact that you never invited us here. But I guess we had it coming." "No, oh, no." Catherine followed him to the window, reaching out to touch his elbow. "Oh, God, what good are recriminations? I thought it would be best not to grow to love you, too, under the circumstances, I mean, knowing that Clay and I would be separating soon." "Two?" he repeated hopefully. She should have remembered. He was a lawyer. He picked up on slips like that. "You know what I mean. You and Angela were so good to us. You didn't deserve to be hurt." He sighed, turned his eyes to the summer lawn, where sprinklers threw cascades of droplets out across the greens between buildings. It was a warm, lazy afternoon. "I'm a rich man," he ruminated. "I own all this. But there's very little pleasure in the thought right now." "Please," she pleaded, "don't blame yourself." "I thought I could buy Clay and you and my grandchild, but I was wrong." "I'm not going to deny you the right to see Melissa. I couldn't do that." "How is she?" The first trace of joy crossed his face at the thought of Melissa. "She's getting a double chin, but she's healthy and very happy. I never thought a baby could be so good. She's napping now. But due to wake up soon. I could wake her if you like." Claiborne's smile was answer enough, and she went to get Melissa up, then brought her out to see her grandpa. From his pocket he produced a small teething toy, and his smile was far wider than Melissa's when he gave it to her. "Listen, Catherine, if there's anything she needs, or anything you need, ever, you must promise to let us know. Is that understood?"
"You've done more for me than you should already. Besides, Clay sends us money regularly."
Then she studied Melissa's head, reached to lightly ruffle the feather-fine curls there as she asked, "How is he?" Claiborne watched Catherine's hand on Melissa's fair head. "I don't know. We don't see much of him these days." Their eyes met above the baby. There was deep pain in Claiborne's. "You don't?" "No. He went to work in the legal department of General Mills as soon as he passed his bar exam."
"But isn't he living with you?"
Claiborne became occupied with the toy, trying to get the baby to hold it in her pudgy hand. "No, he's not. He's—"
"No need to feel uncomfortable. I think I know where he's living. With Jill, right?"
"But that's really where he belonged all along." "I thought you knew, Catherine. I didn't mean to spring it on you." She laughed lightly, got up and spoke over her shoulder while she moved to the kitchen. "Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be silly. He can do whatever he pleases now." But when Claiborne was gone, it was Catherine who stood staring out the window across the lawns, hollow-eyed, seeing Clay and Jill in the prismatic colors that jetted from the sprayers outside. Without thinking, she clutched Melissa a little too tightly, then kissed her a little too forcefully, and the baby started to cry. Chapter 28. During that summer, Melissa was Catherine's greatest joy. The love Catherine found so difficult to display toward others she could lavish readily upon her child. Simply touching Melissa seemed to heal Catherine's wounded spirit and bring it back to life. Sometimes she'd flop on her side on the bed, taking Melissa with her, and with 5 tiny toes against her lips would tell the child all the hidden feelings she had. In a voice as soft as cotton candy, she poured out her feelings. "Do you know how much I loved your daddy? I loved him so much that I didn't think I'd survive when he left. But there you were, and I loved you too, and you helped me through. It wasn't as bad after a while. Your daddy is handsome. Know that? You have his nostrils and pretty hair like his. I'm glad you didn't get my straight hair. It's hard to tell about your mouth yet, whose it is. Why, Melissa, did you smile at me? When did you learn how to do that? Do it again. Come on. That's the way. When you smile, you look like your Grandma Angela. She's a wonderful lady. And your Grandpa Claiborne is wonderful, too. You're a very lucky girl, you know, to come from people like them. They all love you. Grandma Ada, too. But I'm the lucky one. I got you, and I love you best. Always remember that. And remember, too, how much I wanted you." Her soliloquies to Melissa were punctuated by kisses and touches, while the baby lay unblinking, her eyes, of yet undefined color, wide and trusting. There came a day when Melissa learned to reach. When she first reached for Catherine's face, the mother knew a joy of love such as she'd never experienced before. It was pure, unconfounded by conflict such as other loves she'd experienced. The tremendous outpouring of emotion left Catherine's eyes awash and her heart full. As the baby grew and responded to Catherine's love, there grew within Catherine the realization that she possessed qualities she hadn't known she possessed: patience, kindness, gentleness, an ease of laughter, a modicum of mother sense, and the innate knowledge of how to make a baby feel secure. They did everything together: sunbathed on the deck, swam in the pool, took showers. It was during a shower that Melissa first laughed aloud. Ate bottled baby food, 1 spoon for Melissa, 1 spoon for Mommy, visited Ada, went grocery shopping, and registered Catherine for the next quarter. But Catherine had enough sense not to fall into the habit of taking Melissa to bed with her at night, no matter how comforting it would have been to have the baby there for company. At bedtime, she resolutely tucked Melissa into the crib in her own room, facing the king-sized bed alone. She never lay down on it without thinking of Clay and the few nights they'd shared it. She couldn't help wondering if he'd still be here had she invited him into it from the beginning. Catherine now found recriminations helpful, for she was learning much from them about herself and her shortcomings, and through Melissa, she was learning it was far more satisfying to be a warm, loving person than a cold, remote one. She learned what an abundant harvest love can reap, that the old saying is true: the more love you give away, the more you have. In late August, Steve came home. He was so dismayed to find Catherine and Clay separated that he blew up at his sister, blaming her for not trying harder to hold a man who'd done his damnedest to do right by her. "I know you, Kathy. I know how god-awful stubborn you can be, and how once your mind is made up, it sets harder than a plaster cast. You don't have to tell me you didn't love him, because I know different. What I want to know is why the hell you wouldn't swallow a little of your pride and fight for him." He was the only one who understood all the forces behind Catherine's belligerence and stubbornness, those old millstones which had ultimately alienated Clay. Steve was the first one to come right out and blame her, and Catherine surprised him by admitting he was right. By the time Steve left, he realized Catherine had done a vast amount of growing up since her wedding. In September, she went back to school, leaving Melissa with a babysitter. Catherine had to contact Clay to let him know there would be another bill for him to pay. He asked if he could drop by and bring her a check and see Melissa at the same time. From the moment the door opened, he could tell that Catherine was different. There was an openness about her, starting with a smile on her face. His attention was torn between it and the wide gaze of curiosity upon the face of his daughter. "Hi, Clay. Come on in." He couldn't control the size of his smile. "Holy cow, has she grown?" Catherine laughed, plopped a loud kiss on the baby's neck, and turned to lead the way inside. "She's got lots of chins to nuzzle, haven't you, Lissy?" And Catherine did so. "She's kind of getting to that shy stage, so it might take a while for her to warm up to you. But don't feel bad. She's that way with everybody lately." Following Catherine upstairs, Clay glanced quickly up and down her jean-clad figure. Her old shape was back, and when she turned to face him again, he noticed how tan she was. Her hair seemed lighter, bleached into streaks like honey and peanut butter. "Sit down, you two, and say hello while I bring us a glass of cola or something." She put Melissa into the crank-up swing that occupied the center of the living room, then ducked into the kitchen. Melissa immediately realized she'd been left alone with a stranger and stuck out her lip. "Didn't you warn her I was coming? Tell her to put on her best manners?" Clay called. "I did. I told her you were the fella paying the bills, so she'd better watch her P's and Q's." Melissa began to squall, but quieted as soon as Catherine reappeared. She handed a glass to Clay, cranked up the swing, then sat cross-legged on the floor beside it. "Oh, before I forget, here." Clay dug a check out of his pocket and handed it to her. "Oh, thank you. I hated to ask for more." "You earned it," he said without thinking. But Catherine seemed to take no offense. Instead, she began to describe the babysitter who cared for Melissa, as if to put him at ease about the woman coming well recommended. "You don't have to reassure me about that, Catherine. If there's one thing I don't worry about, it's the kind of care Melissa will get." "She's a good baby, Clay. Really good. She's got your temperament." Then Catherine smiled, shook her head in gay self-deprecation. "Boy, I'm sure glad she didn't get mine, or she'd be driving her mother nuts." "You had to put up with plenty of temper from me." "Usually after I started it, though." "Oh, well. Water over the dam, huh? So, how's everything with you and Jill? Are you happy?" Clay seemed startled. The last thing he'd expected Catherine to ask about was Jill, especially in that free and easy way. "Yes, we are. We don't—" But he stopped self-consciously. "Hey, it's okay. I mean, I didn't mean to pry." "No, you weren't prying. I was just going to say that Jill and I don't fight like you and I used to, or give each other the silent treatment. We coexist rather peacefully." "Good for you. So do Melissa and I. Peace is nice, isn't it, Clay?" He sipped his drink, assessing this changed Catherine who seemed utterly satisfied with herself and her life. She reached over and tucked the baby's collar down, keeping up with the swing while she did it, smiling and saying, "Melissa, this is your daddy. You remember him, don't you? Shame on you for sticking your lip out and crying at him." Again, she glanced up at Clay. "Your father came to visit us once. He brought Melissa a toy and asked how we were and said to let him know if we needed anything. But he's been so good to us already, I'd feel guilty to take anything from him." "What is it you need?" "Nothing. Clay, you've been great about the money part. I really appreciate it. School is going to be great this year, I know. I mean, it's so much easier going to school when you're not pregnant." She flung her arms up and let them flop back down. "I feel like I could conquer the world every day, you know?" Clay used to feel that way. He didn't anymore. "Are you still sewing and typing?" "Yes. Now that school is in session again, it's easy to find jobs." "Don't worry. I'll help with the money any way I can. Mostly it goes for groceries. Baby food is kind of expensive." She chuckled and fluffed Melissa's hair as the swing went past. "Of course, I could save a lot on it if I didn't eat so much of it myself. We kind of share the stuff, Melissa and I. I share my shower with her, and she shares her food with me. Huh, Lissy?" "You take her in the shower?" exclaimed Clay. "At her age? Oh, she loves it. And the pool, too. You should have seen her in the pool this summer, just like a baby otter." While she rambled on, she took Melissa out of the swing and sat the baby in her lap, facing Clay. He noticed a new contentment in Catherine as she touched Melissa's hair or ear or gently clapped the bottoms of the tiny feet together. There was a naturalness about it that made Clay feel left out. The longer he observed Catherine with the baby, the more he sensed how much she'd changed. She was freer than he'd ever seen her, talkative and happy, trying to withhold nothing about Melissa from him. It almost seemed as if she must share everything she could remember, but she did it guilelessly, shifting her attention from the baby to Clay all the while. Finally she said, "I think she's used to you now, if you want to hold her." But when he took Melissa, she immediately complained. So, disappointed, he handed the baby back to her mother. Catherine shrugged. "Sorry." He stood up to leave. "Clay, is there anything you want from the house? I feel awful about taking everything from you. It seems like everything here is yours, and I've ended up with it all. If there's anything you want, just say so. It's yours." He glanced around the neat living room, where the only thing out of place was the swing. He thought of the disarray Jill always left in her wake. "Jill had everything already, thanks." "Aren't there even any of the wedding gifts you want?" "No, you keep 'em." "Not even the popcorn popper?" She looked like a sprite while asking it. "That wasn't a wedding gift. We bought that together." "Oh, that's right. Well, I don't make much popcorn, so just say if you want it." She seemed to have thoroughly adjusted to her life without him. She led the way to the door, opened it, and sauntered out to the car with him. "Thanks for bringing the check over, Clay. We really appreciate it." "Any time." "Clay, one more thing before you go." He stood beside the open car door, grateful for something that kept him here a little longer. Catherine stared at the ground, kicking a pebble, then looked directly into his eyes. "Your father mentioned that they don't see much of you anymore. It's none of my business, but he seemed terribly hurt by that. Clay, there's no reason for you to feel like you failed them or whatever." This was the first time she'd acted flustered. Her cheeks were pink. "Oh, you know what I mean. Your parents are really great. Don't sell them short, okay?" "They don't exactly approve of my living with Jill." "Give them a chance," she said, her voice gone quite low and musical, persuasive somehow. "How can they approve if they never see you to do it?" Then, quite suddenly, she flashed him a smile. "Oh, forget it. It's none of my business. Say goodbye to your daddy, Melissa." She backed away, manipulating the baby's hand in a wave. Why was it that Clay, too, felt she was manipulating his heart in some obscure way? 6 weeks after school started, a history professor named Frank Barrett asked Catherine to a show at the Orpheum. They returned to her house after an exhilarating live performance of A Chorus Line, and Frank Barrett tried to exact payment for the evening. He was handsome enough in a rugged, dark-whiskered way, and Catherine thought of it as therapy when she let herself be pulled into his arms and kissed. But his beard, which she'd liked earlier, was less likable when his tongue came through it. His body, which had nothing to speak against it, was less appealing when it flattened Catherine's against the entry wall. His hands, which were square-nailed and clean, were too abruptly intimate, and when she pushed them away, it was with a healthy negative feeling against him that had nothing to do with hang-ups. She simply was not attracted to him, and found it glorious to turn him away for such a reason. When he apologized, she actually smiled, saying, "Oh, no need to apologize. It was wonderful." Misreading her reply, he moved in again, only to be staved off a second time. "No, Frank. Saying no was wonderful." The poor, puzzled Frank Barrett left Catherine believing that she was somewhat wacky, not at all like she'd seemed when he'd first noticed her in his classroom. In late November, the law caught up with Herb Anderson, and he was returned to Minnesota for trial. When Catherine saw him in the courtroom, she could scarcely believe it was he. His beer belly was gone, his face sallow, his hands shaky. Life on the lam had obviously been unkind to him, but the same cynical expression still marred his face. The same droop of lips said old Herb still thought he deserved a square deal from life and wasn't getting it. To Catherine's surprise, Clay was in the courtroom, and so were his parents. With an effort, she forced her thoughts back to the proceedings, noting the satisfied smirk that crossed Herb's face when he saw that the Forresters did not seat themselves in the same row with Catherine and Ada. The trial did not last long, for there was no one to come to Herb Anderson's defense save two of his booze buddies from the old days who looked even more disreputable than Herb, who'd at least been cleaned up and offered fresh clothing, courtesy of the county. Herb Anderson's history of violence was clearly presented in the testimony of Ada, Catherine, and even Herb's own sister and brother-in-law, Aunt Ella and Uncle Frank. The past assault on Clay was brought up as evidence and dismissed, yet its impact remained. The doctor who had treated Ada testified, as did the ambulance drivers and Mrs. Sullivan. As the trial proceeded, Herb's usually florid face grew pastier and pastier. There were no verbal outbursts from him this time, only a quivering of his flaccid jowls and a persecuted expression when the judge sentenced Herbert Anderson to 2 years in the Stillwater State Penitentiary. Leaving her seat, holding Ada's arm, Catherine saw Clay and his parents moving also toward the center aisle. He wore a stylish cashmere coat of spice brown, its collar flipped up. His eyes sought and held hers as she moved toward him, and wings seemed to flutter within Catherine's chest as she realized he was waiting for her. There was a welcome feeling of security about anticipating his touch upon her arm. Without a word, for the bench had called the next case, it was somehow understood. Angela and Claiborne separated to make room for Ada between them as they left the courtroom, followed by Catherine, with Clay's hand guiding her elbow. Walking beside him, she caught a hint of his familiar cologne. She gave in to the urge to look up at him again, tightening her arm and pulling his hand against her ribs. "Thank you, Clay," she smiled appreciatively. "We really needed your support today." He squeezed her elbow. The impact of his smile sent flurries deep into her stomach, and she looked away. Once again, Clay sensed the changes in her. She had gained a new self-assurance that was totally attractive on her, while at the same time she'd become dulcified. She was no longer skittish or defensive. He noticed that she'd changed her hairstyle, and that the summer streaks were now blending into its natural gold color. He studied it as she walked a step ahead of him, mentally approving of the appealing way in which it was caught up with combs behind her ears, falling in blithe curls down past her shoulder blades now. They reached the corridor and found Angela waiting there, gazing at Catherine, fighting tears. "Oh, Catherine, it's so wonderful to see you. I've missed you too," Catherine got out. Then the two were in each other's arms, and tears were hovering in the corners of both pairs of eyes. Observing them, Clay remembered how Catherine had vowed not to let herself grow fond of his parents, but he saw that it hadn't worked, for from Angela's embrace she went to Claiborne's. It was the first time Clay ever remembered Catherine moving unguardedly into a hug, except that time with Steve. Claiborne's bear hug made Catherine gasp and laugh, breaking the tension. But over his shoulder, Catherine's eyes were again drawn to Clay, who was studying her with a faraway expression. They all seemed to remember Ada then, and the reason for their being there. After they spoke of the case she had just won, the talk moved on to other things, growing a little fast and clipped, as if too much needed crowding into too little time. At last Angela suggested, "Why don't we all go somewhere and have a sandwich or a drink, somewhere we can talk for a while? There's so much I want to hear about Melissa, and you, Catherine." "How about the Mullion?" Claiborne suggested. "It's a favorite place of mine and not far from here." Catherine glanced sharply at Clay, then at her mother. Ada's hand fluttered to draw her coat closed. "Why, I don't know. I rode in with Margaret." They now took note of Mrs. Sullivan standing by, waiting with Ella and Frank. "If you'd like, we can take you home," Claiborne offered. "Well, it's up to Kathy." Catherine heard Clay say, "Catherine can ride with me." She slid him a look then, but he was buttoning up his coat as if it were already decided. "I have my own car," she said. "Whatever you like. You can ride with me if you like, and I'll bring you back uptown afterward to pick up your car." The old Catherine intruded, with her impulse to fend off her feelings of attraction for Clay, but the newer Catherine was secure now, and decided to go ahead and enjoy him while she could. "All right," she agreed. "There's no sense in burning up extra gas." Smiling at the others, Clay said, "We'll see you there, then." And Catherine felt her elbow firmly clasped and snuggled against Clay's warm side. Outside, the wind was howling, eddying in miniature twisters in the valleys between tall buildings. Catherine savored the icy sting upon her cheeks, for they were warm, almost burning. She and Clay got to a corner and stood waiting for a light to change. Catherine kept her eyes on the luminous red circle across the street, but she could feel Clay's eyes on her. She reached up to turn up her collar, but it caught on the long Angora scarf twined around her neck, and Clay reached a gloved hand to help. Through all those layers of wool, his touch could still raise goosebumps up and down Catherine's spine. The light changed then. "My car's in the parking ramp," Clay said, taking her arm again as they crossed the windy street, then crossing behind her as they turned the corner. Taking the outside, he brushed her shoulder. The touch made her tingle. She searched for something to say, but the only sound came from their heels on the sidewalk. He turned her into the echoing dungeon of a concrete parking ramp, its floor slick with motor oil. The heel of her shoe skittered, dumping her sideways, but she felt herself hoisted upright by that hand so secure on her elbow. "You okay?" "Yes. Winter is no time for high heels." He watched her trim ankles, mentally disagreeing with her. At the elevator, he dropped his arm, leaned to push the button, and the silence seemed insurmountable while they waited, shivering, their shoulders hunched against the cold that seemed so much more intense in the concrete dimness. The elevator arrived. Clay stood aside while Catherine boarded. He pushed an orange button. Still they said nothing, and Catherine frantically wished she'd kept up a steady stream of chatter all the way, because the privacy of the elevator was unbearable, yet she couldn't think how to start. Clay watched the light indicate the floors as they went up. "How's Melissa?" he asked the lights. "Melissa's fine. She just loves the babysitters. At least, I'm told she's very content and happy there." The hum of the elevator sounded like a buzzsaw. "How's Jill?" Clay looked sharply at Catherine, hesitating only a moment before answering, "Jill's fine. At least, she tells me she's very content and happy." "And how about you?" Catherine's heart slammed around inside her. "What do you tell her?" They had arrived at the correct level. The doors opened. Neither of them moved. The frigid air invaded their cell, but they stood as if unaware of it, gazing into each other's faces. "My car is off to the right," he said, confused by the confusion in his chest, afraid of making the wrong move with her. "I'm sorry, Clay. I shouldn't have asked that," she said in a rush, hurrying along beside him. "You have every right to ask about Melissa, but I have none to ask about Jill. I do wonder about you, though, and hope you're happy. I want you to be." They stopped beside the Corvette. He leaned to unlock the door. He straightened, looked at her. "I'm working on it." Riding to the Mullion, they were both remembering the other time he'd taken her there. Suddenly it seemed childish to Catherine, the way they had grown so ill at ease with each other. "Are you thinking about it, too? About the last time we went here?" she asked. "I wasn't going to mention it. We're big kids now. We should be able to handle it. You know, you've changed, Catherine. Half a year ago, you'd have bristled and acted threatened at the idea of going there." "I felt threatened then." "And now you don't?" "I'm not sure of your question. Do you mean threatened by you?" "It wasn't always against me that you put up your defenses. It was other things, places, circumstances, your own fears. I think you've outgrown a lot of that." "I think I have, too." "Well, since you asked me, I'll ask you. Are you happy?" "Yes." "And do you know what made the difference?" "What?" He angled a glance at her and found her watching him in the failing light of late afternoon. "Melissa," she answered softly. "There have been countless times when I've looked at her and fought the urge to call you and say thank you for giving her to me." "Why didn't you?" He'd had his eyes on her for so long she wondered how the car stayed on the road. Catherine moved her head and shoulders in a vague way that said she did not have the answer. He turned back to watch the lane, and the familiarity struck her with a breathtaking blow. His profile there behind the wheel, the wrist draped negligently as he drove with the ease she remembered so well. She let her impulses have their way, and suddenly leaned over, putting a hand on his jaw, and pulling his cheek briefly against her lips. "That's for both of us, for Melissa and me, because I think she's just as grateful to have me as I am to have her." Quickly, Catherine centered herself in her own seat and went on. "And you know what, Clay? I'm a fabulous mother. Don't ask me how it happened, but I know I am." He couldn't help grinning. "And humble, too." She snuggled into her seat contentedly. "There aren't a lot of things I'm good at, but being Melissa's mother is, well, it's great. It's a little harder since school started, but I cut a few corners of housework time here and there, let a few things stay dusty, and I still find time for her. But I have to admit, I'll be glad when school is over, and I don't have to divide my time so many ways." The kiss, then, had been purely a kiss of thanks. It was clearer than ever that Catherine's life was full and happy. She had it all together. Clay listened to her relating stories about it, and suffered pangs of regret that she'd been unable to feel this fulfilled when she was living with him. He came from his reverie to realize that she'd just said she was dating again. He submerged the twinge of possessiveness to which he no longer had a right, and asked, "How does it feel?" "Terrific." She flung up her palms. "Just terrific. I can kiss back without the slightest bit of guilt. Sometimes I can even enjoy it." She looked at him with an impish grin, and they both laughed. But 100 queries bubbled up in his mind about those kisses, the ones she'd shared them with, queries which, again, he had no right to ask. They stayed at the Mullion for over 2 hours, until Angela had learned about each of Melissa's toys and teeth and vaccinations. Catherine was her new, free, easy self all the while. Clay spoke little, sitting back and studying her, comparing her to the way she used to be, and subconsciously comparing her to Jill. He wondered if she was dating only one man or several. He planned to ask her when he drove her back to her car. But when the time came to leave, Catherine pointed out that it was actually closer to Claiborne and Angela's route to drop her back uptown, and she rode with them. Chapter 29. Clay stood in the window of the high-rise apartment he shared with Jill, staring down at the icy expanse of Lake Minnetonka in the cold purple dusk below. The lake was a sprawling network of bays, channels, and inlets in a western suburb bearing its name. Clay wished it was summer. In summer, the lake was a water-lover's paradise, dappled by sails, dotted with skiers, peopled with fishermen, rimmed by intermittent beach and woodland. Its islands emerged like emeralds from sapphire waters. In spots where its shoreline was left to nature's whims, Watery fingers erupted in lavender explosions of loosestrife come August. But now, in early December, Clay studied the frozen surface in distaste. Winds had whipped it into a froth as it froze, leaving it the pitted texture and color of lava. Rowboats and schooners alike looked bereft, overturned on the shore. Hoisted above the waterline, their soiled canvas covers held dirty snow. On a spar below, a trio of dissolute sparrows fluffed their feathers against an Arctic wind until they were blown off, trundled sideways as they flew. A small flock of mallards fought a headwind, then disappeared in their search of open water. Watching the ducks, Clay wondered where the autumn had gone. He had drifted through it listlessly, free this year to enjoy the hunting he so dearly loved, yet somehow never even getting his gun out of its case. In the past, he'd hunted with his father more than anyone else. He missed his father, but as winter thickened and intensified, so had his parents' disapproval over his living with Jill. Although they occasionally phoned, Clay sensed their silent chastisement, thus never called them back. He saw Jill's car curve into the parking lot below and disappear toward the garages. Minutes later, he heard her key in the door. Normally, he'd have hurried to open it, but today he only continued staring morosely at the chill scene outside. "Oh, God, it's cold. I hope there's a nice hot toddy waiting for me," Jill said. She crossed to Clay, dropping gloves, scarf, purse, and coat across the room like rings from a skipping stone, only, unlike ripples, the articles would not disappear. It aggravated Clay, for he'd just cleaned up the place again when he got home. Jill crooked an arm through his and rubbed her cold nose against his jaw in greeting. "I like it when you get home first, and you're here waiting." "Jill, do you have to drop your stuff every place like that?" "Oh, did I drop something?" She looked at the trail behind her, then nuzzled Clay again. "Just anxious to get to you, darling, that's all. Besides, you know I always had a maid at home." "Yes, I know. That's always your excuse." He couldn't help recalling how Catherine used to enjoy keeping the townhouse clean and neat. "Irritable tonight, darling?" "No, I'm just tired of living in a mess." "You're irritable. In need of some liquid refreshment. What have you been standing here brooding about? Your parents again? If it bothers you so much, why don't you go over and see them tonight?" But it only irritated him further that she simplified it so, as if his problems could be solved by a simple visit. She dropped her shoes in the middle of the room on her way to the liquor cabinet. She picked up a brandy decanter, swung around loosely to face him, and said, "Let's have a drink. Then let's go out and get some supper." It was Friday night, bleak and cold, and he was tired of running. He wished just once she'd suggest making dinner at home, doing something cozy and relaxing. The memory of sharing popcorn and studying with Catherine came back, so inviting now. He pictured the townhouse, Melissa in her swing with Catherine cross-legged beside it in her jeans. Looking out at the cold, icy lake which was receding into the dusk's hold, he wondered what Catherine's reaction would be if he showed up at her door. Abruptly, he walked over and closed the draperies. Before he could reach for the lamp switch, Jill moved close in the dark. She wrapped her arms around him, pressed her breasts to his chest, and sighed. "Maybe I can think of a way to coax you out of your bad mood," she whispered huskily against his lips. He kissed her, waiting for arousal to grip him. Instead, he was gripped only by hunger pangs. He'd skipped lunch that day. It struck him that the state of his stomach overrode his bodily response to Jill. It made him feel emptier, hungrier, but for something that went beyond either food or sex. "Later," he said, brushing her hair back, guilty now for his lack of desire. "Get your coat, and let's go out and eat." Melissa was teething and fussy and whiny these days. She resisted bedtime, so Catherine often brought her out onto the living room floor until she fell asleep there, then carried her back to her crib. The doorbell rang, and Melissa's eyes flew open again. "Oh, damn," thought Catherine. But she leaned over, kissed Melissa's forehead, and whispered, "Mommy'll be right back, Punkin." Melissa started sucking on her bottle again. Through the door, Clay heard her muffled voice. "Who is it?" "It's Clay," he said, close to the wood. Suddenly, Catherine forgot her irritation. Her stomach seemed to suspend itself, then drift back into place in an unnervingly tentative way. "It's Clay, it's Clay, it's Clay," she thought, deliriously happy. On the other side of the door, Clay wondered what he'd say to her. She'd surely see through his flimsy excuse for coming here. The door fairly flew open, but when it swung back, she stood motionless. First impression made her momentarily mute. His wind-whipped hair in a whorl of inviting imperfection above the turned-up collar of an old leather jacket, faded jeans hugging his slim hips, his hands in his pockets like some uncertain high school sophomore ringing a girl's bell for the first time. He hesitated as if he didn't know what to say, then his eyes traveled down to her knees, then back up, then seemed not to know where to rest. Everything in her went all loose and jellyish. "Hi, Catherine." "Hi, Clay." Suddenly, she realized how long it had been since either of them had moved and remembered that Melissa was on the floor with the cold wafting in. "I brought Melissa a Christmas gift." She stepped back, let him in, then closed the door to find herself disarmingly close to him in the rather confined area of entry. Clay briefly glanced down at her attire. "Were you in bed already?" Oh, no." Self-consciously, she tugged the zipper of her robe the remaining 2 inches up her neck, then jammed her hands into her pockets. "I guess I should have called first." He stood there feeling graceless and intrusive. The robe was fleecy pink with a hood and pockets on the front like a sweatshirt. Her hair was pulled back with a plastic headband, and the ends of it were still wet. Her face had that scrubbed, shiny look that he recognized so well. With a start, he realized she'd just gotten out of the shower. He knew perfectly well there was no bra beneath that fuzzy pink fleece. He remembered that untethered look of hers. "It doesn't matter. It's okay." "Next time, I'll make sure I call first. I just bought something on impulse and I was driving past and decided to drop it off." "I said it was okay. We weren't doing anything special anyway." "You weren't?" he asked dumbly. "I was studying and Melissa was teething." He smiled then, a big, warm, wonderful smile, and she hunched up her shoulders and pushed her hands as far down in her pockets as they'd go, because she didn't know how else to contain her happiness at his being there. Suddenly, there was a loud thump, and the living room was plunged into darkness, followed by a second of silence before Melissa's wail of panic billowed through the blackness. "Oh, my God!" Clay heard. He groped, touched the fleecy robe, and followed it up the stairs in the direction of the living room. "Where is she, Catherine?" "I left her on the floor." "You get her. I'll get the kitchen light." Melissa was screaming, and Catherine's heart threatened to explode. Fumbling for the light switch, Clay, too, felt a stab of panic. He found the switch, then, in 5 long-legged strides, was kneeling behind Catherine, who had scooped up the baby and was muffling Melissa's cries against her neck. In the dim light, Clay could see the table lamp on the floor, but unbroken. He touched Catherine's shoulder, then Melissa's head. "Catherine, let's take her into the light and see if she's hurt." He put his hands on Catherine's sides, urging her up, and felt through the robe that she was crying too. "Come on," he said sensibly, "let's take her into the bathroom." They laid Melissa on a fat Turkish towel on the vanity top. They could see right away where the lamp had hit the back of the baby's head. There was a tiny gash there, and already it was starting to swell into a goose egg. Catherine was so upset that her distress was conveyed to Melissa, who squalled all the louder. So Clay was the one who swabbed the bruise and calmed them both. "It's all my fault," Catherine blamed herself. "I've never left her on the floor like that before. I should have known she'd go straight for the lamp cord. She does every chance she gets. But she was asleep when the doorbell rang, and I didn't think anything of it. She started sucking on her bottle again, and I just... Hey, it's nothing serious. I'm not blaming you, am I?" Clay's eyes met hers in the mirror. "But a lamp that size could have killed her." "But it didn't. And it's not the last bump she'll take. Do you realize that you're more upset than Melissa?" He was right. Melissa wasn't even crying anymore, but sitting there wet-eyed, watching them. Sheepishly, Catherine smiled, sniffled, yanked out a tissue and blew her nose. Clay put his arm around her shoulder and bumped her up against his side a couple of times, as if to say, "Silly girl." At that moment, he understood why nature had created a 2-parent system. "Yes, you're a good mother, Catherine," he thought, "but not in emergencies. At times like this, you need me. What do you say we show her the Christmas present I bought for her, and that'll make her forget she even had an accident?" "All right. But, Clay, do you think this needs stitches? I don't know anything about cuts. She's never had one before." They fought Melissa's tiny hands and caused her to start complaining again while they inspected the damage. "I don't know much about it either, but I don't think so. It's awfully tiny. And anyway, it's in her hair, so if there's a scar, it won't show." Finally, Melissa left the bathroom on her mother's arm, looking back at Clay with a wide-eyed look of inquiry. He set up the lamp and plugged it in again, and they all sat down on the living room floor, the baby in her yellow-footed pajamas staring so silently at Clay that he finally laughed at her. Her bottom lip started quivering again, so Clay suggested, "Hurry up and open that before I get a complex." The sound and sight of the bright red, crackly paper captured the baby's attention as Catherine tore it off the white koala bear with its flat nose and lifelike eyes. At the sight of it, Melissa's mouth made a tiny ooh, then she gurgled. The koala had a music box inside, and it wasn't long before it accompanied Melissa to bed. Coming back down from Melissa's room, Catherine found Clay waiting at the bottom of the stairs, his green and gold leather jacket slung over one shoulder as if he were going to leave. A throb of disappointment thudded through her. She stopped at the bottom step, curling her toes over the edge, hanging on by her heels only. Her fingertips unconsciously toyed upon the handrails. He stood before her, their eyes nearly on the same level, trying to think of something to say to each other. "She'll sleep now," Catherine said, not quite an invitation. Not quite not. "Good. Well..." He looked at the carpet while he slowly threaded his arms into his jacket sleeves. While studying the floor, he straightened the old shapeless collar while Catherine gripped the handrails tightly. He buried his hands in the jacket pockets and cleared his throat. "I guess I better get going." His voice sounded a little raspy, trying to talk soft that way so he wouldn't wake Melissa. "Yes, I guess so." It took great effort for Catherine to breathe. The banister suddenly felt slippery. Clay's head came up slowly, his inscrutable eyes meeting hers. He gestured with one of his hidden hands as if waving goodbye, jacket and all. "So long." She could barely hear it, he said it so softly. "So long." But instead of moving, he stood there studying her, the way she perched on that bottom step like a sparrow on a limb. Her eyes were wide and unsmiling, and he could see the way she forced herself to take shallow, fluttering breaths. His own breath wasn't any too calm. He wished she wouldn't look so stricken, but knew she had good reason to be scared, just as scared as he was at that moment. Her hair was dry now, the ends curling wispily upon her shoulders, upon the folds of the hood that hilled up around her jaw. She stood there all still, arms straight out from her sides, looking almost breastless in her robe. Face shiny, devoid of makeup, hair unstyled, feet bare. He tried not to analyze, not to think either I should or I shouldn't, because he only knew he had to. He took 3 agonizingly slow footsteps toward her, his eyes roving her face. Then he leaned silently and put his face in the spot where her hair lay, lifted by that hood. He breathed of her remembered fragrance, soft, powdery, feminine scent that he'd always loved. Catherine's lips fell open, and she moved her jaw against his temple, while deep in her body things went liquid, deep in his things went hard. Her heart scrambled to make sense of this while it seemed to take light years of time before he straightened and their eyes met. They asked tacit questions, remembered old hurts they'd caused each other. Then, still with his hands in his pockets, Clay leaned and touched her lips softly with his own, seeing her lashes drop just before his own eyes slid shut. He kissed her with a light lingering of flesh upon flesh, letting the past slip into obscurity, yet unable to prevent it from being part of the kiss. He told himself he must go, but when he drew away, her lips followed, telling him not to. Their eyelids flickered open to breach that moment of uncertainty before he moved more surely against her lips. There was a timorous first opening of mouths, warm touch of tongue upon tongue. Then Clay wrapped his hands, jacket and all, around her, pulling her inside of it with him. Handlessly they embraced, for she still clutched the rails, and his hands were lost in his pockets behind her, quite afraid to pull them out and start something they certainly should not finish. But it was impossible, unbearable, this handlessness. Then Catherine seemed to lean off the steps, drifting into the warm place he opened up to her, losing her arms deep inside his jacket. He enclosed her in the cocoon of soft old wool and leather and hard young flesh and blood, lifting her off that step, turning, holding her suspended against him while the kiss became reckless and she went sliding down his body. Her bare toes touched canvas, and she was standing on his tennis shoes. One hand came out of his pocket and found her hair, cradling the back of her head, pulling her against his mouth. The other hand left the safe confines of its pocket and flattened itself upon the center of her back, then drifted lower, lower to the shallows of her spine to bring the length of her body against his. Through her robe, she could feel his belt buckle and the hard zipper of his jeans, and she remembered drinking wine from his skin. Ironically, the thought sobered her, and she tried to push away, but he pulled her almost violently against the thunder of his heart, crushing her. "Oh, God, Cat," he whispered in a strangled voice. "This is where we started." "Not at all," came her shaky reply. "We've come a long way since then." "You have, Cat. You have. You're so different now." "I've grown up a little, that's all. But what the hell's the matter with me?" "Don't you know?" "Nothing's right in my life anymore. Everything's gone wrong since you and I made that damn agreement. The last year's been miserable. I don't know who I am or where I'm going anymore." "Is this going to tell you?" "I don't know. I only know it feels right here with you." "The first time we met it felt right, and look where it landed us." "I want you," he half-groaned against her hair, wrapping his arms around her so far she heard old stitches pop up the back of his jacket. She closed her eyes and swam in a warm, wet place of his making, secure enough now to take the plunge, to say that which she'd refused to say during the agonizing months she'd lived with him. "But I love you, Clay, and there's a difference." He pulled back to search her face, and she willed him to say it, but he didn't. He read her thoughts and knew what it was she waited for, but found he could not say it unless he was certain. Things had happened so fast, he didn't know if he was running on impulse or emotion. He only knew she looked beguiling, and that she was the mother of his child, and that they were still husband and wife. He came back against her hard, and the momentum swept them to the carpeted stairs. All in one motion he pressed her down and lifted his knee, riding it across her stomach, hip, and thigh, caressing her with it, while he searched the neck of her robe for the zipper, slid it down, and plunged his hand inside to slake it with her breast, then run it down to her stomach. "Stop it, Clay, stop it," she implored, dying because she wanted nothing more than to turn her body inside out for him. Against her warm neck, he said throatily, "You don't want this to stop. Not any more than you did the first time." "Our divorce will be final in less than a month, and you're living with another woman. And lately all I do is compare her to you." "Is that why you're here, Clay? To make comparisons?" No, I didn't mean it that way." His hand swept down her ribs, down her stomach, heading again for the spot that wept for him. "Oh, Cat, you're under my skin." "Like an itch you can't reach, Clay?" She grabbed his wrist and stopped it again. "Don't play games with me." "I'm not the one playing games, Clay. You are." He felt her nails now digging into his wrist. He pushed himself back, leaning on one elbow to see her better. "I'm not playing games. I want you." "Why?" "Because I'm the first thing in your life that you can't have?" His face changed, grew stormy. Then abruptly he sat up on the step beside her and buried his fingers in his hair. "God, is she right?" he wondered. "Is that all it is with me? Ego? Am I that kind of a bastard?" He heard her zipper go back up, but remained as he was, touching his scalp, which tingled at the thought of all that naked skin beneath her robe. He sat that way a long time, then pulled his palms down over his face. But in them he could smell the fragrance of her perfume, gathered from her skin like spring flowers. She sat beside him, watching him do battle with himself. After a long time, he stretched his frame back against the edges of the steps, lying there at an angle. With his eyes closed, he lifted up his hips and tugged at the crotch of his jeans. She could see the telltale bulge there. He rested the back of a wrist over his eyes, let his other hand lie limply down along his groin. He sighed. Finally she spoke, but her voice was unangry, reasonable. "I think you'd better decide what it is you want, me or her. You can't have us both." "I know that. I goddamn know that," he said tiredly. "I'm sorry, Catherine." "Yes, you should be, doing this to me again. I'm not as resilient as you are, Clay. When I get hurt, it hurts for a long time, and I have no alternate lover to fall back on for support. I feel like I'm spinning in circles. Nothing's in focus." "I don't doubt it. Living with her, coming here, your parents right in the middle. What about them, Clay? What are you trying to prove by rejecting them the way you have and going to work for someone else?" She saw his Adam's apple slide up and down, but he didn't answer. "If you want to punish yourself, Clay, keep me out of it. If you want to go on putting yourself into situations that rub you raw, fine. I don't. I've made a new life with Melissa, and I've proven to myself that I can live without you. When we met, you were the one with direction, the secure one. Now it seems we've changed places. What happened to that direction, that purpose you used to have?" "Maybe it left me when I left you," he thought. At last he stood up, then pulled himself to his feet and stood with his back to her, staring at the floor. She said, "I think you'd better go someplace and get sorted out. Get your priorities straight. If and when you manage that and think you want to see me again." But instead of finishing the thought, she ended, "Just don't ever come back here asking for me unless it's for keeps." She heard the snaps of his jacket like whip cracks in the silence. Clay's shoulders squared, then slumped. Then he waved wordlessly, without looking back at her, and left the house, closing the door softly behind him. Chapter 30. Emotionally, Catherine found herself in that painful, bittersweet state she'd faced and gotten through once before when Clay left her. Again she suffered reveries from which she emerged to find her hands idle, her thoughts and eyes meandering out the window, across the snowy city to Clay. Clay, whom she'd have on one condition only, thus would probably never have at all. The contentment she'd known from loving Melissa ceased to sustain her. Emptiness crept into her unexpectedly, in the middle of the most everyday activities, studying, folding laundry, walking across campus, giving Melissa a bath, driving the car. Clay's visage appeared before her constantly, his absence again robbing her of joy, making life seem wan and empty, at times bringing tears to her eyes. And like all lorn loves, she found reminders of him in countless places that were only illusory, in the reddish-gold hair of some stranger on the street, in the cut of a sport coat on a muscular shoulder, in the inflection of someone's laughter, in the way certain men crossed their ankles over their knees, dropped their hands into their pockets, or straightened their ties. One of Catherine's professors, when he lectured intensely, had Clay's habit of standing with arms akimbo, holding his sport coat back with his wrists, studying the floor between his outspread feet. His body language was so like Clay's that Catherine became obsessed with the man. It did no good to tell herself she was transferring her feelings for Clay to a veritable stranger. Every time Professor Newman stood before class that way, Catherine's heart would react. She counted off the days until Christmas break, when she would no longer have to be subjected to Professor Newman and his similarities to Clay. But Christmas brought its own bittersweet memories of last year. In an effort to stave them off, she called Aunt Ella and wangled an invitation for herself and Ada for Christmas Day. But even having plans didn't help much, for she never turned on the lights of her tiny tree without having to quell the soft, seductive memories of last year at Angela and Claiborne's house. She would walk to the sliding glass door and look out on the snow-laden world and jam her hands into the pockets of her jeans and remember that magical house with all its love, lights, music, and family. Family. Ah, family. It was so much the root of Catherine's unhappiness, had been all her life. She would look at Melissa and tears would gather. For that family security the child would never know, no matter how much she herself lavished her child with love. She fantasized about Clay coming to the door again, only this time it would be different. This time He'd say he loved her, and only her, and they'd bundle Melissa into her little blue snowsuit, and when the three of them arrived at the big house, it would be just like last year, only better. Catherine closed her eyes, hugging herself, smelling again the tang of newly blown-out candles, remembering soft mistletoe kisses. But that was fantasy. Reality was making it through Christmas alone, as a single parent, with no one to place gifts beneath her lonely tree but herself. "Let's get a tree and put it up," Clay said. "What for?" asked Jill. "Because it's Christmas, that's what for." "I don't have time. If you want one, put it up yourself." "You never seem to have time for anything around the house." "Clay, I work 8 hours a day. Besides, why cultivate interests you never intend to use?" "Never?" "Oh, Clay, don't start in on me now. I lost my blue cashmere sweater and I wanted to wear it tomorrow. Damn it, where could it be? If you'd muck the place out once a month or so, maybe you wouldn't lose track of your things." The bedroom looked like an explosion in a Chinese laundry. "Oh, I know." Jill suddenly brightened. "I'll bet I took it to the cleaners last week. Clay, be a darling and run over and pick it up for me, will you?" "I'm not your laundry boy. If you wanted, go get it yourself." She picked her way across the littered floor and cooed close to his face. "Don't be cross, darling. I just didn't think you were busy right now." When she would have teasingly inserted her glittering nail into the smile line on his cheek, he jerked his head aside. "Jill, you never think I'm busy. You always think you're the only one who's busy." "But, darling, I am. I'm meeting the project engineer for the first time tomorrow, and I want to look my best." She tried to put him into good humor with a quick caress, but that was the third time she'd called him darling, and lately it had started to bother him. She used the term so loosely it sometimes stung. It reminded him of what Catherine said about the value of affection going up when it was in short supply. "Jill, why did you want me back?" he asked abruptly. "Darling, what a question. I was lost without you. You know that." "Besides being lost without me, what else?" "What is this, the Spanish Inquisition? How do you like this dress?" She held up a pink crepe de chine and swirled in a little sidestep, eyeing him provocatively. "Jill, I'm trying to talk to you. Will you forget the damn dress?" "Sure, it's forgotten." She dropped it negligently on the foot of the bed and turned to grab a brush and begin stroking her hair. "So, talk." "Listen, He hardly knew where to begin. "I thought our lifestyles, our backgrounds, our futures were so alike that we were practically made for each other. But this isn't working out for me." "Isn't working out?" "Clarify that for me, will you, Clay?" she asked crisply, stroking her hair all the harder. He gestured at the room. "Jill, we're different, that's all. I have trouble living with the clutter, the meals in the restaurants, and the laundry that's never clean, and the kitchen cabinets that are full of magazines. I didn't think you wanted me for my domestic abilities. Jill, I'm willing to do my share, but I need some sense of home. Do you understand that?" "No, I'm not sure I do. It sounds to me like you're asking me to give up my career to push dust around." "I'm not asking you to give up anything, just to give me some straight answers." "I would if I knew exactly what it is you're asking." Clay picked up a lace-trimmed violet petticoat from a chair and sat down wearily. He studied the expensive garment, rubbing it between his fingers. Quietly he asked, "What about kids, Jill?" "Kids?" Her brush stopped stroking. Clay looked up. "A family. Do you ever want to have a family?" She whirled on him angrily. "And you said you're not asking me to give anything up." "I'm not. And I'm not even talking about right away, but someday. Do you want a baby someday?" "I've just put in all these years getting a degree. I have a future ahead of me in one of the fastest-growing fields there is, and you're talking about babies?" Without warning, Clay pictured Catherine crying because Grover's baby had died. Then in the labor room, with their hands together on her stomach as the contractions built, he thought of her cross-legged on the living room floor, clapping Melissa's feet together, and the way she'd cried because Melissa had bumped her head. Suddenly, Jill threw the brush down. It cracked upon the dresser top, went skittering off the mirror, and landed on the floor inside an abandoned high-heel pump. "You've seen her, haven't you?" "Who?" "Your wife." The word galled Jill. Clay didn't even consider lying. "Yes." "I knew it. As soon as you came in here complaining about the mess, I knew it. Did you take her to bed?" "For God's sake." Clay stood up, turning away from her. "Well, did you?" "That's got nothing to do with this." "Oh, doesn't it?" "Well, think again, Buster, because I'm not playing second fiddle to any woman, wife or not." Jill turned back to the mirror, picked up a fat brush, and savagely began applying blush to her cheeks. "That's part of this arrangement we have here, isn't it, Jill?" She glared at him in the looking-glass. "What is?" "Egos. Yours and mine. Part of the reason you wanted me was because you've never had to do without anything you wanted. Part of the reason I left Catherine is because I've never had to do without anything I wanted." Her eyes glittered dangerously as she swung around to face him. "Well, we're two of a kind then, aren't we, Clay?" "No, we're not. I thought we were, but we're not. Not anymore." They stood with eyes locked, hers angry, his sorry, in the meadow of strewn garments, coffee cups, newspapers, and makeup. At last Jill said, "I can compete with Catherine, but I can't compete with Melissa. That's it, isn't it?" "She's there, Jill. She exists, and I'm her father, and I can't forget it. Catherine has changed so much." Without warning, she flung the makeup brush at him, and it hit him on the cheek as she yelled, "Oh, damn you, damn you, damn you! How dare you stand there mooning over her? If you want her so bad, what are you doing here? But once you leave, don't think your half of the bed will be cold for long." "Jill, please. I never meant to hurt you." "Hurt? How could you hurt me? You only hurt the one you love. Isn't that how the song goes?" When Clay left Lake Minnetonka, he drove aimlessly for hours. He headed for Minneapolis proper, circled Lake Calhoun, headed east on Lake Street, past the quaint little artsy shops at the Lake Hennepin area, farther east where seedy theaters gave way to seedier used furniture stores. He turned south, caught the strip that cut Bloomington in half, and circled west again. The lights of the Radisson South split the night sky with its 22 stories of windows as Clay turned onto the Beltline, unconsciously heading for Golden Valley. He took the exit of the Golden Valley Road without deciding to, and threaded through the streets that once had been his route home, passing Byerly's supermarket, where he and Catherine had first gone grocery shopping. He pulled into the lot beside the townhouse, but let the engine idle, leaving only the parking lights on. He looked up at the sliding glass door, and there, shining out onto the snowy balcony, were the multicolored lights from a Christmas tree. As he sat staring at them, they blinked out, and the window grew dark. Then he put the car in gear and headed for a motel. When Clay appeared in the doorway of the study, Claiborne looked up, tried to mask his surprise, but couldn't quite bring it off. He half rose from his chair, then settled down again behind the desk with a bald look of hope. "Hi, Dad." "Hello, Clay. We haven't seen you for a long time." "Yeah, well, don't tell Mother I'm here just yet. I'd like to talk to you alone first." "Of course. Come in, come in." Claiborne removed a pair of silver-rimmed reading glasses from his nose and dropped them on the desk. "The glasses are new." "I've had them for a couple of months. Can't get used to the damn things, though." They both looked at the glasses. The room was still. Suddenly, as if inspired, the older man rose. "How about a brandy?" "No, thanks, A scotch?" Claiborne asked, too anxiously. "Or maybe some white wine. I seem to remember that you liked white." "Dad, please. We both know white wine isn't going to fix a damn thing." Claiborne dropped back into his chair. A log hissed in the fire and shot a tongue of blue flame sideways. Clay sighed, wondering, as he had so often recently, where to begin. He sat on the edge of the leather love seat and pressed his thumb knuckles deep into his eyes. "What the hell went wrong?" he finally asked. His voice was quiet and searching and pained. "Absolutely nothing that can't be fixed," his father answered. And even before their eyes met again, their hearts seemed to drop burdens which each had borne for too long. The telephone rang for the 5th time, and Clay's hopes waned. He angled the receiver away from his ear, leaning his head back against the headboard, and shut his eyes. Traffic roared past on the highway outside. He studied his stocking feet stretched out before him, his suitcases lying open, sighed, and was just about to give up when Catherine said hello. She stood in the dark bedroom, dripping bath water onto the carpet, trying to get a towel wrapped around her without dropping the receiver. "Hello, Catherine?" Her heart seemed to flip up into her windpipe, and her hand stopped messing with the towel. It slid down off her back, and she clutched it to her breast, feeling her battering heart through the terry cloth. At last she said, "Hello?" He heard the catch in her voice and swallowed. "It's Clay." "Yes, I know." "I didn't think you were home." "I was in the tub." The line buzzed for an interminable moment while he wondered which phone she'd picked up and what she was wearing. "I'm sorry. I can call back." "No." Then she calmed herself a little. "No, but can you wait a minute, Clay, while I get a robe on? I'm freezing." "Sure, I'll hang on." And hang on he did, clutching the receiver in his damp palm while hours seemed to drag past and visions of a pink-hooded robe filled his mind. Catherine flew to the closet, dropping the towel, scrambling for her robe, frantic, impatient, fumbling, thinking, "Oh, my God, it's Clay, it's Clay! Oh, Lord, oh, damn, where's my robe? He'll hang up. Where is it? Wait, Clay, wait, I'm coming." She tried running back to the phone and stepping into the robe at the same time, but the zipper went only halfway down the front of the thing, and she stumbled, arriving at the phone breathless. "Clay?" he heard, and the sound of her anxiousness made him smile and feel warm inside. "I'm here." She released a pent-up breath, got the zipper up, and perched on the edge of the bed in the semi-darkness, with only the light from the closet easing around the corner into the room. "Sorry it took so long." He figured it had probably taken 7 seconds. Still, he was afraid now to ask what he'd called to ask, afraid she'd turn him down, sick at the thought that she might. "How are you?" he asked instead. She pictured his face, the face she'd been searching crowds for ever since she'd last seen it, pictured his hair, which she'd imagined she'd seen on hundreds of strangers, his eyes, his mouth. Long moments passed before she admitted, "Not so happy since you were here last." He swallowed, surprised at her answer when he'd expected the usual trite, "Fine." "Me either." It was incredible how 2 such simple words managed to slam the breath out of her. Frantically she searched for something to say, but her mind remained filled only with his face, and she wondered where he was and what he was wearing. "How's Melissa's head?" he asked. "Oh, fine. It's all healed up, no worse for the wear." They both laughed nervously, but the strained sound ended abruptly at both ends of the wire, followed by silence again. Clay raised one knee, propped an elbow on it, and kneaded the bridge of his nose, his heart thundering so loud it seemed she must hear it at her end. "Catherine, I was wondering what you're doing tomorrow night." She clutched the phone in both hands. Tomorrow night? But that's Christmas Eve." "Yes, I know." Clay quit kneading his eyes, took up pressing the crease of his trouser leg between his fingers instead. "I was wondering if you and Melissa have plans." Catherine's eyes slid shut. She raised the mouthpiece up to her forehead so he couldn't hear her jerky breathing. She got control. "No, not for tomorrow night. We're going to Uncle Frank and Aunt Ella's on Christmas Day, but nothing for tomorrow." Up went the receiver to her forehead again. "Would you like to come out to the house with me?" She put her hand on top of her head to keep it from leaving her body, struggled to sound calm. "Out to your parents' house?" "Yes." He felt physically sick during the interminable moments while she thought, "What about Jill? Where's Jill? I told you not to call me unless it was forever." "Where are you, Clay?" she asked, so quietly he had to strain to hear the words.
"I'm in a motel."
"A motel?"
"Alone."
Joy sluiced through every vein of her body. Her throat and eyes felt flooded while she sat there gripping the phone like some babbling idiot.
"Catherine?"
His voice cracked as he said it. "Yes, I'm here," she got out. In a stranger's voice, he managed,
"For Christ's sake, answer me, will you?"
And she remembered how Clay swore when he was scared. "Yes," she whispered, and slid down with a thump onto the floor.
"What?"
"Yes," she said louder, smiling great big. The line grew silent for a long, long time, with only the sound of some distant electronic bleeps making music in their ears, then disappearing.
"Where are you?"
he asked then, wishing he were with her now. "I am in the bedroom, sitting on the floor beside the bed."
"Is Melissa asleep?"
"Yes, for a long time."
"Has she got the koala bear with her?"
"Yes," Catherine whispered. "It's in the crib by her head." The line went quiet once more. After a long time, Clay said,
"I'm going back to work with Dad, as soon as possible."
"Oh, Clay." She heard him laugh, but it was a deeply emotional laugh, as if it were very hard to bring from his throat.
"Oh, Cat, you were right. You were so right."
"I was only guessing." This time, when he laughed, it was less strained. Then she heard him sigh.
"Listen, I've got to get some sleep. I didn't get much last night, or the night before that, or the night before that."
"Me either."
"I'll pick you up at 5 or so?"
"We'll be ready." Silence roared between them again, a long, quivering silence that said as much as the soft words which followed.
"Good night, Catherine."
"Good night, Clay." And again silence, while each waited for the other to hang up first.
"Good night," I said.
He said. "So did I."
"Then let's do it together."
"Do what together?" She never knew before that you could hear a smile.
"That too, but later. For now, just hang up so I can get some sleep."
"Okay. On 3 then? 1, 2, 3. This time they hung up together, but they were both sadly mistaken if they thought they'd get much sleep. Chapter 31. The next day crawled. Catherine felt lightheaded, at times giddy, almost removed from herself. Passing a mirror, she found herself staring at her reflection long and assessingly before covering her cheeks with both hands, closing her eyes, and reveling in the heartbeat that seemed to extend into every nerve ending of her body, its cadence fast tripping. She opened her eyes and warned herself this might be a false alarm, maybe just Clay's way of seeing Melissa, giving his parents a chance to see her too during the holiday. But then Catherine would remember his voice on the phone, and she knew somehow this was what she'd been dreaming of. Her thoughts flew to the oncoming evening. Hurry, hurry! Finally, to kill time, she bundled Melissa into the car and went out shopping for something new to wear. She moved through the crowds of last-minuters in a thoroughly changed state from the previous day. She smiled at strangers. She hummed along with piped-in carols. She was eminently patient when forced to stand behind slow-moving lines at cash registers. Once, she even spoke to an older man whose temper was on edge, whose face was red and quivery and impatient. A new feeling of ebullience lifted Catherine as she saw his impatience dissolve beneath her own good spirits, and she thought, "See what love can do?" Back at home, she put Melissa down for a nap and took a leisurely bath in an explosion of bubbles. Emerging from the tub, she stood before the wide vanity mirror, blotting her skin. She felt giddily gay, childish and womanly all at once. She made a moue at her reflection, then struck a seductive pose with the towel partially shielding her nudity, then tried a different pose, a different facial expression. She leaned nearer the mirror, tugging tendrils of hair out of the hastily secured topknot, giving herself a kittenish look, with loose wisps at her temples and the back of her neck. She wet her lips, allowed them to fall slightly open, lowered her lids to a smoky expression, and breathed, "Hello, Clay." Then she tried standing with her back to the mirror, looking over one shoulder, saying impishly, "Hi, Clay." Next, she turned, slung the towel around her neck, its ends covering the rosy peaks of her breasts, put her hands on her bare hips, and said sexily, "What do you say, Clay boy?" But suddenly she dropped the charade. She was none of these characters. She was not a little girl anymore. She was a woman. What was happening in her life was real, and she must present only the genuine Catherine to Clay. The real Catherine dropped the towel at her feet. She stood straight and tall, studying her body, her face, her hair. She took up the bottle of lightly scented lotion she'd splurged on that morning, her eyes never leaving her reflection as she poured some within her palm and began applying it to her long, supple arms, her shoulders, her neck, circling it and reaching as far onto her back as she could. She cupped her hand for another cool, sleek helping, its smell, the scent she knew Clay loved, all around her now in the warm, steamy bathroom. She rubbed it into her stomach, up the cove between her ribs, her eyes sliding closed as her palms slipped over her breasts, feeling the vaguely welcome discomfort at touching the nipples puckered into gem-hard points. Standing there, touching herself, she thought of Clay, of the night ahead. "I want you, Clay," she thought. "I've wanted you for so long." She imagined it was Clay's hands rubbing her breasts. Her eyelids fluttered open, and she took more lotion, watching her palms rub slowly together before she raised one foot, resting it on the vanity, pointing her toes as she spread the scented coolness from the arched top of the foot, up the calf, behind the knee, thigh, over the buttock, the sheltered spot between her legs. "I'm wanton," she thought. Then, "No, I'm a woman, with a woman's needs." The scent Clay loved was all over her now. Slowly she took the combs from her hair and began brushing it, remembering that night of their blind date, then the night the girls at Horizons had played handmaiden. That was the night of her second date with Clay. She took as much care now with her toilette as the girls had taken that night. She dressed in the minuscule bra and panties that Clay had never seen on their wedding night. She worked over her makeup until it was a subtle work of art. But she kept her hair loose, simple, lightly curled back from her face, much as she wore it when she first met Clay. The new dress was a pale plum crepe de chine, a wraparound that dropped from lightly gathered shoulders to the hem in an easy looseness. It was collarless, leaving a V of skin exposed at the neck. When she tied the string belt, the dress gained shape, accenting her hollow-hipped thinness. She buttoned the cuffs at the wrists, then stood back to study herself. She pressed her palms to her dancing stomach, then brushed back a wayward wisp of hair. The movement stirred the scent of Charlie, which was trapped now in the fabric of the new dress. Gold loops for her ears, a simple short chain that fell only to the hollow of her throat, and sling-back shoes of black patent. She chose them because they were the highest she had, knowing how heartily Clay approved of a woman's foot in high heels. It struck Catherine that she was, without a doubt, trying to be alluring to Clay, and for a moment she felt guilty. But then Melissa called in her after-nap gibberish, and Catherine hurried to get the baby ready. Clay had gone out and bought a whole new outfit as well, but now, on his way to Catherine's, he wondered for the 10th time whether the silk tie looked too formal. He wondered if he'd appeared to be a spit-combed, nervous schoolboy, all trussed up and tightly knotted this way. What the hell was the matter with him, anyway? He'd never had the vaguest doubt about choosing his clothing before. But as he sat at a red light, Clay twisted the rearview mirror so he could study the tie once more. He yanked the Windsor knot halfway down, then changed his mind and slipped it back into place. He glanced at his hair, smoothed a palm over it, although not a filament was out of place. Someone behind him honked the horn, and he muttered a curse and proceeded through the green light. Suddenly, as if just remembering, he withdrew a tape from the deck, found another, and put it in the track, filling the car with the music of the Letterman. Too obvious, he reprimanded himself, and tucked the Letterman out of sight again. With more than a half hour to spare, Catherine was all ready. She pictured Clay, somewhere out there getting prepared to come for her, wondered what he was feeling, what he was thinking. Melissa seemed to pick up her mother's distraction and capitalized on it, getting into things she knew she wasn't supposed to touch, the tree decorations, the knobs of the television, the philodendron on the coffee table. Finally, unnerved further by constantly pulling Melissa away from the table, Catherine deposited her in the playpen and continued her pacing without interference. The bell rang. Twice. Let him ring twice, she scolded her impatient feet, while outside Clay crammed his hand into his coat pocket to keep from ringing again too soon. What should I say? She wondered wildly. What should I say? He wondered frantically. The door opened, and she stood there in a loosely belted thing that made her look willowy and wonderful. Snow fell upon the shoulders of Clay's rich brown leather topcoat. "Merry Christmas," he said, his eyes on her face while he took in the details of her slender feet arched into high-heeled shoes and the way the dress draped over her hips. "Merry Christmas," she answered, smiling a small, nervous smile, stepping aside with a hand still on the doorknob to let him pass into the house. He turned around to watch her close the door, letting his eyes travel down to the backs of her calves, then up to the hair on her shoulders. When she met his eyes, he said, "Nice dress." "Thank you. It's new. I spent a little of your money on it." "Why did you say that?" she scolded herself. But then he was smiling, saying, "I heartily approve, especially since I did the same thing." "You did?" "Christmas present for myself." He opened his topcoat to give her a brief glimpse of herringbone tweed the color of coffee with cream in it. "In browns, of course." "Of course." "But then, you always did look your best in browns." The entry suddenly seemed to grow too small, hemming them in, and Catherine moved to lead the way up to the living room, chattering, "Melissa's wearing a new dress, too, one your mother gave her that she just grew into. Come and see her." "Hey, she'll outshine us both," Clay said right behind her. "Hi, Melissa." And for once Melissa didn't cry at the sight of him. Catherine stooped and lifted the child, turning with her on her arm, carefully avoiding Clay's eyes as she said, "Can you say hi to Daddy, Melissa?" Their baby only gazed at Clay with bright, unblinking eyes. Catherine whispered something Clay couldn't make out and nudged Melissa's little hand. Still staring, the baby opened and closed her chubby fingers once. "That's hi," Catherine interpreted, and briefly met Clay's pleased smile. Then she sat down on the davenport and began stuffing Melissa's hands and feet into a blue snowsuit. "Clay, would it be all right if we took my car? Then we could bring the playpen along." "We won't need a playpen. Mother had one of the bedrooms redone into a nursery." Startled, Catherine looked up. "She did?" Clay nodded. "When?" "Last summer." "She never told me." "She never had the chance." "Does she... do they know we're coming tonight, Melissa and I?" "No. I didn't want to disappoint them if it didn't turn out." Like a scene from a long-remembered favorite movie, the car moved through the streets while along the way streetlights eased on, signaling the arrival of dark. Catherine was filled with such an odd combination of emotions. The peaceful feeling of being again where she belonged was combined with the breath-halting sense of anticipation, leading ever closer to a place where she belonged even more. She counted the hours until the end of the evening. Clay cast careful glances her way. Christmas did things to a person, he thought, smiling appreciatively at the sight of Melissa reaching for knobs on the dash while Catherine pulled the tiny hands away time and again and gently scolded. He glanced at Catherine's profile once more, his nostrils almost flaring in the light powdery fragrance emanating from her, and he wondered how he'd make it till the end of the night when he could get her alone again. The driveway curved up to meet them, and Catherine couldn't control the small gasp. "I've missed it," she said, almost to herself. An expression of pleasure tipped up the corners of her mouth beguilingly. They swept up in front of the door, and Clay was around the car, reaching for Melissa, taking her up and into the crook of his arm, then taking Catherine's elbow as she stepped from the car. They stood for a moment in the mellow glow splashing their faces from the carriage lanterns. The streamers of a red ribbon made a light tapping sound as they flicked against the bricks in a light, crisp wind. That wind lifted Clay's hair from his forehead, then set it gently back down as Catherine gazed at him. It toyed with the gold hoops at her ears, sending them swinging against her jawline, where he wanted to bury his lips. But that would have to wait. "Let's ring the bell," he said puckishly. "Let's," she seconded. When Angela opened the door, she was already saying, "I wondered when—" But the words faded, and she placed delicate fingers over her lips. "Do you have room for 3 more?" Clay asked. Angela didn't move for the longest time. Her eyes grew too sparkly, going from the smiling face of Catherine in the shelter of Clay's arm to that of Melissa in his other arm. "Angela," Catherine said softly, and suddenly the older woman in the pale yellow dress moved to encompass all 3 as best she could, unable to quite contend with everything at once, with the tears threatening to spill over her lids, with getting them all inside, beckoning Claiborne, taking Melissa, blue snowsuit and all, getting kissed by Clay and by Catherine. When Claiborne saw who it was, he was as excited as Angela. There were more hugs, interrupted by a surprised Inella, who stopped short and broke into a pleased smile at the sight of the newest arrivals, and was immediately drawn to Melissa, who was sitting on her grandmother's lap on the steps, having her snowsuit removed. The tap of Elizabeth Forrester's cane announced her arrival from the living room. She cast a haughty eye over the assemblage in the foyer, stated to nobody in particular, "High time somebody came to their senses around here," and tapped her way back to the dining room, where she ladled herself a cup of eggnog, added a tot of rum, then mumbled, "Oh, why the bloody heck not," and tipped the brandy bottle again with a satisfied smile. The mistletoe was there again, everywhere. Catherine tried neither to avoid it nor seek it, but to ignore it, which was virtually impossible, for each time she looked up she found Clay's eyes seeking her across the room. Those eyes need not stray up to remind her of mistletoe. All evening she felt as if she wore a sprig of it in her hair, so suggestive were the glances they exchanged. It was odd, Clay staying away from her, always eyeing her across the room that way. Time and again she turned from conversation, on which she had difficulty concentrating, to the tug of his eyes on her back. And always she would be the first to look away. The food was laid out upon the buffet, and they found themselves elbow to elbow, moving down the serving line. "Are you having a good time?" he asked. "Wonderful. Are you?" He thought about answering truthfully, "No, I'm miserable," but lied instead. "Wonderful, yes." "Aren't you going to eat anything?" He glanced at his plate, realized he was halfway past the food, and his plate was still empty. She stabbed a Swedish meatball out of the wine sauce and dropped it on his plate. "A little sustenance," she said matter-of-factly, never raising her eyes as she moved on to the next chafing dish. He looked at the forlorn piece of meat all alone on the plate and smiled. She knew as well as he did what kind of sustenance he needed tonight. Melissa let it be known immediately that she resented being left in this strange room, in this strange crib, all alone. Catherine sighed and went back into the room, and immediately her daughter stopped crying. "Melissa, Mommy's going to be right here all the time. You're so tired, sweetheart. Why don't you lie down?" She laid Melissa down, covered her, and hadn't even made it as far as the door before Melissa was standing, clutching the rail and crying pitifully. "Shame on you, pumpkin," Catherine said, relenting and picking the baby up again. "You're going to hurt Grandma's feelings after she made this beautiful room all for you." It was beautiful. It had all the charm Angela could so easily bestow on everything she touched. Bright patches of gingham checks on pastel pink, blue, and yellow, blended skillfully into tiered curtains, patchwork comforter, and an adorable padded rocker. Turning around to study the room in the glow of the small night light, Catherine stopped short at the sight of Clay standing in the doorway. "Is she giving you trouble?" "It's a strange room, you know." "Yes, I know," he said, crossing toward them to stand behind Catherine, talking to Melissa over her shoulder. "How about some music then, Melissa? Would you like that better?" And then to Catherine, "Mother's starting the carols now. Why not bring her back downstairs? Maybe the music will make her sleepy." Catherine turned to glance past Melissa's blonde head at Clay. The look on his face made her pulse race. She realized they were alone. The sounds of the piano and voices drifted up to them from below. Clay moved, extending a hand to touch her. But it was Melissa he reached for, and in the next instant the weight was gone from Catherine's arm. "Come on," he said, taking Melissa, but never pulling his eyes away from Catherine's. "I'll take her. You've had her all night." Melissa fell asleep in Clay's arms during the singing, but when she was returned to the crib, her eyes flew open instantly, and she began to whimper. "It's no use, Clay," Catherine whispered. "She's exhausted, but she won't give up." "Should we take her home, then?" Something in the way he said the word home, something in the beckoning, wistful tone of his voice, made the blood clamor in Catherine's head. "Yes, I think we'd better." "You get her dressed, and I'll make our excuses." All the way to the townhouse, they didn't utter a word to each other. He switched on the radio and found that every station was playing Christmas carols. To the lull of them, Melissa at last fell soundly asleep in her mother's lap. It was as if Catherine had played this scene before, putting Melissa to bed, then coming down to find Clay waiting for her. He was sitting on a swivel stool this time, with his coat still on. He had one foot propped on a rung of the opposite stool, his elbow leaning nonchalantly on the edge of the counter. Something caught Catherine's eye, something he twirled between thumb and forefinger, something green. Silently he twirled it, back and forth, and it held her gaze like the watch of a hypnotist. Then the thing stopped, and she realized it was a sprig of mistletoe he held by its stem. Staring at it, she stammered, The baby—" "Forget the baby," he ordered softly. "Would you like a drink or something?" she asked, stupidly. "Would you?" Her eyes were drawn to his, to the level, unsmiling study in gray. The silence hummed, enveloping her momentarily. Then, without moving a muscle, he said, "You know what I want, Catherine." She looked at her feet. Yes. She felt as if she'd turned into a pillar of salt. Why didn't he move? Why didn't he come and get her then? "Do you know how many times you've turned me away, though?" "Yes, 8, she gulped. The blood leaped wildly to her face as she admitted it. She raised her eyes to him, and he read in them the cost of each of those times. And in the silence, the mistletoe again began twirling. "I wouldn't care to make it 9, he said at last. "Neither would I." "Then meet me halfway, Catherine," he invited, stretching out a hand, palm up, waiting. "You know what my conditions are." "Yes, I know." He held the hand as before, in invitation. Then... She felt like she was choking. Didn't he understand yet? "Then say it?" "Yes, say it first," she begged, staring at his long, beautiful fingers, the palm that waited. "Come here, so I can say it close." It was almost whispered. Slowly, slowly, she reached to touch the tips of his fingers with her own. But he did not move them until she herself had traveled a share of the distance, telling him what she too wanted, as her cold palm slid over his warm one. His fingers closed over hers in slow motion, and he pulled her toward him more slowly yet. Her heart slammed against the walls of her chest, and her eyes drifted to his as he reeled her close, settling her there against his open legs, his one foot still propped wide onto the rung of that other stool. There was no question then about what it was he wanted. His heat and hardness spoke for itself. He pressed her firmly, securely against his loins, then closed his eyes as his lips opened over hers. The mistletoe grew lost in the long sweep of her hair. She felt his hand, warm and forceful, against her buttocks, holding her tight while his warmth and hardness branded her stomach. His kiss became all-seeking and fevered, a wild crushing of tongue and lips, and she felt their teeth meet, then tasted blood, but had no thought for whose it was. His hands came up to each side of her face, and he jerked her fiercely away from his lips, looked into her eyes with a tortured expression. "I love you, Kat. I love you. Why did it take me so long to realize it? Oh, Clay, promise me you won't ever leave us again, so I know what I'm getting into. I promise, I promise, She stopped his words by flattening herself against him with such force that he grunted. He pulled the whole long, supple, welcome length of her against him. She felt his raised knee rubbing possessively against her hip and wound her arms around his neck, holding him tenaciously. Then she felt herself hoisted off the floor as he swiveled the stool around and in a single motion half leaned, half fell, pressing her back against the edge of the counter. But it cut into her shoulders, so she pushed him back, turning him, taking him with her on a brief journey together on that swiveling stool until she stood again on the floor between his open knees. They kissed, warm against each other, and somehow, while they did it, the stool began twisting back and forth, almost like the mistletoe had done twirling earlier in his fingers. And each time the stool moved, Clay's erect body brushed provocatively against hers, while she rose up on tiptoe to meet it, brushing harder each time. She felt his hand leave her hair and seek the knot of her belt. Dimly she thought about helping him, but leaned against his loose hold instead, pleasured at the feel of his hand there between them, then at the touch of the belt as it glided down the backs of her legs to the floor. One-handed, he opened the dress, touching the skin of her throat first with his fingers, then with his lips, then moving lower, 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 until his hand lay warm on the lowest part of her stomach. He backed away to look at her while he wrested the dress from her shoulders, and when he saw the brief garments beneath, he groaned and buried his face in the band of bareness between bra and panties, wetting the skin there with his tongue. "Did you know I wore these on my wedding night?" she asked in a husky voice that sounded strangely unlike her own. "Did you?" His eyes burned into hers. His hands traced the lotus petals along the top of the bra. "But tonight will be our wedding night." Then both of his arms went around her, and she felt her bra go tight, then loose, then fall away in his hands. His head swooped forward while hers dropped back. His kiss fell upon her bare breast, and a faint growl sounded in her arched throat as his tongue circled the nipple. Then the edges of his teeth rode lightly against the cockled point. Strangling in delight, she threaded her fingers in his soft hair, directing him to her other hungering breast. Carried away, his teeth tugged too hard, and she flinched, her nostrils distended. With a sound of apology deep in his throat, he suckled more lightly. Deep in her body, sensations sluiced, and impatiently she tugged at the shoulders of the leather topcoat he still wore. Without taking his mouth from her flesh, he freed his arms, let her take the coat from his shoulders and drop it, unheeded, behind him, followed by his sport coat. Nuzzling each other, dropping kisses wherever they chose to fall, he worked the knot from his tie while she unbuttoned his shirt. Then it joined the rest on the floor. One-armed, he brought her back where she belonged, with her naked breasts against his bare chest. He eased away from her then, to watch the sight of his hands cupping her breasts. He flattened one hand against her stomach and ran it down inside the front of her bikini until he touched her intimately. "Do you want me to take the rest off?" he asked, nuzzling her neck, tonguing her skin there, even tasting her perfume now. "We're in the middle of the kitchen, Clay." "I don't give a damn. Should I take it off, or will you?" "This was your idea," she whispered coquettishly, smiling against his hair. Like hell. But in one swift motion, he had her pantyhose and bikini down to her knees. Then he picked her up effortlessly and set her on the edge of the counter, hooking a stool and sending it out of the way with a foot. He knelt down, raised his eyes to hers as he removed first one high heel, then the other. Then, with a sweep of both hands, had her last two garments lying in a soft heap on the floor. He moved up next to the counter, and she raised her arms, looped them around his neck, opened her knees, and looped them around his waist, and said, "Take me upstairs to our bedroom." He pulled her off the counter until she was astraddle his waist, her ankles locked behind him. Her naked flesh was pressed against his navel, and the smell of her perfume was like a cloud about them as they walked that way, kissing, upstairs to the bedroom. He stood by the lamp and said, "Turn it on." She let go of his neck with one hand and reached. Standing beside the bed, he whispered, "Let go," into her mouth. "Never," she whispered back. "Then how can I take my pants off?" Without another word, she unhooked her ankles and fell backward with a bounce onto the mattress, lying there watching him while he unbuckled his belt, unzipped his trousers, never taking his eyes off her. When he was naked, he knelt above her on one knee, his hands on either side of her head. "Catherine, I know I'm a year and a half late asking this, but are you going to get pregnant out of this?" "But if you'd asked that 4th of July, we wouldn't be here now, would we?" "Cat, I just don't want to get you pregnant for a while. I want to enjoy you flat and thirsty for a while first." "Flat and thirsty?" He realized he'd given himself away, so he leaned his head down to kiss her and stop her questions. She turned her mouth aside. "What does that mean, flat and thirsty?" "Nothing." He nudged around at her lips, trying to get her to stop talking and touch him. "You answer me and I'll answer you," she said, avoiding another pass of his lips against hers. If she got mad at him now, he thought, he'd never forgive himself for opening up his big mouth. But he had to answer. "Okay, I read your diary. All that stuff we did with the wine. That's what I meant by flat and thirsty." She burned now, but not with anger, with embarrassment and sensuality. "Clay, I feel like I'm dying of thirst right now, and believe me, I won't get pregnant." She could feel his muscles quivering on each side of her head. His voice was racked as he said, "Then how long do I have to hang here before you touch me?" "No longer," she thought, "no longer, Clay," and reached to touch him lightly with the backs of her fingers, measuring his ardor with feather strokes that robbed him of breath. The months of want drifted into oblivion at her first caress. The days of searching had their answer. Her hand explored, enclosed, stroked, cupped, and thrilled, until Clay's elbows turned to water. He collapsed beside her, reaching, seeking her warm skin. Her stomach was a little softer now, but the old hollows were back below her hip bones. Her thigh was smooth and firm, lifting at his touch to free the spot his hand sought. As he moved toward it, her hand fell still upon his tumescence. Sensing her urgency, her expectancy, he lay his head upon her breast and listened to the thunder of her heart beneath his ear as he touched her depths for the first time. It thundered there in double time, and he could feel it lifting the weight of his head with each beat. Outwardly she lay limp and passive, but her heartbeat told the truth. He moved his fingers once, and she lurched and gulped for air. He rolled half over her, kissing her eyes, her temple, the corner of her mouth, her lips which lay slack, as if what was happening to the inside of her body robbed her of the will to do anything but drift in the grip of pleasure. He aroused her with butterfly touches, bent again to cover her breasts with kisses, sliding his lips over her stomach, feeling it rise with each lift of her hips. Low animal sounds scraped from her throat, then his name, repeated as an accent to each thrust she could no longer control. He spoke her name, Cat, over and over, letting her soar, experiencing a new high, a sharing of purpose with her as he brought her near climax and sent her shivering. This, he knew, was what he had not given her the first time, and he meant to make it up to her all the other times of their lives. "Let it happen, Cat," he whispered hoarsely, but suddenly he knew he had to share the sensation to its fullest. Easing onto her, he sought and found, entered and plunged, murmuring soft sounds, love sounds that took on their own meaning. She shuddered and arched first, and he was close behind her, so close that the film of dampness dried from their skins at the same time. Into her hair he spoke weakly. "Ah, Cat, that was good for me." "For me, too." He lay his palm on her stomach, then ran it lower, let it rest peacefully upon her body, then just barely inside it. She could feel his jaw move in the hollow of her shoulder as he spoke. "Cat, remember in the hospital when the nurse showed us the way the contractions build up?" "Mm-hmm," she murmured, toying sleepily with his hair. "It felt the same way inside you a minute ago." "It did?" "It made me think how close pleasure and pain are. It even seems as if the same things happen in your body during the moments of your greatest pleasure and your greatest pain. Isn't that odd?" "I never thought about it before. But then I never—" He raised up, leaned on an elbow, and looked down into her face. He touched a lock of hair, easing it back from her forehead. "Was that your first time, Cat?" Suddenly timid, she surrounded him, hugged him too close for him to see her face. "Yes," she admitted. "Hey." Gently, he removed her tight grip so he could look at her again. "After all that we've been through, are you getting modest on me?" How could I possibly claim modesty now? "Just don't ever be afraid to talk to me about anything, okay? If you don't trust me with the things that bother you, how can I help you? All that business about the past and your feelings for Herb. Do you see that we seem to have conquered that already, together?" "Oh, Clay," she sighed and leaned against him, promising herself she'd never withhold her feelings from him again. A short time later she said, "Did you know that I started falling in love with you while you were courting me at Horizons? That long ago?" "Oh, Clay, how could I help it? All those girls panting after you and telling me how perfect you were, and you coming by in your sexy little Corvette with your sexy clothes and that sexy smile, and all those sterling good manners of yours to offset all that sexiness. God, you drove me crazy. Idiot girl," he laughed. "Do you know how much time you could have saved if you'd just once let on what you were feeling? But I was so scared. What if you didn't feel the same way about me? I'd have been shattered. Yet every time I made advances, I felt like you couldn't stand me. Clay, I told you that first night that my dad made me come to your house. Marriage had to be for love only. Please, let's always be this way, like we are tonight. Let's be good to each other and promise all those things that we never really promised in that trumped-up marriage ceremony. Lying naked, with their limbs entwined, secure in each other's love, they sealed those vows at last. I promise them, Cat. I do too, Clay." On Christmas morning, Melissa woke them up, babbling and thumping her heels on the crib. Clay came awake groggily, stretched and felt bare skin on the other side of the bed. He turned to study the woman who lay on her stomach, sleeping beneath a swirl of blonde hair. He started to creep from bed noiselessly. "Where are you going?" came a voice from under the hair. "To get Melissa and bring her in with us, okay?" "Okay. But don't be gone long, huh?" They came back together, the one in aqua blue footed pajamas, the other one in nothing. When Catherine rolled over, Clay plopped Melissa down beside her, then got in too. "Hi, Lissy girl. Got a kiss for Mommy?" Melissa leaned over and sucked her mother's chin, her version of a kiss. Clay watched with a glad expression on his face. Catherine looked at his tousled blonde hair, his smiling gray eyes, and asked, "Hey, Clay boy, got a kiss for Mommy?" "More than one," he said, smiling. "This is one child who's going to learn early the value of touching." He leaned across the baby then, to give his wife what she wanted.
We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Separate Beds by Laverle Spencer. Copyright 1985 by Laverle Spencer. Read by Liz Dykehouse. Performance copyright 2003 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.